After Palmer turned around and walked away, members of the lower house finally reacted. The seats below suddenly erupted with noise. Everyone started discussing. What does this mean? A new nomination. Isn't it that within 3 years, renomination to the upper house isn't permitted? What exactly did Rebecca do to make Doherty and the others compromise? Surely, Rebecca used the upper house as a bargaining chip. After all, they still need her for the Blood Clan's affairs. Finding Rebecca. Good. Rebecca is too arrogant. Even if it's a second review, she sent a representative, and she didn't even show up. Indeed, Rebecca is really too much, entering the upper house and she didn't even show up. Women are women, acting on impulse. The attendees, not necessarily the sharpest humans, but the rules of the whole council are very clear to them. Nominating the upper house again within a day. Even without any news coming down, everyone realized the issue. The 5 giants of the upper house silently acknowledged List City's entry to the upper house. Otherwise, there definitely wouldn't have been a second vote. Members of the lower house discussed quietly. Although they could comprehend the intricacies, Rebecca herself wasn't present. The representative spoke less than 20 words, and this attitude was still somewhat unpleasant to see. After all, you should show up and say a few words. Facing the discussion below, the people of the upper house were much calmer. Thinking to themselves, you feel it's too much because she isn't present. In the morning, Rebecca almost fought to the death with Doherty, and now she was already giving face by sending a representative. Doherty tapped the table lightly, signaling everyone to quiet down. Okay, let's start voting. The lawmakers looked at each other. None of them were fools. They knew how they should vote. All the lawmakers lined up and cast their votes at the ballot box. Soon, the voting ended. Doherty glanced quickly, then announced, okay, the results are in. 274 votes in favor, 15 abstentions, the lower house has passed it. Putting the results aside, Doherty continued, does anyone in the upper house object? Instead of taking a vote, he directly asked. No one from above responded. Doherty announced directly, all right, I now declare that List City is officially entering the upper house through the council election, effective immediately with the rights of the upper house. A new seat will be custom made. For now, use the previous seat. Lawmaker Palmer, standing not too far away, nodded calmly. There was no expression of surprise or joy on his face, just standing there calmly. Okay, the council is adjourned. If there are any updates about the frontline, everyone will be notified, Doherty called out loudly. The lawmakers stood up and walked out one after another. As they exited the council hall, without lingering, they hastily boarded their carriages and rushed back. With List City entering the upper house, if the Federation wasn't annihilated by the Blood Clan, then the entire structure of the Federation was bound to change. The 5 giants had become 6, and moreover, judging by the attitude of List City, it was very likely to overshadow the 3 other upper house city lords. This was not good news. They must inform their respective powers as quickly as possible. The lawmakers dispersed in a rush. Carriages left swiftly, rushing back. At the council hall, Doherty, looking towards the tall, slender Palmer, said, inform Rebecca about this side of things. The longer the delay, the worse the situation at the front will get. Before the vote, Doherty had traveled back and forth to List City several times, trying to get Rebecca to ease the conditions. But this time, Rebecca's firmness was beyond everyone's expectation. She was not willing to back down at all. With urgent wartime conditions, Doherty had no other choice but to compromise. He immediately convened the council, allowing List City to enter the upper house. As for the rulers of List City, Fang Hao and Rebecca, neither were present. This was also for safety concerns. They feared that going there would mean being detained by Silver Wing City. I have already notified Mrs. Rebecca, Palmer replied calmly. Good, then I'll head over now. An hour later. List City. In the hall, Doherty, sitting on one side, looked expressionlessly at Rebecca beside him. Ignoring the served refreshments, he said, Rebecca, List City has now entered the upper house, and we will also gradually fulfill the rest of the agreements. Can we contact the Blood Clan now? Don't be impulsive anymore. Rebecca nodded and said, yes. She gestured, and someone brought over a sound transmitting shell. On the shell, there was a label reading, Blood Clan. I'm not sure we can get through to the Blood Clan, and even if we do, whether the issue can be resolved depends on your own negotiations, Rebecca emphasized again. Showing that she was not confident, setting expectations up front. Okay. We understand that. Rebecca didn't say more and picked up the sound transmitting shell, saying, I am Rebecca from List City, wanting to contact the Blood Clan. The sound transmitting shell did not respond, falling silent. Whether it was Doherty or the accompanying lawmaker. They all anxiously waited as time passed, sweat increasingly beading on their foreheads. He appeared very tense. On the contrary, Rebecca and the officials of List City were much more relaxed. Drinking tea, they seemed to accept that even in death, having the Federation as companions in the afterlife was not a bad deal. After about half an hour of silence, the sound transmitting shell suddenly reacted. Rebecca picked it up, held it to her ear, and immediately heard a hoarse but distinctly female voice. What's the matter? Rebecca glanced at Doherty, who said, ask her why they started a war with the Federation. Rebecca nodded, spoke into the shell, why did the Blood Clan suddenly start a war with the Federation? There was a brief silence on the other end. Then the reply came, that's a question for your Federation, secretly violating the treaty, attacking our troops, and causing severe losses. Everyone present was taken aback. To say that the Human Federation attacked the Blood Clan first, how could that be? The counselors behind Doherty showed faces of rage. Blood Clan, what do you mean by blaming it on us? Damn it, these despicable creatures. The Federation lost so many people, and now they say we attacked first. Is it possible that the Federation army mistakenly identified their troops as fleeing undead, causing a misunderstanding? The war between the Blood Clan and the Undead had caused a mass of undead to assault the Federation's borders. It wasn't impossible that there had been a mix-up. Moreover, the Federation army was not so easy to manage. With forces deployed from various cities, some soldiers opportunistically engaged in nefarious acts. If these actions were indeed the cause of today's losses, it would be a terrible mistake. Moreover, as the Blood Clan now held the advantage, whatever they said went. Even if the Federation adamantly denied it, it would be futile. The goal was to get the Blood Clan to stop their advance and retreat to the border. Not to argue over who was right or wrong. Doherty, gesturing for his colleagues to stop their discussions, said to Rebecca, just say that there are still remnants of Adi's forces hitting our borders, mistaken identity. Rebecca nodded and repeated it. The response came swiftly, you think to settle this with such a simple statement. Let her state her demands, Rebecca suggested. Rebecca relayed this, and the reply came, 50 million in compensation, 2 million in population. Everyone furrowed their brows, surprised at the demands. They had expected an increase in reparations, but 2 million in population. That was excessive. A city might have several tens of thousands, a village only hundreds. 2 million, the number was outrageous. Even if the Federation was eager to end the war, this figure was unacceptable. Even Rebecca was surprised. We can't agree to this. It's one thing to give some money, but sending out 2 million people would create a demographic void in the entire Federation. Giving up people is like cutting our flesh with a blunt knife, gradually weakening the Federation's strength, she continued. Doherty nodded and said, the Federation is to protect humanity, the residents of the 100 cities, we will not compromise on population. Rebecca continued the dialogue. The Blood Clan remained domineering. They wanted money, they wanted people. But the Federation, in a weaker position, insisted on not giving up people. Providing compensation was somewhat negotiable within the Federation. But if they agreed to trade people for peace, let alone the Hall of Justice maintaining its status, the Federation itself would lose its purpose. After much haggling, they agreed to pay 70 million in compensation in exchange for the Blood Clan's withdrawal. Moreover, the territory taken in the offensive, Fort Santa, would not be returned and was officially incorporated into the Blood Clan's domain. Doherty was also very helpless about this. If they didn't agree, the Blood Clan's army would attack the second line of defense that very night. By then, the Federation's disadvantage would grow even greater, and more people would die. After reaching the new agreement with the Blood Clan, in the next 2 days, they would arrange for people to sign a new treaty with the Federation. After everything was settled, Doherty and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. The accompanying council members immediately took out the sound transmitting shell and sent the latest news back to Silver Wing City. To put the rest at ease. Doherty was not in a hurry anymore. He picked up his tea, which had long since gone cold, and took a sip. In a soft voice, he said, "Rebecca, you played a big role in this matter. These decisions don't really involve me. Now that you've joined the upper Senate, do you have any plans?" Doherty continued to ask. It seemed he planned to chat with her for a while. Rebecca gestured for a servant to bring some fresh tea snacks and continued, "I'll assimilate into the council circle and continue building List City. Yes, get in touch with more senators." Doherty changed his tone. "What about your husband? Last time he mentioned he had 10 organ guns. I want to talk to him about that." "Oh, you're looking for him. I'll have someone call him." In the hall, Fang Hao smiled at Doherty. "Leader Doherty, did you want to see me?" Doherty also forced a smile. After all, with the Federation now heavily in debt, finding happiness was hard. Although we've temporarily resolved the conflict with the Blood Clan, it also exposed the vulnerability and insufficiency at the border. So I'd like to discuss the organ guns with City Lord Fang Hao. "Ah, what organ guns? What are organ guns?" Doherty paused, then added, "The Federation will pay for them." In fact, from the current situation, Fang Hao was somewhat reluctant to provide the organ guns to the Federation, even if they purchased it with money. But Fang Hao had already mentioned to Doherty that he had 10 of them in his possession. And it would easily attract the Federation's attention. Selling it to him was fine, it all depended on what price he would offer. Doherty had promised so much debt, Fang Hao wondered if he still had the money to buy the organ guns. "Oh, I did indeed acquire a few organ guns from the Trade Alliance not long ago, Chief Doherty. How do you plan to buy them?" "We'll purchase them at the previously agreed price of 5 million gold coins each." The price was acceptable, as it was in line with the Trade Alliance's rates. The weapons were all produced with a hundredfold amplification process, so he was guaranteed to make a profit regardless of the sale price. Fang Hao pretended to consider, then said, "That's fine. Give me the money and I'll have someone send them to you through a transmigrator immediately." "No money. You motherfucker. Chief Doherty, don't joke about this. Really? No money. See what the council can provide you, something to trade," Doherty said. He was no longer talking about a joint Federation society or the future of humanity. Such talk was utterly useless in front of these two people. He simply put forward a condition for an equivalent exchange, the quickest and least effortful option. Fang Hao thought for a moment and then said, "I want West City's commercial street and the entire Chinatown. Most of the commercial street is private property. I can't agree to that." "And can you afford the corresponding organ guns?" Doherty replied. In fact, Fang Hao had previously considered opening a shop in Silver Wing City and had even inquired about the prices. The stores in the main city were indeed higher priced. Depending on the location and the size of the building, they ranged from 2 million to 5 million gold coins. If it hadn't been for his fluctuating relationship with Silver Wing City, sometimes calm, sometimes tense, he would have purchased a few stores by now. To open hotpot and clothing stores. After thinking it over, buying the entire street was too extravagant, and he couldn't give Doherty too many organ guns either, lest it genuinely increased the strength of the Federation army. 5 stores for each organ gun. I can give you 5, and I need the rest to equip List City in my own city, Fang Hao said. 5 stores per gun, 5 guns would be 25 stores. Doherty recalled that the Hall of Justice could indeed spare these stores. He then agreed, "That's fine, how shall we complete the trade?" "Prepare the deeds to the stores, and when the time comes, my people will sign them. You arrange a transmigrator to connect with me, and I will deliver the organ guns to you directly." "That's possible. Good, then let's agree on this." Fang Hao raised his teacup to indicate a successful partnership. Doherty also lifted his cup and took a sip. After setting down the teacup, Doherty continued, I've heard, you have 10,000 sets of blue quality armor in your possession. Elsewhere. Dragon Tooth Mountain, Dragon Summit City. A huge cave carved halfway up the mountain. The cavern was vast and wide. The stone walls were covered with neatly carved bricks, decorated with bright nightstone lamps. It was like a grand palace built into the mountainside. In the center of the cave, there was a small hill made of gold coins and gemstones. Under the dim light, the golden glow was dazzling. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of crisp footsteps gradually approached from outside the cave. Only when they reached the entrance of the cave did they stop. A voice came in, Ms. Beata, Aragon has something to report to you. The voice carried all the way into the depths of the cave. Whoosh. At that moment, the mountain of gold coins trembled slightly, and a huge vertical pupil slowly opened, looking towards the entrance of the cave. What is it? The dragon spoke. Gold and jewels cascaded down the small hill, tumbling down with a rustling sound. From outside the cave came the words, Ms. Beata, we have some information about that transmigrator to report to you. Whoosh. The dragon shifted its body, revealing its silver-white, gleaming scales. The coins and gems at the top began to scatter around its body, falling to the sides. They formed a small depression made of gold. The dragon's body rapidly shrank, transforming into a youthful-looking girl with silver hair. Her glowing white body was then covered with a brown robe. Silvermoon Spear, Beata, rubbed her eyes. She stepped out of Mount Golden and walked towards the cave's exit. The horizon was already filled with red clouds. At the cave's entrance, a winged dragon stood, along with Aragon, the second-ranked transmigrator in the world. Beata glanced at him and said, Have you found anything? Aragon hurriedly replied, Ms. Beata, I can confirm the identity of the transmigrator now. Oh, who is it? Beata asked curiously. This person is not called Fule. His real identity is the one we suspected, Fang Hao, the top-ranked transmigrator in the world rankings, Aragon immediately responded. Beata frowned, shook her head slightly, her mind still a bit muddled. Could it be such a coincidence? She continued, Why are you so sure it's him? Did you find his photo? He is very cautious in his actions. There's no photo, but I have obtained more intelligence about him. By connecting all this intelligence, we can confirm his identity. What intelligence? Fang Hao, a black-haired and black-eyed transmigrator, in his 20s, and it is said on their channel that he has connections with the undead. Anything else? He has a highly ranked lizardman hero who wears golden armor and is skilled in wielding a longsword. Aragon revealed the final clue. Beata's eyes widened in surprise. All this information linked together indeed pointed to those people who had confronted them that day in the Trade Alliance. But another question arose in her mind. Are you saying that both the undead and the lizardman are his heroes, rather than the lizardman he relies on? Although Aragon had always been reluctant to accept being second, the current intelligence indeed suggested so. He nodded and said, If the intelligence is accurate, that's the case. Beata too was surprised. A transmigrator, managing to develop to such an extent in less than a year, was truly terrifying. This transmigrator has developed too quickly. We cannot allow him to continue. Do you have the location of his territory? Beata asked after a brief moment of thought. The grudge between the Dragon clan and the opponent was obviously hard to resolve. Since it could not be resolved, and the Dragon clan did not wish to resolve it, they would have to exterminate the other party as soon as possible. Lest the opponent developed further, making it very difficult to eliminate them later. Aragon said, The location is still under investigation, but knowing his identity, it will be much easier to search for the region and the location of his territory. Beata gave him a sharp look, as it was always half clues given with the rest left to be investigated. But relying solely on the Dragon clan to investigate a transmigrator was indeed not easy. She could only say, I will prepare the Dragon clan, and as soon as we know the location, we'll set out immediately to exterminate his territory. Aragon's heart leapt with joy. If Fang Hao were to be exterminated by the Dragon clan, he would then be ranked first in the world. He immediately nodded. Good, I will go to investigate right away. Go ahead, I will inform the elders about this matter, Beata said. Aragon nodded and climbed back onto the back of the winged dragon. With a kick from its feet, the winged dragon plunged down the mountainside and then flew off into the distance. Beata also transformed into her dragon form and flew towards Dragon Summit City. Night fell. Silver Wing City. Groot's residence. Damn it, Rebecca really got into the upper Senate, how could this happen? Groot paced anxiously, his face grim. The vote in the morning, where he abstained, had not altered the outcome. Rebecca truly entered the upper Senate. For him, this was not good news, it was rather bad news indeed. If Rebecca sought revenge, then his life as a trade council member would be very difficult. My lord, don't worry too much. Maybe in a few days, she will be expelled from the upper Senate. It won't be her turn to seek revenge against us, the butler quietly comforted him from beside. Reassured somewhat by the butler's words, Groot calmed down a bit. Upon further reflection, even if Rebecca entered the upper Senate, to seek revenge against him, she would need to secure her position first. Besides, as the butler said, now that they were using Rebecca to get Liss City into the upper Senate, perhaps in a couple of days, they would find a reason to remove her from her position. His expression recovered slightly, but to be on the safe side, he still said, prepare some gifts, get the carriage ready, let's go to the church. He needed to confirm the church's stance towards Liss City. If things turned out badly, he would have to prepare in advance. With his family's connections and financial resources, these preparations would not be difficult. Oh, Alrida, the butler had just agreed. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps came from outside the door. Soon, a group of people walked in. The leader spoke up, as the representative of Groot present. Groot frowned but stepped forward. What is the matter? A bad premonition rose in his heart. The leading person said, the council has decided, you are stripped of your representative status effective immediately, you will no longer represent the council or handle any related affairs. Groot's eyes widened, his face drastically changed. And before that person left, several guards from the Hall of Justice entered, loudly stating, Groot, you have been accused with evidence of over 70 crimes, come with us now. Groot stared, his face full of disbelief. Was he Rebecca's father's murderer? Is there so much hatred? It had passed the upper house in the morning, and by the afternoon they had already started taking action. Moreover, the scheme was so clear. Revoking the senator's status, and coming over with the guards. This was clearly revenge, not even attempting to disguise it. Would the Hall of Justice and the church just let Rebecca do as she pleased? Her accusations are false accusations. I am going to report you to the Hall of Justice, report Rebecca, Groot said loudly. The Hall of Justice guard outside looked down at his own uniform. Then, looking at Groot as if he were a fool, he said, take him away. Any problems you have, you can have your family address it at the Hall of Justice and the council. Groot came from the Marshall family. Their influence was quite significant. Even the guards on duty didn't dare treat Groot the way they would an ordinary person. Go and inform the family about this, Groot turned back and instructed the old butler. The latter nodded in understanding. Then, he followed the guards and walked out. Meanwhile, a similar scene was unfolding in several mansions across the wealthy district. First, they would revoke the senator's status, then they would detain them under some charge. Just like Groot had once reported Liss City for not complying with Federation standards. The senators weren't clean either. It just depended on whether someone pursued it or not. At that moment, all of Silver Wing City exploded. Not just the senators, every power broker understood that Rebecca had gone mad. She was starting to avenge the grievances she had suffered over so many years. Groups of guards were hurrying along the streets. Mansion after mansion was broken into, and the once prestigious senators were hauled onto carriages. On the other side, after dealing with Doherty, Fang Hao immediately returned to the main city. He rushed to the wishing well. Having talked with Doherty for so long, the two had reached some mutually beneficial deals. 5 wind organ cannons had been traded for 200,000 commercial street property deeds. 1,000 sets of defense gear had been exchanged for a corresponding quantity of potions, minerals, and various supplies. The Federation, being burdened with a huge debt, couldn't offer anything too good. Fang Hao hadn't been too concerned. After all, the debt was owed to him. After seeing off Doherty, Fang Hao still wanted to continue teasing Rolana. He always felt that although she was still icy, his little antics weren't resisted by her. Their relationship was developing rather quickly. But suddenly, he remembered the wishing well. Glancing at his calculated time, the refreshing time of the wishing well had already passed 2 days ago. Putting aside his romantic impulses for the moment, he directly activated the teleportation screen and ran back. He had just returned to the domain. His feet had barely stopped when he rushed towards the wishing well. He opened the construction page. Dragon Crystal 45. Material: Bloodstone 100/100, high success rate. As was the custom, he said a prayer. He mentioned all the deities from the modern world and this world's gods of light and harvest. Immediately, he selected confirm. After a few seconds of stillness, the sound of splashing water was heard. Using the wishing well for the third time was still a success. 45 dragon crystals scattered within the pool. He called over the patrolling skeleton soldiers, took all the dragon crystals to the warehouse. He also headed to the skeleton conversion field, immediately using these dragon crystals to enhance the defense of the main city. After confirming the recruitment, 404 bone dragons appeared in a flash of light, settling on the open spaces around. Taking the newly recruited bone dragons out of the city, he also made armor for the bone dragons. Within the domain, the number of bone dragons had reached 1506. It should have been 1510, but 4 were lost during the attack on the Great Cemetery. This caused the numbers to end up odd again. The bone dragons and aerial ships left at the Great Cemetery were also on their way back. In a few days, he could distribute the aerial ships, allowing each region to open air routes and sell their local specialties. Once the skeleton blacksmith had helped all the newly recruited bone dragons wear their gear, Fang Hao ordered them all to enter the troop hiding cave to stand by. After dealing with the wishing well and the bone dragons, Fang Hao had finished the most urgent business and breathed a sigh of relief. If not for the fact that Era and the others couldn't use the transmigrator's privileges, he would have passed it off to the maids. Now, this wishing well had him tied to it. He had to come back and make a wish every 7 days. Damn it. Muttering under his breath, he walked back. Passing through buildings, his gaze fell on the unique building ahead. Sorcery Sanctum. Before leaving, he had used the Sorcery Sanctum to upgrade his skills. Judging by the time, so many days had passed. It should be complete. He stepped forward and directly entered the building properties page. Sorcery Sanctum. Receivable: Bone Manipulation Technique, God's Presence. Indeed, it was complete. Fang Hao confirmed receipt. The next second, 2 dark gray beams of light directly entered his body. Just like the effect of learning a skill scroll. Then immediately, a system prompt appeared near his ear. Bone Manipulation Technique upgraded to level 2, mobility when controlling skeleton undead plus 7%, all attributes plus 5%. God's Presence upgraded to level 2, skill range plus 50%, number of targets plus 1, control body compatibility plus 20%. The prompts of skill enhancement made Fang Hao frown slightly. The enhancement of bone manipulation technique was easy to understand. It was a mere increase in bonuses. But the content of God's Presence was somewhat complex. God's Presence, for Fang Hao, was an immensely helpful skill. The skill effect was also very simple, allowing his body to stay in a safe place while his consciousness attached to an ordinary skeleton. It was also because of this skill that he was able to speed up his exploration of various dangerous regions. For them, transmigrators, unknown areas had claimed too many lives. Later, the forces began to grow explosively, and local explorations turned into large-scale power struggles. The opportunities to use God's Presence became much fewer. Currently, the usage of God's Presence had shifted from controlling ordinary skeletons to controlling demon dolls. This spared him from having to learn the cumbersome thread control techniques like those in the Demon's Note. Now that God's presence had upgraded to level 2, its effect had improved somewhat. Skill range plus 50%. This was easy to understand. God's presence had a range, and as the distance increased, the consumption of spiritual power also increased. Exceeding the range would cause it to fail. Additional target plus 1. This effect, Fang Hao was not sure whether it was the same as he had imagined. Thinking it over, he directly sat down on a wooden chair nearby. He cast God's presence. The next second, a skeleton warrior that passed by in front of him ignited its soul fire within its eye sockets. Fang Hao's consciousness descended upon it. But in his mind, he felt that he could control a second one. With a thought, the skeleton warrior by his side also ignited its soul fire within the eye sockets. In Fang Hao's mind, it was as if he had split screens up like on a monitor. They saw each other and also saw himself slumped on the wooden chair nearby. Indeed, it really was the imagined, plus 1 foot, his consciousness could descend upon to Undead. As for compatibility, there was no need to verify further, it dealt with the compatibility of the control targets. The higher the compatibility, the more agile the movements, and the lower the consumption of spiritual power. He released God's presence. The soul fire of the 2 skeletons extinguished. He hurried back into the patrol team to continue his duties. Fang Hao came to his senses from the wooden chair, feeling quite amazed. He then released a demon doll and cast God's presence. He could immediately control the body of the demon doll. The demon doll, different from the ordinary skeleton. While controlling the doll, he would not lose control over himself. And now upon casting, not only could he control the demon doll, he himself could also maintain control, and he also felt in his mind. He could control another one. With a thought, the skeleton warrior that had run far away ignited its soul fire within the eye sockets again. It left the group and walked back. But when switching to skeleton, he instantly lost consciousness and fell down again. So that's how it was used. As long as he controlled a skeleton, he would lose consciousness. He wondered what effect controlling 2 demon dolls would have. He was quite satisfied with these 2 upgrades. Having understood enough, Fang Hao immediately released them all and sat up again. The skeleton warrior then casually looked around and hurriedly caught up with its patrol team. He continued to check the sorcery sanctum. 2 skills could still be upgraded. Bone Manipulation Technique Level 2. Shadowstone 8, Essence of Magic 3, Skeleton Troops 10, Warfire Coins 500. God's Presence Level 2. Shadowstone 40, Essence of Magic 15, Skeleton Troops 150, Warfire Coins 3000. The skill upgrades required significantly more materials. After choosing the Skeleton Warrior for the consumed skeleton troops, he confirmed the upgrade. The building once again rose up in a glow and displayed a countdown. Bone Manipulation Technique Level 2, 119 hours 59 minutes. God's Presence Level 2, 335 hours 59 minutes. He calculated in his mind. Bone Manipulation Technique 5 days, God's Presence 14 days. It was acceptable. As the skills upgraded themselves, Fang Hao continued walking back. He returned to the Lord's mansion. As soon as he stepped into the hallway, he saw 2 figures rapidly pouncing toward him. Mystera, Era and Little White, one on the left and one on the right, clung to his waist, eagerly burrowing into his embrace. Behind them, Red Fruit, Round, and a few other maids were also waiting with wide eyes, looking at him joyfully. All right, I'm back. Fang Hao gently patted the backs of the 2 women. The 2 women let go, and Fang Hao continued, anyone want to go to the hot springs? Yes. The maids cheered. The next morning dawned. I lay my thigh and arm aside, stretched lazily, and rolled out of bed. Glancing at the figure on the bed, I muttered to myself, fairies sucking the soul from a man, indeed it's true. After a quick wash, I continued my morning exercise. As I passed by the Viscera Museum, I stopped in my tracks, then stepped back. And walked straight in. Inside the museum, the funeral priests were still busy with their tasks. Seeing Fang Hao enter, they all bowed in salute. My lord. How's the orc corpse that was sent over a couple of days ago? Fang Hao asked. Nelson had not yet returned, and only the corpse which knew the ritual of conversion. So Fang Hao worried that in this season, the corpse might rot or cause some contagious disease. One of the funeral priests said, "My lord, we have already cleaned the corpse's viscera, dehydrated and reshaped it. It can be preserved for a long time. We just need to wait for Scholar Nelson's return, and direct spell release ritual and final embalming can be done." "Oh, how many corpses are there?" 3 hero corpses were sent over, the funeral priest answered. Fang Hao nodded and swept a glance at the hall. In the corner, there were several piles of white bones. These white bones belonged to the undead heroes whose soul fires Queen Amanda had extinguished during the assault on the Great Cemetery. The undead heroes, their soul fire extinguished, could no longer be transformed into heroes. But they could be turned into demon dolls. The method for crafting demon dolls was also in Nelson's hands, and he too needed to return. Now with Nelson not around, the work in the Viscera Museum had come to a halt. Turning his gaze away, Fang Hao directly opened the Book of Lords and sent a private message to Dong Jiayu. "Jiayu, haven't you finished over there yet? Has Amanda kidnapped you or something?" Fang Hao asked half-jokingly. "Soon," Dong Jiayu sent back a reply. She said, "Queen Amanda is mobilizing troops to reclaim the various cities within the region. These past few days, she's brought back a large population to the Federation, so it's been quite busy." After the successful restoration of her kingdom, there were still a large number of cities and villages within the region unaware of the fall of Blackhorn City. Amanda needed to organize forces to either persuade them to surrender or capture them. To have all cities and villages in the region recognize Amanda's authority. But bringing people back from the Federation, what was that about? Doherty certainly hadn't agreed to compensate with people. Unable to figure it out, I had to ask, "What people, where are they from?" Dong Jiayu answered, "Oh, remember the recent attack on Santerberg?" Afterward, Amanda had populations from nearby villages brought over to fill the demographic void in the region. In fact, after capturing Santerberg, Amanda had the capability to continue and take the second city. The reason for the slowdown in the offensive was largely due to relocating the surrounding villagers. She knew time was of the essence and that Fang Hao might order her to stop the assault at any moment. Thus, she intentionally gave the Federation army time to breathe, deliberately slowing down the Federation's sense of urgency regarding the war. It dragged on for a whole day. During this time, Amanda had the troops relocate all the villagers nearby. And took them directly back into the Anglina region. Even if the Federation pursued the matter later, with the people untraceable and the Federation's inability to retaliate, they'd have no choice but to accept the loss in silence. "How many people?" Fang Hao asked. Having Amanda handle tasks turned me into just another piece on the board. She indeed acted according to my requests, but she often managed to do more than what was originally planned. And I couldn't find fault with that or use it as an excuse to blame her. She was too hard to control. Probably more than 2,000 villagers, and over 10,000 captive soldiers, Dong Jiayu said. The number of villagers seems reasonable, like that of 3 or 4 villages. The captive soldiers would likely be ransomed back by the Federation. So, no big problem there. "Is Amanda with you?" Fang Hao continued to inquire. "I'll go over now. Tell me what your message is, and I'll pass it to her." Ask her when she is letting you return." Fang Hao sent another message. About 20 minutes later, Dong Jiayu responded, "Queen Amanda says there are still several cities and areas to recover. It should take about half a month before we can return. Another half month. The time it takes to pacify the territories is longer than the time taken to capture them." Fang Hao pondered for a moment, then asked further, "Tell Amanda that the main city captured Furious Lion City, and we need Nelson back here to preside over the Viscera Museum." Queen Amanda says that's all right, she can send Nelson back right now. This time Amanda agreed readily, without making up reasons to keep Nelson there. And that makes sense. The main city here, too, needed its share of heroes to stand guard. She couldn't possibly transfer them all to her side. After confirming his location, Fang Hao directly released a teleportation screen, and the next second, Nelson, clad in a black robe with golden patterns, walked out from the screen. Looking around at his surroundings, he bowed to Fang Hao, "My lord." You've worked hard, Scholar Nelson, Fang Hao said softly. "It's what I ought to do, my lord." Fang Hao nodded and continued, "The territory has taken Furious Lion City. We have a few hero corpses here that need Scholar Nelson's attention." Nelson glanced towards the room where the corpses were stored. "Good, I will prepare the curse release ritual right away." Besides the corpses, there are a few bones without souls that will be turned into demon dolls later on. "Yes, my lord." Nelson bowed slightly again. Then, he started to direct a group of funeral priests to prepare a variety of materials and goods. They were preparing to perform the dispelling ritual. After leaving the Viscera Museum, they went straight back to the Lord's mansion. The maids had already begun their work, and Aira had prepared breakfast. Aira's cooking was truly exquisite, with all the dishes on the table being favorites. As they ate, Aira continued, "During the days you were away, the Lizard Queen made numerous requests to visit. Since you were not here, Master Dujin did not allow her to come over." Fang Hao put a piece of shrimp into his mouth and asked, "To buy equipment?" She mentioned looking at equipment, but it seemed more like she was here to see Demetria, Little White added from the side. "Ah, that's right. The Lizard Queen really does value Demetria," Fang Hao conceded, finding Little White's observations reasonable. After all, there was no need for her to visit so frequently just for equipment. More likely, she was here to see Demetria. It seemed that the Queen had truly taken a liking to Demetria. "Demetria and the Queen, is it possible?" Little White continued to inquire. While eating, Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, "One is a queen, and the other is an orange hero. If the two of them are willing, there shouldn't be a big problem. But, they haven't met many times, have they? Love at first sight is also very possible. Maybe the Queen likes the kind of cool yet steady man that Demetria is. Then, could the Queen have several men?" Fang Hao was startled by the question. Well, it was indeed possible. When the time comes, it will be up to Demetria. If he's willing, then we'll have to let Demetria be the leader of the harem, he said. Right. Influenced by serialized novels, terms like harem and vying for favor had broadened the knowledge of words and postures among the maids. Now, talking with Fang Hao felt more like a modern conversation. They finished a simple breakfast. The dishes were cleared away. Fang Hao took out bottles of potions from his storage space and placed them on the table. Aira, these are the Intermediate Physique Enhancing Potion, Ephemeral Years Potion, and Piercing Spirit Medicine. When the time comes, distribute one bottle per person. They are all for your training use, he said. The types of potions mainly included three kinds. Intermediate Physique Enhancing Potion, Ephemeral Years Potion, Piercing Spirit Medicine. The Intermediate Physique Enhancing Potion was an enhanced version designed to increase the consumer's physique, actually belonging to the same category as the Demon Dragon Potion, only its effects were not as potent. The second, Ephemeral Years Potion, was a level 3 potion that increased the efficiency of all forms of training. The third kind, Piercing Spirit Medicine, was a level 4 potion. Even with a 30% discount from the Alchemy Association, each bottle still cost 720 Warfire coins. Its effect was to enhance training intuition and the chance of comprehending skills. These were potions purchased from the Alchemy Association. They were only a part of what was intended for the training use of these rabbit girls. Whether it was the Tauren clan or the Spiderlings clan, even though both had individuals who improved rapidly, Fang Hao trusted most those rabbit and fox girls around himself. After all, there was a contract involved, and the lowest loyalty they now had was 98, with the rest at 100. If there was anyone to prioritize for training, it was certainly those he trusted. As for the other races, Fang Hao would also introduce these potions in subsequent regional merchandise for members of various races to purchase. Once Aira understood the effects of the potions, she nodded and stored them away. Even though she knew that the potions were expensive, the master was doing it for their well-being. Still, the thought of training was somewhat distressing. Training was not an easy task. Thank you, master, Aira said with gratitude. Fang Hao nodded, Hold off on using the piercing medicine until Angia returns, then start using that potion. Oh, I see. By the way, how is Millie doing now? What level is she at? I haven't seen her for a long time, Fang Hao asked. Millie was the petite, white, lop-eared rabbit maid with a disproportionately ample figure, almost exaggeratedly so. But unquestionably, Millie possessed a high aptitude for combat and had always been the fastest among the maids to advance in ranks. Fang Hao had arranged for Millie to participate in some actual combat with Grey Bear. After the Grey Bear tribe dissolved, Millie was assigned to the Orc City to collect furs. With the winter gone, there had been no sign of her. Aira smiled and said, Millie stayed in Tazgo City. I heard she's learning from Bronze Bull Taylock. Oh, in Tazgo City, huh? Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, all right, first distribute the potions to everyone, and then I'll head over to Furious Lion City and I'll visit Millie as well. Yes, Master. Aira agreed. Then, pulling Little White along, she walked out with the potions. After giving instructions to Aira, Fang Hao called Demetria and told him that during the days he was away, the Lizardmen Queen had come over several times. It's likely she was there to see him. He took a special look and noticed that there wasn't much change in Demetria. His head was covered with a helmet, and with the blue scales, it was impossible to tell any expression. But judging from Demetria's lack of any rebuttal, he probably didn't have a bad impression of the Lizardmen Queen. These days, go have a look on the side of the Holy Empire. The merchants within the region are setting up. Have a chat with the Queen, Fang Hao said. Demetria was startled. Then he understood and nodded. Thank you, my lord. Yes, the territory is expanding, and a solid ally is essential, Fang Hao continued. Understood, my lord. The two had a brief chat. Fang Hao activated the teleportation and headed to Furious Lion City. Stepping out from the light screen, he was already in the City Lord's Hall of Furious Lion City. It was still the wild orc design style, with swords, antlers, and other decorations hanging all around the walls. City Lord. At that moment, a muffled voice came from the entrance. A Tauren guard, with a large axe on his back, was looking over here. Where are Bronze Bull and Angia? Fang Hao asked. The Tauren guard immediately answered, my lord, please wait a moment, I will call the clan leader and Miss Angia right away. Good. Go ahead, Fang Hao nodded. The Tauren guard turned and left, leaving Fang Hao and Demetria alone. Fang Hao glanced at the empty hall. He went straight toward the throne at the front. The moment he sat down, a system prompt popped up before his eyes. Furious Lion City has become your subsidiary city. You may rename the city here, command over its 6 subsidiary villages and camps. The Orc society is divided like this. Each city is in a state of independence, warring and plundering each other. If the Orcs could be unified and have stable order, with their numbers spread far and wide, they could absolutely become a top-tier force. Instead of being a faction even worse than the Human Federation. Furious Lion City. City level. Level 11 Native City. Attributes. Orc reproduction plus 15%, Ore mining plus 10%, Livestock industry plus 20%, Commerce plus 5%, Furious Lion clan bloodline plus 10%. Description. A city with attributes can bring various kinds of benefits, speeding up the construction and development of the city. Like Tazgo City, Furious Lion City is also a level 11 city. On the attribute side, it has increased ore mining and the livestock industry. It's considered a standard orc city. The only difference is the last item. There's an added Furious Lion clan bloodline plus 10%. Furious Lion clan bloodline enhances the chances of talents and heroes emerging from this clan. Well, this Furious Lion clan has really managed Furious Lion City as its own exclusive tribe, adding a unique attribute to the city. Moreover, it looks like the Furious Lion clan's bloodline is not ordinary at all. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside. Bronze Bull Taylock, Angia, and several orcs strode in. Seeing Fang Hao on the throne, they saluted in unison, City Lord. Fang Hao had just closed the Book of Lords and looked up. Yes, please take a seat. The Bronze Bull and a few others sat down on the seats nearby. Among those taking a seat, besides some orcs he recognized, he could also see orcs with particularly lush fur and strong physiques. Fang Hao had never seen the Furious Lion clan before, but he could confirm their identity from their appearance. His gaze swept over them briefly. He continued looking at Bronze Bull and asked, "How is it going? Is everything stable here?" Bronze Bull nodded. "My lord, everything has already stabilized. The stability of Orc City." This was referring to military control and that the city's residents wouldn't gather to rebel. As long as these two conditions were met, one could say control over the city was assured. As for the subsequent restoration of normal order, that would have to happen gradually. Among orcs, the law of the jungle prevailed. Constantly shifting between victor and vanquished, they could quickly accept reality. "Good. Everyone else can leave for now. Bronze Bull and Angia, you stay," Fang Hao said. The group of orcs all paid their respects and then left. In the hall, only 4, including Demetria, remained. Fang Hao continued to inquire, "How did the attack on Furious Lion City go? Was it smooth?" Angia replied, "Smoothly. We took the city in one night, and nothing out of the ordinary happened." While she wasn't in sole command, it was the first battle Angia had led. She still wanted to boast a little. Fang Hao nodded, then asked, "What about the city lord here? What have you done with them?" Bronze Bull glanced at Angia. She, with her large eyes rolling, said, "The city lord was a Furious Lion Orange tier hero. I feared that if his injuries healed, we'd likely face danger from him, so I killed him." Her reasoning sounded logical, but one looking at Angia's constantly shifting eyes would know there was a personal grudge involved to some extent. But it didn't matter. Part of the reason Fang Hao had let Angia lead the campaign was indeed to seek revenge for her. He still remembered the story Angia once told him. She was lucky to be alive and healthy today. It was thanks to the strength of her own Fighting Tooth bloodline, otherwise, she would have died outside long ago. "How is the Furious Lion clan faring now? Is there any danger?" Fang Hao continued. The city's attributes included bonuses from the Furious Lion clan. If the Furious Lion clan could be controlled, it could be a viable path for cultivation. After some thought, Bronze Bull was the first to speak. "The Furious Lion clan lost most of their manpower. There are barely 1,000 members left in the tribe now. They seem quite cooperative at the moment and aren't showing any signs of seeking revenge or resisting." 1,000 members was not a small number. "Okay. Observe them for a while, make sure they don't cause any trouble." "Yes, my lord." Fang Hao went on to ask, "Telok, who do you think would be better to serve as the city lord here?" Angia was clearly not the right fit to be the city lord. And as for Bronze Bull, not only was he currently the city lord of Tazgo City, but he also had to look after Bronze Bull City and Manam Market afterward. Furious Lion City, located at the edge of Orc territory, needed a city lord to oversee it. After some contemplation, Bronze Bull said, "My lord, there aren't many fitting candidates. Miss Domina and Letos are possible choices. A spiderling hero, Domina. With her personality and status, she wasn't suited to manage such a large city. And Letos was the clan leader of a tribe subordinate to Tazgo City, Toxic Crow, Letos. A blue-tier hero, his abilities were all related to poison and poisoning. He also wasn't quite fit to become a city lord." After thinking it through, Fang Hao finally said, "Telok, for now, you will oversee here, and let Letos temporarily manage Tazgo City. When I find someone suitable later, I'll have you return there." Bronze Bull had been reassigned too often. People who had a good reputation and strength among the orcs were truly few. He was credible enough to take over the city at this time. The orcs in the city would also find it easier to trust him. "Yes, my lord, I'll arrange everything properly," Bronze Bull nodded in response. Fang Hao smiled, "Thank you for your hard work, Telok." "It is my duty, my lord." Bronze Bull didn't mind at all. As the territory rapidly expanded, the number of heroes was also growing. Being continually trusted was good in his eyes. Similarly, Bronze Bull City, with the main city's support, was developing rapidly. Paved streets, flower beds, fountains. Even now, Bronze Bull City was no worse off than Tazgo City or Furious Lion City. It all relied on Fang Hao's support, and furthermore, there was a group of young bulls in his tribe quickly rising through the ranks, who would later advance in the main city. After chatting for a bit, Angia played host, showing Fang Hao and Demetria around the city, describing how things were when she had been away and how they are now, telling stories of who had bullied her and who had come to apologize with gifts these past few days. She talked without halt. Fang Hao also noticed a change in Angia. She had advanced to Tier 10. Fighting Tooth. Angia, Blue Tier 10 hero. Angia, you are Tier 10 now, exclaimed Fang Hao. Ah, didn't I tell you? I advanced just a couple of days ago, Angia casually said. In fact, Angia's capabilities were already falling behind the pace of the territory's development. In the main city, there was Blackstone Training Ground, previously acquired from the Demon Alchemist, training-related potions. It was also provided to Angia. But in the end, she was stuck at Tier 9. No matter what, she couldn't advance further, but this time, perhaps because she had overcome her mental block, Fang Hao saw that her attributes had reached Tier 10 when he checked. Great, you can advance when we get back. Seeing Fang Hao more excited than herself, Angia's face turned slightly red, and she said with a bit of shyness, "What's the big deal? I'm not an idiot. Is advancing that exciting?" Haha, not stupid at all. When we get back, let Aira make you something delicious. Really? I want to eat oil-braised water lizards. Where did you hear about that? The group strolled around the city once. There were no special buildings, nor any noteworthy scenery. It could only be considered an ordinary city. Even less than what they had gained when they attacked Tazgo City. After all, back then, they had obtained a Blackstone training ground, which could improve the training efficiency of the orc race. They returned to the city lord's mansion. Angia immediately had someone bring over the items she had looted. 5 chests filled with gold and silver treasures, and 1 golden treasure chest. He directly took the treasure chests. Then, he opened the golden treasure chest. A blaze of light instantly appeared. Obtained. White Steel Tiger's Claw Blueprint, Blue Furious Lion Assault Helmet Blueprint, Blue Furious Lion Assault Armguards Blueprint, Blue Furious Lion Assault Breastplate Blueprint, Blue Furious Lion Assault Greaves Blueprint, Blue Wood-themed Barrier Blueprint, Green Ronka Rocking Chair 1, Hero Recruitment Scroll Purple, Beast Tooth Stone 105, Warfire Coin 211. Blueprints scattered on the ground around them. Even if most of them were blue, the quality of this chest was very high. It was probably close to platinum. Fang Hao was familiar with the White Steel Tiger's Claw. It was what Angia used at the beginning. It was worn on the finger. It was a rather niche weapon. Angia had already switched to an orange pair of gauntlets, and her previous White Steel Tiger's Claw had been placed on the weapon rack and collected. The blueprints below were for the Furious Lion Assault set, a 3rd-tier blue set for defense. The set was Assault, instantly increasing attack speed and critical hit rate. It was still a pretty good piece of equipment. But blue equipment was quite common in Fang Hao's hands by now. Both Orc and Undead had several sets with different properties. And for important trusted aides, like Fang Hao's own, Rebecca's, and those around Dong Jiayu, they had already started switching to the Purple Temple Guardians set. These blueprints, at most, were just expansion blueprints and could also be sold on the channel. The grid window blueprint and the rocking chair weren't particularly special. He cataloged all the blueprints. His gaze then fell on the final hero recruitment scroll. This was the most valuable reward in the chest. After thinking for a moment, he stored the scroll in his storage space to recruit heroes once he returned. After handling the matters here, he talked with Bronze Bull for a moment, then directly activated the teleportation. Taking Demetria and Angia with him, he left for Tazgo City. In Tazgo City, he summoned Toxic Crow, Letos, and asked him to temporarily manage Tazgo City. Being entrusted with such responsibility suddenly, Letos was very excited. His loyalty jumped by 5 points, going from 82 to 87. He saluted continuously, assuring that he would do well. The bottles filled with colorful potions jangled at his waist, and Fang Hao was worried that Letos might break them and accidentally poison himself. After encouraging him a couple of times, Fang Hao let him leave. Then, Fang Hao met with Millie, the rabbit girl who, up to now, still hadn't returned to the main city. Ah, master. Millie glanced around and exclaimed in surprise, throwing herself towards him. Fang Hao steadied her head and pinched her chubby cheeks, saying, well, nobody to supervise you, and you've become a ball. Millie, Tier 9 orc warrior. She, among the maids, had the most combat talent. And had already reached Tier 9. No way, I'm learning city management with clan leader Bronze Bull, Millie defended. Wait and come back with me, you've been running around too much, Fang Hao said softly, giving her a mild reprimand. In the main city, with the Blackstone training ground, plus potions, Millie could quickly become a hero. Wandering outside all the time seemed to slow her progression. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten so fat. Oh, okay then. Main city. Sister Era, I won't dare to do it again. A series of slapping sounds was followed by Millie's pained pleas for mercy. Deciding for herself to stay in Tazgo City without sending any messages clearly infuriated the elder sister, Era. Upon returning, she had dragged Millie to the backyard for a spanking. Elsewhere, Fang Hao took Angia and went straight to the merit training ground. Keep a calm mind, just do your best, Fang Hao instructed. The advancement of a hero is something the outside world cannot interfere with. Nor can they bring any divine artifacts or scrolls, everything relies on oneself. If the requirements are met, advancement is possible, if not, one can only try again next time. Yeah, I got it, but what reward will you give me if I advance? Angia asked while walking. What do you want? Aside from eating those strange and unusual things, Fang Hao stressed. After a moment of thought, Angia said, I want my own aerial ship, and then I want to take Lori and the others to have fun. An aerial ship, No big deal. Alright, as long as you pass, you'll get one exclusively for you. I also want to go to the Trade Alliance headquarters for fun, with Lori, Angia continued. Sure. And I want a golden cloak. That's fine too. Wait, didn't you say just one reward? Last one. I want to stay with you tonight. Alright, let's try what we did last time, I promise it won't be painful. At this, Angia's face turned slightly red. She pinched him on the waist and said no more. The two made their way to the merit training ground, where Fang Hao handed over the prepared hero certificate and 500 warfire coins to her. Don't be nervous, just be at your best, Fang Hao said. Angia nodded, walked to the center of the testing ground, and disappeared under a shroud of light. After Angia disappeared, Fang Hao did not leave right away. Instead, he took out the purple recruitment scroll he had obtained in Furious Lion City. Planning to use this time to employ the scroll, to see what kind of hero he could summon. With so many heroes in his territory now, purple heroes were not urgently needed. Thinking about it, the potential threat the territory could face was from the Dragon Clan. Being a naturally top-tier race, the dragons still posed a significant threat. Come on, aerial hero, aerial hero, aerial hero, he prayed silently 3 times. Do you want to use the hero recruitment scroll? Using it will randomly recruit one purple hero. Use it. Then, the scroll in his hand emitted a faint glow and slowly dissipated like burning paper. The next second, a complex array appeared on the vacant ground before him. Under the cover of the purple light, a figure slowly rose from the ground. Damn, it has a tail. In the dim outlines, he could make out the silhouette of a thick tail. Those with such tails are lizardmen and the Dragon Clan. As the intense light began to fade, the outline became clearer. Fang Hao's smile also faded as he surmised from the figure that it probably was not a member of the Dragon Clan. Could it be another lizardman? Not that there was anything wrong with lizardmen, but comparatively, he was hoping for a Dragon Clan hero. The light dissipated. Quite an odd figure appeared before Fang Hao. He instinctively took a step back. This was a female. A humanoid hero with the upper body of a woman and the lower body of a serpentine tail, covered in fine scales. She had 4 slender arms, each wrist adorned with golden bracelets. Exposed collarbones and waist, and only the critical areas of her chest covered with 2 golden bras, armor. Black, dense long hair, mischievous eyes, and pale purple lips. Locking eyes with her felt like being stared at by a venomous snake. Seductive, dangerous, deep sea embrace. Himiko, purple tier 8 hero. Damn it, a snake woman now. Embrace of the deep sea. Beiyahu, purple tier 8 hero. Faction. Sea tribe. Template. Purple. Racial traits. Living creatures. Amphibious. Soul of the sea tribe. Legion skills. Source of magic. Ride the wind and waves. Remote command. Mage commander. Skills. Wave cut sword. Mirror image. Soothe. Tsunami. Water grave. Blizzard. Summon water elemental. Fixed skills. Advanced strength mastery. Advanced swordsmanship mastery. Domain hydromastery. Domain water elemental mastery. Soul of the sea tribe, protected by the Great Sea, in river and ocean environments, all attributes plus 15%, innately proficient in water elemental magic, able to quickly learn and master water elemental magic. Ride the wind and waves. The army led by this unit, in river, lake, and ocean environments, has plus 50% movement speed. Wave cut sword active, slice through the wind and waves, dealing an extra 80% water elemental damage. Mirror image active, condense up to 4 controlled mirror elements, with the mirror elements inheriting 30% of the original's attack power. Soothe active, the singing voice can charm all surrounding enemies into a peaceful, stunned state. The singing is affected by distance, enemy willpower affects the charm effect, and the charm fails if damage is taken. Tsunami active, a massive wave crashes against the enemy, drenching all enemy forces and dealing 180% magic damage. Terrain conditions. Rivers, lakes, oceans. Water grave active, condenses a water prison to trap enemies within, inflicting continuous water pressure damage and suffocation damage. Undead units are not affected by suffocation. Blizzard active, creates a blizzard in the battlefield area, dealing 270% magic damage to enemies. Soaked units enter a frostbitten state. Summon water elemental active, can summon up to 4 water elementals to assist in battle. Description. In a tavern filled with the foul stench of filth, tales of Beiyahu circulate, telling of when countless sailboats enter that cursed rocky sea. The helmsmen are bewitched, slowly bringing the vessels closer to the cliffs. Notorious pirates, under the leadership of Beiyahu, board the ships, piercing everyone's hearts with icy spears and plundering all their cargo before feeding their corpses to the monsters of the deep sea. If you wish to set sail, never forget, in addition to praying to the sea god, to be wary of Beiyahu as well. After reading the hero's attributes, Fang Hao's brows instantly furrowed. It was clear that the hero before him was a water elemental mage. Being of the sea tribe, all her skills were related to water as well. Especially the soul of the sea tribe, protected by the Great Sea, where all attributes increase by 15% in rivers and oceans. This racial trait alone made it stronger than most other races. But the problem was, this was land, and there was a river outside the city. But that river was too small, fine for washing clothes or catching a couple of fish. It definitely wasn't suitable for battles to occur. Then there was the freshwater lake near Fulé, which now had been turned into a fish pond. Enemies were unlikely in a freshwater lake on land, there was no need for a hero. He did need a mage hero. But not the kind of mage who could only show her full strength at sea. Holding back his torrent of complaints, he continued to look at her skills. Wave cut sword was a melee skill, which Fang Hao guessed had something to do with her 4 arms. One for the magic wand, the rest could wield swords. Mirror image, a skill of cloning, could create 4 clones with 30% of one's own combat power. That was a decent ability that could make a difference in battle and could also help one escape when in danger. Soothe was the legendary siren's song, capable of beguiling people. According to the game, it was a control skill. The subsequent skills, Tsunami, and Water Grave, were all water elemental magic. Tsunami had restrictions, requiring river, lake, or sea to unleash, but Water Grave had no such constraints. It didn't require much water and was meant to trap and damage enemies, a combination of control and offensive skills. Blizzard seemed more like an ultimate move. The previous skills featured the characteristic of wetting the enemy, and Blizzard added a state where soaked units would become frostbitten. It was a skill that matched well with the rest. Last was Summon Water Elemental, a skill Fang Hao was very familiar with and didn't need to look at further. After studying her attributes and skills, Fang Hao still glanced at the character description below. And with that look, his frown deepened even more. My goodness, what bad luck I have, to have recruited a villain. This wasn't his first time using a recruitment scroll, having recruited heroes from various factions before. But previous heroes, though from different factions, didn't have a clear distinction between good and evil. They all fought for their countries and forces. It was hard to label them as good or bad individuals. But this snake woman was different. She was simply a villain, a pirate, a leader who lured ships close, then looted their goods and killed all aboard. At that moment, Fang Hao looked up to find the snake woman staring back at him. In her gaze, aside from curiosity, there was a hint of malicious malevolence. As if she was contemplating how to best deal with this person to maximize her own benefits. Fang Hao was about to speak. When the snake woman's purple lips parted slightly, a melodious hum surged forth instantaneously. Fang Hao's mind went blank for a moment. Instinctively, he started walking forward. Being a mage himself, and with his body fortified by various potions, he was comparable to a hero in strength. It was just a momentary lapse before he snapped back to reality. Shocked, he realized she had dared to use a skill on him. Looking towards her, the snake woman was swaying her tail, swiftly approaching him. Fang Hao was startled and immediately started to back away. As the distance between the two sides grew ever closer, a gust of wind blew by Fang Hao's side, and Angia's figure leapt past him, heading straight for the snake woman. The snake woman's expression altered, as her body slithered on the ground like a snake, rapidly increasing the distance between them. At the same time, she extended her hand and beckoned. 4 figures, identical to her, appeared to block Angia, who was in hot pursuit. Detecting the skill released before her, Angia also recognized it was a clone ability. With a straight punch and a whip kick, she instantly shattered 2 of the clones, leaving only traces of water on the ground. Meanwhile, the snake woman took the opportunity to widen the gap even further. Gathering her magic power once again, 4 water elementals appeared before her. Water bullets launched from the water elementals, hurtling towards Angia. Angia's body was also exceedingly nimble, she dodged while swiftly moving in on the remaining mirror images. Another straight punch, an elbow strike, and she burst the head of another clone. Fang Hao, observing the scene before him, also recognized the danger posed by the snake woman. Pulling out his magic wand, he began to gather his own magic. The multi-headed fire python and the flame spider took form, launching attacks at the enemy. At the same time, skills like the thunder spear bombarded the opposition. Angia engaged in close combat, while Fang Hao bombarded the enemy with long-range fire and thunder magic. In an instant, they suppressed the enemy's offensive. But at that moment, dense footsteps surrounded them. Demetria, Frederick, and a host of undead surged like a tide, closing in from all directions. Encircling them so tightly, there was no escape. Angia retreated back to the rear. My lord, what's going on? Demetria, standing before Fang Hao, inquired vigilantly. Fang Hao glanced at the snake woman in front of him and said coldly, "Take her down. If she resists, execute her immediately." Demetria gave a wave of his hand. The skeletons with heavy shields and spears formed a circular barrier, with spears pointing through the gaps of the shields towards the snake woman in the middle, slowly tightening the circle. Around the perimeter, a flood of skeleton archers had their bows drawn and aimed. At a single command, they could ensure that the snake woman in the center would turn into a pile of mush. At this point, the snake woman realized the severity of her situation. Looking around at the dense skeleton soldiers, she knew she had overplayed her hand. She didn't dare make any further movements. Setting aside the few heroes, just the skeleton soldiers currently on land could directly kill her. Standing her ground, she loudly said, I have no ill intentions. As she spoke, her body sank down slightly, resembling the height of a human kneeling. The closing shield wall halted when the spears touched her skin, neither advancing further nor retreating. And the snake woman, tense, found herself unable to move at all. Fang Hao looked at the snake woman and said coldly, were you trying to kill me? No, I would not dare. The snake woman responded. No, more like you didn't succeed. Fang Hao's voice grew even colder. Lashing out with skills from the start couldn't possibly be seen as a friendly gesture. Heroes summoned by recruitment scroll aren't bound by as strict a hero contract as signed heroes. Therefore, Fang Hao had reason to suspect that the snake woman intended to kill him. No, I merely wanted to test your strength, not to take your life, the snake woman spoke again, hastily explaining. I believe you're full of crap, pirate. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords to check the hero's loyalty. Embrace of the Deep. Beiyahu, current loyalty 72 points. Not too high, nor too low. Demetria and Aseti both had quite high loyalty when they were summoned. The lowest before was Nelson, who also had 80 points. But Nelson spoke politely, exuding the air of an old scholar. Unlike this Onia who from the outset released skills and then charged in. If it wasn't for Angia's timely intervention, there was a good chance he would have been in danger. Do you understand your position? Fang Hao continued to ask. The snake woman, still rigid, answered, yes, I am one of your subordinates. So, do you think it's reasonable for a subordinate to attack their leader upon first meeting? Fang Hao asked again. The snake woman tried to speak but, at a loss for words, shut her mouth again. Fang Hao looked at Demetria and Frederick and asked, what do you think we should do with her? The dwarf skeleton hero, Frederick, rubbing his now beardless chin, said, we can kill her. Nelson can turn her corpse into a skeleton hero, that way we can avoid any dangers. That's a good idea. Fang Hao nodded. Demetria also nodded in agreement at the side. It seemed that everyone thought this snake woman was difficult to control and likely to cause problems. As the snake woman listened to their conversation, surrounded on all sides, she felt a tightness in her chest. I'll be damned, all skeletons around and now they want to turn me into one. Are these people demons? Hearing the discussion of the few individuals, the snake woman also became tense. She hurriedly said, it was my fault for breaking the rules just now, I accept the punishment. She did not believe that the other party's words were merely to scare her. After all, this place was densely packed with skeletons. It clearly had some special connection with the undead. Lest they indeed turn her into such a skeleton. Fang Hao, gazing through the gaps in his shield, looked at the body that was straightened by the spears and said, now I have a reason to kill you, give me a reason not to kill you. This. I swear by the sea god that I will not strike you again, said the snake woman, her bewitching eyes glancing at him. Fang Hao slowly raised his arm, about to order her execution. Swearing by the sea god. You, a pirate leader, swear by the sea god. It is dubious whether the sea god acknowledges you as a follower or not. Seeing Fang Hao raise his hand, the snake woman became even more nervous. She continued, I am a hero of the sea tribe, I can swear loyalty to you. My role on the seas and rivers is irreplaceable by other heroes. I can capture many ships and a lot of money for you, just give me some men, and I can bring you treasures and women of every race. Still felt very much like a pirate. Taking money and kidnapping women, it was essentially the same, whether as bandits or pirates. Actually, Fang Hao did not want to kill her, but her previous actions had indeed angered him. Directly using skills on him was an extremely dangerous move. He continued, according to your pirate rules, how should an attempt to assassinate the leader be handled? It wasn't an assassination, just testing your strength, she replied. Fang Hao slightly waved his hand, the skeleton holding the spear stepped forward half a step. The lower half of the snake woman's body, covered in fine scales, indeed had some toughness. As the long spear depressed, her upper body, which was more like human skin, suffered wounds that bled under the force of the spear. The snake woman clenched her teeth, daring not to move her body. She said, death for failed assassination of the leader, but if it's just a challenge, 100 lashes, hanging from a cliff for 3 days to be pecked at by seabirds. This pirate method sure is simple and violent. 100 lashes might take away half of one's life, and hanging there, exposed for 3 days could only be survived by heroes. Fang Hao continued, which category do you think you fall under? The second kind. Fine, then let's go by the second option. Take her to the blood prison, hand her over to Blackthorn, give 100 lashes, then hang her on the gallows to sun for 3 days, Fang Hao declared outright. Yes, my lord, Demetria replied, ordering people to immediately escort the snake woman away. This time, the snake woman did not resist. Perhaps with the current situation, she had no opportunity to resist. Seeing her being taken away, Fang Hao still felt somewhat uneasy. He continued, arrange for 2 Nisbets to go to the blood prison. If she tries to escape, kill her. Yes, Demetria nodded again. Next, the skeleton soldiers departed, and Fang Hao, walking back with Angia. Summoning a pirate was beyond Fang Hao's expectations. Such a personality was indeed troublesome. But fortunately, this snake woman was not as mad as the pirates depicted in films. She knew enough to fear death. She could be kept for further observation. If it doesn't work out, turn her into a skeleton after all. On the way back, he took a careful look at Angia. Fighting Tooth. Angia, purple tier 1 hero. Indeed, she had successfully advanced, although it was just a normal promotion to tier 1, she had also entered the category of purple. In this world's context, purple was also a high-level hero. And after advancing to purple, Angia seemed taller and her body more athletic. Hero advancement was indeed quite beneficial. Then, he opened the Book of Lords to check Angia's attributes. Skills had improved but hadn't changed much. That was good too, stronger was better, she wasn't a mage, why need so many skills? I've advanced, don't forget what you promised me, Angia reminded him, not feeling reassured. There's nothing to forget, I, a wealthy lord, would not deceive you, Fang Hao said outright. Then take me and Lori to play in the trade alliance tonight. Angia said. Fang Hao looked at the time, it's too late today, let's do it in a couple of days. Angia felt that made sense, then give me the aerial ship now, I'll go find Lori. The aerial ship is still on the way back. What about my golden cloak? Wait, let the tailor make it for you. You mother F ***************. Angia burst forth and lunged towards Fang Hao. Fang Hao opened his arms and embraced her, saying, let Era make you something delicious today, we'll take care of the rest later. Angia pulled his hair hard twice, but there was nothing else she could do. In the evening, Era prepared a lavish dinner. She also invited Lori over, holding a small celebration for Angia. Indeed satisfied Angia's slight conceit. And she experienced the joy of family. After dinner, she immediately went with Lori to find the tailor, transforming what was 1 golden cloak into 2, 1 large and 1 small. Make one for Lori as well. This side. Guided by Demetria, Fang Hao walked through the forest and past the gallows. The gallows were located on the edge of the city. Actually, in the main city this side, no one was really hanged. Even murderers were simply chopped with a single stroke and thrown into the transformation yard. The most punishment the maids received was a spanking from Era. They never used the gallows. Passing through rows of buildings. They then arrived at the area with the gallows. From afar, they could see the snake woman hanging, and the 2 Nisbets standing by her side. The gallows had been heightened, and the snake woman's 4 arms were tied up, hanging high in midair. Her snake tail dangled, resembling a hanging python. My lord. The 2 Nisbets saluted. Fang Hao nodded. Yes, thank you for your efforts. Watch over her these few days. Yes, my lord. 101 Nisbets had formed the current team of trusted aides. Using heroes as trusted aides was probably a practice only Fang Hao himself employed. After speaking with the Nisbets, his gaze fell on the snake woman. Full of scars, the bizarre snake woman looked exceptionally miserable and weak. Crimson viscous blood had dyed her body red, which made her colorful scales appear even more bizarre. Only the slight heaving of her chest proved she was still alive. Fang Hao checked her loyalty. Embrace of the Deep Sea, Priestess Himiko, current loyalty 67 points. It was 72 points before, now it had dropped to 67. If it kept dropping like this, she was the one in danger. How is it going? Fang Hao asked. The snake woman weakly lifted her head slightly, opened her eyes a crack to look at him, then closed them again. Fang Hao thought for a moment and continued, "This world is cruel, everyone must be responsible for their own actions, you should be clear about that. As a lord, I will not mistreat anyone under my command, it's my responsibility. Likewise, you also need to take responsibility. So, what are you trying to tell me?" The snake woman asked weakly. "I am telling you that you are no longer a pirate. Comply with the rules here, do what you must, and it will make your life more comfortable," Fang Hao said calmly. The snake woman seemed to want to say more, but eventually, she closed her mouth and merely uttered 3 words, "Got it." Fang Hao did not say anything more, and left the place with Demetria. The snake woman accounted for nothing. Was not Rolana even more insane at the beginning? Eventually, she still integrated into this environment. But the snake woman was different from Rolana. Rolana had the capital to be crazy, and back then, no one could do anything with her. The snake woman's craziness, however, would only lead to her quicker demise. Fang Hao was just reminding her to comply with the rules here, otherwise, a next time would not be as simple as a whipping. After hanging for 3 days, if she was willing to accept this place, Fang Hao naturally would not trouble her over past matters. But if she still did not recognize the kindness, she could only be sent to Nelson. Upon returning to the Book of Lord's residency and soaking in the hot spring, he then went back to his room to rest. Meanwhile, in Lis City, inside a tavern, the painter, Browning, descending the stairs with a rather voluptuous woman, laughing and fooling around. Just as they reached the bottom of the stairs, his steps halted. There were hardly any people drinking at the tables, instead, they were all gathered at the counter. It was rather messy. "What's going on?" Browning pinched the woman's buttocks and asked softly. The woman blushed and coquettishly replied, "Don't you know? The city lord's residence is hiring." Browning was startled. They had just hired workers not so long ago. Why are they hiring again? Not right, if it's hiring, it wouldn't gather this many people. Hiring for what? Browning continued to ask. The woman flirtatiously smiled. "That, I don't know. My job is to serve you well. What they're hiring for has nothing to do with me." Browning affectionately pinched her cheek. With his arm around her, he then walked towards the counter. Just as they approached, they heard someone loudly saying, "The school is hiring teachers. Anyone with a skill can go to the city lord's residence to register, such as reading, writing, accounting, arithmetic. If you know any magic, alchemy, even better." The majority of ordinary people couldn't read. Thus, whether it was the new rules of the city lord's residence or some hiring information, it had to be read or explained to everyone. "What is a school?" someone asked loudly. Browning behind them also listened attentively. The person above, loudly explained, "A school is a place where children can take classes. The city lord and Mrs. Rebecca decided to establish schools so every household's children can go and learn to read. What's the use of that? This means your children will not end up like you, only knowing how to farm and exerting physical labor. They can do many more jobs." The person paused in their tone, then immediately spoke. "No, why am I telling you all this?" He picked up 2 hiring notices again and shouted loudly, "Be clear about it. Those who are strong can go to the Western City construction site. Go build houses of those planning to apply as a teacher. Go register at the city lord's residence." From above explained loudly. Browning below, however, had already become somewhat dazed. School. Teacher. Unlike those who momentarily couldn't understand the usefulness of establishing a school, Browning was the first to realize the audacity of Lis City and Mrs. Rebecca's ambition. This was challenging the entire nobility's power. How dared she do so? Establishing a school, making knowledge no longer exclusive to nobility, wasn't this a challenge to the authority of all nobility? "Dear, what's wrong?" Seeing Browning spacing out, the woman beside him asked softly. "Do you think the school needs an art teacher?" Browning suddenly asked. Probably not, right? Didn't they say it's mainly about literacy and accounting? I don't think painting would be necessary. The woman spoke softly. Then, she understood the implication in Browning's words and exclaimed in surprise, "You want to be a teacher? If I could have this stable job, we could be together every day." Browning tightened his grip on the woman's hand again. The woman's cheeks turned red, and she softly cursed but held the man even tighter. Browning was a well-known painter in the city. Especially after becoming the exclusive painter for the Bone textile store, his reputation grew somewhat. But the demand for paintings in the city was still limited, and the business was sometimes good and sometimes bad, making the quality of life unstable. If he could become a teacher, he would have a stable job. Outside of teaching, it wouldn't interfere with his work painting portraits for the noble lords. A situation that served two purposes at once. Moreover, he wasn't worried about the nobility making things difficult for him. After all, painting didn't involve their power. After confirming the recruitment information again, Browning, embracing the woman's waist, said, "Let's go, let's head home. Not drinking anymore. No more. I need to prepare. Tomorrow I'm going to the city lord's mansion for an interview," he said. Meanwhile, throughout the city's taverns, everyone was paying attention to this matter. People were discussing and analyzing it. Aside from the commoners, the nobles who had received the news were also surprised by Rebecca's decision. How dared she oppose the entire nobility? The next morning, Angia got up very early. Last night's banquet had satisfied her vanity. She had even decided to celebrate her birthday on this day every year from now on. After getting up, Angia started her morning exercises with her maids, including the recently returned Millie and the Blackfoot cat Lori. After a morning run, they trained at the Blackstone training ground amidst laughter. With the aid of potions, and the boost from the Blackstone training ground, the maids' improvement speed was expected to see a significant increase. On Fang Hao's side, after breakfast, he went to see again the still punished Sea Tribe Snake Woman. The Snake Woman's condition was still very weak, but she was not in any life-threatening danger. Even as a magical hero, her physique was still much stronger than ordinary people. On the way back, Fang Hao glanced at the accompanying Demetria and said, "I have no plans to go out today. Later we'll get an item list from Dujin and go talk to Holy Era about the trade between the two sides." Demetria and the Lizardmen Queen had mutual fondness for each other. Fang Hao also thought about creating some opportunities for them to interact. Plus, he couldn't always expect the Lizardmen Queen to take the initiative to seek out Demetria. This side also needed to be more proactive, so as not to make her think this side too proud and difficult to approach. "Understood, my lord. Do I need to be aware of anything regarding the price list?" Demetria asked. Fang Hao shook his head. "No, just casually discuss with them. The specifics will be handled by Dujin and his team later." "Yes, my lord." After returning to the manor, Demetria prepared briefly, then directly went to the lizardmen's territory via the teleportation array. Under the oak tree, Fang Hao lounged in his chair, looking at the newly exchanged novel in his hands. Having been out for so long, he had accumulated quite a lot of content that he could now enjoy all at once. After reading for a while, footsteps sounded from outside the door. He lifted his head to see the tavern keeper, Winnie, looking around curiously as she approached. Full of curiosity, "Innkeeper, what are you looking at? You look like a thief," Fang Hao asked with a smile. The maids, including Aira, had gone to the training ground with Angia. The entire manor was empty, virtually deserted. "This place, it's like a garden. I've never seen it before." Winnie sat down beside him. She was staying temporarily in the city, living in the area reserved for maids. It was her first time seeing the backyard of the manor. "Why didn't you go train with Angia? If you become a hero, not only would your life be extended, but you would also have your own house and wouldn't need to live in a dormitory anymore," Fang Hao continued. Whether it's the rabbit women or the humans like Winnie, training to become a hero was the best option. Fang Hao was continuously trying to motivate them. Strive to have more heroes appear. "I'll go back to training soon." Winnie sat down beside him and then said, "Last time, you mentioned about starting a store in Silverwing City. How's that going? Oh, so that was what she was asking about. It seemed that Winnie was not content just sitting around and wanted to find something to do. That matter is almost settled. I'll ask now, Fang Hao said. Fang Hao took out the sound transmitting shell to contact Rebecca and asked, how's the situation with the shop in Silverwing City? Any updates from that side? Soon, Rebecca's voice came from the other side. Doherty has already handed over 3 shops. Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, oh good, tell the counselor in List City that I'll arrange for someone to pick 2 this afternoon. Okay. Got it. After putting down the sound transmitting shell, the already delighted expression on Winnie's face was evident. She had heard their conversation just now and was indeed going to open a store in Silverwing City. All right, you heard it. We'll head back in a bit to get ready. I'll take you to Silverwing City to open your store, Fang Hao said with a smile. That's wonderful, Winnie exclaimed. About the tavern, there's not much competition there. Too many of them. Let's start with a hot pot restaurant instead, Fang Hao continued after a thought. The hot pot restaurant was market tested in Proul City and List City and was very well received by the public. The taste was good, and the prices weren't outrageously high. Ordinary people could also afford to go there occasionally to improve their meals. Yeah, I was thinking that too. What about the staff? Should we pick them from here, or hire locals? Winnie asked again. I'll arrange it when the time comes. Hiring locals means we'll need to train them, which could be troublesome. In Silverwing City, there were many transmigrators who had given up on the city and settled down there. They would also take up jobs. Fang Hao then thought, maybe he could hire some of these transmigrators. It provided them with stable jobs, and they were somewhat familiar with hot pots too. All right, I'll start with the store's renovation when I get there. And you can arrange the personnel, Winnie said. Sure. The 2 quickly settled the plan for the hot pot restaurant. They briefly fell into silence. Winnie's cheeks were slightly reddened. She continued, Fang Hao, are you tired? Can I give you a massage? Recalling their last somewhat intimate massage session in Winnie's room, Fang Hao's heart was stirred. Ah, sure. Both had the same idea and were just finding a reason to continue. Here. When she saw that he didn't move, Winnie became a bit curious. Let's go to my room, he suggested. Fang Hao took her hand and made his way upstairs. Winnie was keen on the idea, but getting suddenly pulled into the room still left her somewhat flustered. Her heart was pounding. The entire Lord's mansion was very quiet. In the room, Fang Hao held her hand and sat down at the bedside, smilingly asked, how do you prefer it, lying down or on your stomach? On my stomach, Winnie responded. Fang Hao obediently lay down at the edge of the bed, facing to one side. Winnie sat on the edge of the bed. Her gaze fell directly on her round, flattened buttocks. Madam, you're looking more and more attractive, Fang Hao wanted to say voluptuous, but felt it was inappropriate and changed to attractive instead. Delighted inside, Winnie opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She simply placed her hands on Fang Hao's back and started to gently knead. The massage wasn't just idle talk from Winnie, she truly had some skills. The pressure was quite apt, and it was very comforting. Comfort spread from his back and legs. Fang Hao casually rested his palm on Winnie's round and elastic thighs. What are your plans for training? Business can be handled by others, but training shouldn't stop, Fang Hao rubbed back and forth with his hand. Winnie's face grew redder, and she replied, I'll get the store running first. Once it's stable, I won't need to stay there every day, so it won't interfere with training. Yeah, having a plan is good, Fang Hao nodded and touched her slightly flabby belly, teasingly said, Madam, this part is so soft. Winnie glared at him, and her hands pressed a bit harder, but Fang Hao was physically very strong. She could knead all she wanted. It didn't really hurt him. It actually felt pretty nice. Instead, it made Winnie's fingers a bit sore. All right, turn over, Winnie lightly tapped him again. Fang Hao lay on his back, but he was in no mood to have her continue the massage. Tugging her gently, Winnie's body leaned forward, resting against his chest. With an unfazed expression, Fang Hao said, Era and the others might come back anytime, a proper massage can wait until later. Saying this, he then unfastened a button at Winnie's neckline. Known as the Red Rose of the Commoner District, Winnie naturally had an impeccable appearance and figure. Although her bust wasn't as exaggerated as Rebecca's, it was still plump and tight. Undoing a button quickly created a gap, revealing a white silk garment underneath. And on the garment, a red petal embroidery. Ah. Even though Winnie was a pub owner and could talk about ribald jokes with the patrons without batting an eyelid, she still blushed and subconsciously covered her neckline with her hand at this moment. She said in a soft voice, "Fang Hao, what are you doing?" Fang Hao was also taken aback. What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to be the next step? Miss Winnie, is this really a professional massage? Could it be that Winnie wasn't hinting at something? Winnie was speechless. How was she supposed to respond to that? She wanted to resist a little and say something about it. But she was afraid this man would really think she was unwilling and wouldn't proceed further. After thinking it over, she said, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Fang Hao revealed a dawning look and slid his hand across her lower back, pulling her toward him. Who can blame me when sister looks so good? I naturally got a bit impatient. Winnie's bashful complexion turned into a smile, and she lightly tapped him saying, "Smooth talker." With her tacit consent, Fang Hao then pulled her and slowly lay down beside him. "Hey you. Don't tear it, it's pretty expensive. In the afternoon, bone dragons and aerial ships returning from the Supreme Saint Golden City entered the confines of the main city en masse. Since the Dragon Clan still posed a threat to him, nobody could be sure whether they had uncovered his information and location, so certain defense measures still needed to be meticulously prepared. And the bone dragons were currently the best countermeasure against the Dragon Clan. Looking at the bone dragons that filled the open ground outside the city, Fang Hao had no choice but to build several more troop hiding caves in the vicinity. These were intended to temporarily accommodate these bone dragons. The plan being decided upon was to turn several mountains within the Bloody Mountain range into settlements for the bone dragons. Similar to Dragon Cliff of the Dragon Clan. But this plan was currently just a plan, and detailed planning would be required to construct these mountains. Soon, Fang Hao finished building 2 troop hiding caves. And he directly upgraded the level of these caves to level 10. Ordering all the bone dragons to enter the troop hiding caves and stand by. As for the returning aerial ships, there were exactly 1,000 of them. Amanda had kept 212 aerial ships for herself, to be used for transporting materials and speeding up the recovery within the region. And these aerial ships, according to Fang Hao's plans, were also to be provided to various powers, helping them to establish their caravans. Returning to the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao sat on the white bone throne and directly cast God's presence. The next second, at Pigmen Village, a skeleton sentry suddenly had a soul fire flare up in its pupils. Looking around, Pigmen Village had greatly changed. It no longer looked like the somewhat shabby village it had been before, but more like a well-developed town. The roads were laid with stone slabs, and both sides were lined with shops supported by wooden structures. Leather, fruit, and various other goods were displayed in front of the stores. Pig-headed humans, gnolls, and demon orcs, among many other types of beastmen, were choosing goods here. They formed a simple commercial hub. Fang Hao controlled the skeleton to walk down from the city walls, passing through rows of shops, and headed straight to the clan leader's hall. On its way, the skeleton walking forward didn't elicit any attention from the beastmen. It was as if seeing a skeleton here was a normal occurrence. Arriving in front of the clan leader's hall, he addressed a pig-headed human guard. "I am Lord Fang Hao, tell your clan leader to come see me." The suddenly speaking skeleton made the pig-headed guard shudder. With the flesh on his face trembling in waves. You can talk," the pig-headed guard exclaimed. This also drew the attention of the nearby pig-headed humans. Armed, they rushed over. Fang Hao repeated, "I am Fang Hao, tell Petty to come see me." One of the guards immediately reacted, "Lord, please come inside. I will call the clan leader over." Walking into the hall, he quietly waited in a corner. Before long, hurried footsteps came from outside the clan leader's hall. Petty, dressed in a pale beige gown, was the first to enter, followed by a group of beastmen. Aside from pig-headed humans, there were beastmen from other tribes as well. Lord, Petty immediately bowed, and the beastmen behind her followed suit. Beastman Warrior, level 7. Petty had reached level 7, but her skin was still tender and pink, like a pet pig. Today, Petty was dressed in a pale beige gown, with gold earrings on her large ears, a gemstone necklace around her neck, and jewelry on her hands. She looked absolutely radiant, much like the noblewomen from Silver Wing City. "Sit down," said Fang Hao. Petty took a seat beside him, and then instructed her attendant to prepare tea and pastries. "Lord, it's been a while since your last visit," Petty leaned forward sitting by the side table and said. There was a hint of complaint in her tone. "With you in charge here, I feel at ease, naturally there will be fewer concerns," Fang Hao said. Petty was under a slave contract. Fang Hao naturally trusted her, and since this place was situated between the main city and the Hanfang Mountains, there simply couldn't be any problems. The most that could happen would be differences in the rate of development. "My lord, do you have any instructions for this visit?" Petty continued to ask. Fang Hao didn't answer directly but instead asked, "Do you still have a trading caravan?" The pig-headed humans had always had their own trading caravan, transporting goods to what was then the Manam market for sale. Now, it was unclear whether the caravan still existed. Petty answered, "Yes, my lord, the caravan sets out every 2 months to carry goods to Manam market and to the Hanfang Mountains in exchange for some necessities." "Oh, what do you typically sell?" "Mainly pelts and meat, along with some tools we make ourselves," Petty answered while an attendant brought over fruit wine and some sliced roasted meat. Here, there were no pastries. It was usually slices of meat, jerky, and the like. How much can you carry each time?" "The goods are collected from various villages, probably amounting to 4 or 5 horse-drawn carriages each trip." Fang Hao nodded and continued, "Good, Petty, I plan to establish an internal business circle within the region. When the time comes, you can transport your goods to human cities, as well as to dwarves and trolls." "Ah, my lord, the distance is too far, and we only sell some meat and pelts." "There's no need to travel that far," Petty whispered. "No, I will provide you with 5 aerial ships, which will increase the efficiency of your journeys. However, you'll need to form your own crew, and the goods cannot be too monotonous." What is an aerial ship?" Petty asked. "Ah, it's a transportation ship that can fly through the air." Silver Wing City. Li Rong and Winnie each held a deed to a building, looking up at the structures before them. Winnie's Fire Pot restaurant was chosen at a corner store, a 4-story building with the largest area of the 3. As for Li Rong's shop, it was even more fortuitous, being the very one she had rented before it was burned down in a fire. At that time, she had calculated that if Fairy Dream Tower could develop steadily, she might be able to buy this place before she died. Unexpectedly, it now belonged to her. Well, not exactly it was Fang Hao's, but it was not a big issue, she would wear him down eventually. "Winnie, is this the place where you'll open your Firepot restaurant?" "Yes, according to Fang Hao's plan, we're to open a Firepot restaurant in Silver Wing City," Winnie replied. "Do you know how to make a fire pot?" "I manage the fire pot restaurant in Lis City. I may not be as knowledgeable as you transmigrators, but I know some," Winnie continued. "Oh, I see," Li Rong continued. "Are you going to be in charge of the shop's renovation, or should my people handle it?" Fang Hao had left Winnie in Li Rong's care when she came here. Her safety, lodging, and food were all Li Rong's responsibility. After all, both in Lis City and personally to Fang Hao, there were some enemies. It was necessary for Winnie to be cautious about her safety when outside. And Li Rong, having the city and soldiers at her disposal, met that condition. "I'll have to trouble Ms. Li Rong then," Winnie replied. That's a small matter," Li Rong agreed. Then, she quickly instructed her subordinates a few words. A team proceeded into the 2 buildings to start cleaning and to remove any useless things, discarding them. "You haven't been to Silver Wing City before, have you, Winnie? I'll take you around. It's quite lively here," Li Rong said in a familiar tone. Yes, that would be great. The two then wandered together along the commercial street. Elsewhere. The capital of the lizardmen, Zareth Ceylon. Located behind the palace, a courtyard enclosed by stone brick walls. The walls were covered with religious texts and symbols. In the center of the courtyard was a large pool. Queen Anastasia, draped in a purple chiffon, moved through the water with the grace of a swimming fish. Splash! The queen popped her head out of the water, curiously looking at Demetria seated at the edge of the pool wearing a long robe. Won't you come down and play? There aren't many people here. You don't need to be nervous, she said. Demetria looked around, noticing the attendants who were bowing their heads, not daring to look up. He still shook his head, saying, "No, I'm fine just accompanying the queen from up here." The queen's tail swayed in the water, keeping her body afloat with ease. She lowered her voice and asked, "Do I look good when I swim?" This made Demetria all the more unsure of how to respond. After a long silence, right when Anastasia thought he didn't wish to answer, she heard him say, "Of course you look good, Your Majesty." The queen was taken aback but soon showed a pleased expression. She reached out her hand, which was covered in fine scales, towards Demetria. He instinctively grabbed it, only to be pulled with great force directly into the pool. Following that, the queen's cheerful laughter was heard. "You should swim better than I do. Let's see who is faster." As soon as she finished speaking, she swam towards the other end. A few seconds of stunned hesitation later, Demetria dived in and pursued her. After leaving Pigmen Village, Fang Hao visited the cities of the trolls and dwarves, delegating the matters of the aerial ship trade fleet. At this moment, Fang Hao was sitting in the Grand Hall of Lis City. Opposite him were Rebecca, and several officials from the city. "The progress of the school is going smoothly, according to what you've said, separated into teaching buildings and dormitories. However, the number of teachers applying is not high, and some nobles also have significant objections to this," Rebecca said softly. Rebecca was relatively enlightened, considerably better than those nobles who only knew to preserve their own interests. Fang Hao explained the benefits of the school to her, and they soon delineated the area and started building the school. The construction was an alteration of existing buildings, thus speeding up the process. But having a plan was one thing, finding teachers was another. Those who possessed knowledge and could teach were mostly in the hands of the nobility. Apart from the fallen nobility, who would want to take up teaching for you? They don't care about the meager remuneration you offer. According to the previous idea, what kind of teachers have you managed to recruit? Fang Hao asked. Literacy, history, arts, physical education, and herbal identification, one official responded. At this, Fang Hao realized another issue. While needing teachers, weren't textbooks also necessary? Learning required textbooks. The children couldn't just listen, they needed to read and practice as well. After considering, Fang Hao nodded and said, "All right, you continue hiring teachers, I'll also think of a solution here, let's first discuss the trade fleet's matters." Rebecca nodded, then addressed the other officials, "All right, you may leave now. I'll notify you if there's anything." The group of officials got up and directly exited the room. Once it was only the two of them left. Fang Hao started speaking, "I will provide you with several aerial ships to help you transport goods, do you have any plans? Now that Lis City has entered the upper Senate, I plan to divide the trade fleet into two directions. One is to trade within the territorial cities, and the other is external, which is all the cities inside the Federation, selling and purchasing various materials to maintain a healthy cycle," Rebecca replied, sipping her tea as she elaborated her plans. This cycle was beneficial for Lis City. Bringing Federation goods in, then selling them to the local orcs and trolls. A slight increase in profit margins would result in significant earnings for her. Moreover, she acted as an intermediary, so she didn't need to supply much labor herself. Fang Hao nodded, "I will arrange for someone to oversee the pricing. Prices must not be sold arbitrarily." Rebecca glared slightly in disapproval and said, "You don't trust me." "I do trust you, but the oversight is for the entire region, especially concerning the orcs and trolls, each one of them is restless." Rebecca nodded, apparently satisfied with this answer. Fang Hao continued to ask, how many aerial ships will you need? At least 100. That many. The territory of the 100 Cities Federation is not small, and a large amount of materials cannot be handled by just one ship, hence the need for more, Rebecca answered. Fang Hao also planned to make Lis City into a crucial city closely connected with the Federation. A deliberate tilt of resources seemed justifiable. Alright, that's fine. The aerial ships need technicians for operation. You can use undead technicians within the territory, but for those facing the Federation, you'll need to recruit some living creature technicians, Fang Hao added. Can do, understood. Decisions regarding the trade fleet were affirmed. With this, Fang Hao had essentially achieved his goal for this trip. Upon returning, he could have the aerial ships distributed according to plan to the cities. This would also expedite the internal functioning of the trade fleet. Summer was nearing. It was the best time to start. After discussing business, Fang Hao stood up unreservedly and squeezed into Rebecca's soft couch. He lifted her up, sitting her on his lap. Instantly, he felt his leg enveloped by soft cotton candy. "Aha, what are you doing?" Rebecca exclaimed, her arms still wrapped around the man's shoulder. Fang Hao wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her cheek, asking, "What did the council say? Did they make things difficult for you afterwards?" "There has been no action yet, but it's uncertain if they might have ideas later." Rebecca shifted upward slightly, answering softly. Perhaps it was Rebecca's resolute demeanor of late that made the council realize she was not to be trifled with. So far, there was no movement from the council, even though Rebecca had provided evidence and arrested those opposed to her. The council had acquiesced. Of course, this tacit approval was based on solid evidence. Yes, quickly establish economic ties with the various cities, and Lis City can gain a group of supporters. With your capabilities and intelligence, it won't be hard to replace Doherty as the new Federation leader. Then more men will pursue you, so don't overshadow me, Fang Hao half teased, half coaxed. Rebecca slightly furrowed her brows, bit her lip, but didn't immediately reply. She knew the transformation of Lis City didn't start from her taking the seat in the City Lord's residence, it had begun when Fang Hao arrived in Lis City. If one day, she really did take a higher position, even truly replacing Doherty and becoming the newest leader of the Federation, would she change? These thoughts flickered through her mind. She turned her head and pecked him on the lips. In a soft voice, she said, "Why do you say these things? I am your legally recognized wife by the Federation, you also gave yourself to me. Even if you have nothing left, you will still be my man. I will support you in the future, no matter what I become, I won't look at anyone else, just you." In the tender and affectionate words, her feelings were clearly expressed. This was also the first time Rebecca had set aside her city lord demeanor, speaking like a wife confiding in her lover. This was probably also a confession. After all, it was usually him who spoke, and this was the first time Rebecca had said these things. Fang Hao's lips curved into a smile, surprised by this unexpected gain. He tightened his hold on her waist and their lips came together. He reached inside and began to search boldly. Rebecca's expression became strange, and her body started to twist. The two of them embraced each other, their hands moving up and down. Shortly after, Rebecca lay half reclined on the soft chair, a cushion underneath her, shaking her head and humming. Fang Hao stood in front of her, looking at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, holding her jade feet in his hands, reciting a text from memory. ... Silver Wing City. Church. Temple. The Archbishop, dressed in his exclusive attire, dragged a huge cape behind him. Wearing a mitre, he held the staff that represented his status. Amidst the choir's singing, he slowly walked up the stone steps. There seemed to be rhythm beneath his feet. Step by step, he walked towards the summit. At the end of the stone steps was a massive statue of the God of Light. The statue looked down from above, its face stern yet gentle. The Archbishop reached the top, knelt devoutly before the statue, and began to praise God's mercy and everything else. The devout praises continued for about half an hour. The Archbishop then slowly stood up. He waved his hand behind him. Several Templar knights, carrying a coffin, slowly walked forward. They placed the coffin at the bottom of the stone steps. The archbishop walked back down and said, "Open it." With a creak, the heavy coffin lid was opened, revealing the body inside dressed in holy robes, its complexion pale. Shu-Haid. This young saint, greatly valued by both the council and the church, had died on the night the war ended. Resurrecting him was not fair to the other competing saints. But the role Shu-Haid had shown was enough for the church to make an exception and choose to resurrect him. Shu-Haid in the coffin. His complexion was unusually pale, with a thin long wound on his neck, which had also been joined together, leaving only a keloid scar. Although he had been dead for about half a month, no special features had appeared. Nor had his appearance changed much. The archbishop briefly looked at the body and continued, "All right, prepare." Non-essential personnel exited, and several bishops fetched some materials and items. They began the final preparations. Once everything was ready, the archbishop and the bishops knelt before the statue and started muttering incantations. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the statue's magic wand. It enveloped the body below. In the coffin, Shu-Haid's hair and eyebrows began to fall off, but his skin was no longer pale. The protruding wound on his neck gradually healed. The figure in the coffin no longer resembled a corpse but rather a person in deep sleep. The next second, the light from the statue disappeared. The temple fell back into silence. Just as the bishops looked at each other, unsure of what to do next. Snap. A crisp sound. A palm rested on the edge of the coffin, slowly sitting up. Located to the south of the 100 Cities Federation. The vast sea, Giant Claw Island. In the center of the island, the core area's domed white stone building is the Island Master's Hall. It can also be called the Island Hall. Inside the hall, adorned with pearls and seashells, the Island Master, Hirosh, was holding a goblet, leaning on a stone couch. His thick snake tail rested along the couch surface. Several alluring coral witches knelt beside him, massaging his shoulders and tail. At that moment, a sea tribe guard entered. He spoke softly, "Leader, Mr. Shi-He-Ming has arrived." Shi-He-Ming, a transmigrator. But on Giant Claw Island, he also held a status comparable to that of the sea tribe. The reason was simple: Shi-He-Ming had a high level of smithing skills, capable of forging a finely crafted, slender blade, the katana. This katana was favored by the sea tribe warriors and had already been inscribed into blueprints. Other transmigrators were handling the manufacturing. Meanwhile, Shi-He-Ming had become the local researcher, developing and improving new weapons. Hirosh waved his hand, the coral witches retreated, and he continued, "Let him in." Yes. The guard left, and soon returned with a human man. "Hey, Lord Hirosh," Shi-He-Ming immediately greeted. Hirosh nodded and said, "Yeah, sit down. This time, you are going to Silver Wing City in the Human Federation to discuss peace issues with the Sea World. Since you are human, I'm planning to send you." Giant Claw Island and the 100 cities bordered each other at sea. The sea tribe and humans also had a complex competitive relationship. They engaged in trade with each other, but with their territories adjoining at sea, minor frictions were incessant. However, both sides exercised restraint. The sea tribe took little interest in the mainland, preferring the oceanic environment. Humans had little interest in those scattered islands and were no match for the sea tribe at sea. Even if there were conflicts, they could typically be resolved through negotiations. But recently, this changed. Recently, the sea tribe learned that the humans' 100 Cities Federation had been crippled by the undead. Their strength had significantly diminished. Therefore, Giant Claw Island intended to take advantage of this opportunity to heavily extort the Federation. In the face of the Human Federation's desire to avoid a battle on two fronts, the island sought to gain the utmost benefits. Hirosh heard this news without any surprise, just frowned and asked, "Lord Hirosh, a matter this significant? I am not very familiar with the powers of both sides and afraid to ruin your major plans." Hirosh waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's not a major event. The human Silver Wing City is in the center of 100 cities. The sea tribe isn't suited for long distances. That's why we've arranged for you to go. We will prepare everything you need. You can discuss directly with them when the time comes. About the escort. Just bring more of your guards. As the Sea Tribe's foreign minister, the humans will also provide troops for your protection. Moreover, once this matter is completed, you will be allowed to join the Sea Tribe. Hearing this, Shi Himing couldn't help feeling elated. In this marine archipelago environment, becoming part of the Sea Tribe would give him a greater advantage. Otherwise, as a member of the human clan, his prospects for advancement in this environment would eventually reach a limit, barely able to improve. With the discussion reaching this point, Shi Himing agreed to the terms. Lord Hiroshi, rest assured, I will do my best to complete the mission, Shi Himing declared loudly. Good, go and prepare. I have already had a ship prepared for you. When it's time, you'll head to Silver Wing City. So soon. But he had nothing to prepare, so he accepted immediately, understood. Liss City. Before they knew it, it was afternoon. Leaning against a soft couch, Fang Hao couldn't help but marvel. Women of this age were both enchanting and tender. Looking down, Rebecca lay half snuggled in his arms, her complexion pink, her cheeks stunningly attractive. He wrapped his arms around her slightly feverish, voluptuous form, elasticity and softness filling his palm. Rebecca's appearance, too, was rather disheveled. Her hair was tousled, her top wide open. Her skirt was hiked up high, exposing her delicate thighs, along with half of her stockings. After such a long time, Rebecca had also grown accustomed to her man's proclivities. Even during daylight, she could let go and enjoy herself thoroughly. Fang Hao's hand unconsciously tightened. The Rebecca in his arms began to slowly open her eyes. Awake. Feeling good. Rebecca just felt sore all over, completely weak. Seeing the man's boastful look, she felt a spark of annoyance. She turned and got up, twisting a hand on his waist forcefully. Hiss. What are you doing? Forget me just because you pulled up your trousers. Fang Hao immediately cried out in pain. Rebecca buttoned up her top, made a slapping gesture to scare him, and said, Stop talking nonsense, I'll slap you dead. Fang Hao chuckled. All right, no more talk. Stay for a bit longer. He pulled her back into his arms. Once again, he kissed her lips. Rebecca didn't resist, instead resting on his shoulder, trying her best to respond. Just as they were as inseparable as glue. An inquiring voice suddenly came from outside the door. Where is Rebecca? The voice was very soft through the door. But the two of them heard it clearly. The voice of Rolana. In their eyes, panic was evident. Damn it, we're done for, about to be caught in the act. She's discussing matters with the city lord in the room, replied the guard at the door. Rebecca was the first to react, hastily fixing her clothes while gesturing for him to leave quickly. Fang Hao immediately activated the teleportation screen and stepped through, trousers in hand. Rebecca quickly gathered up the belt and shoes from the floor and threw them into the screen. Squeak. The moment the screen shattered, Rolana walked in. What's that smell? Is the room moldy? Rolana asked while fanning her nose. Rebecca sat to one side, picking up the scattered papers from the floor, her demeanor calm. Didn't you say you'd go to Fairy Dream Tower for a look? You're back so soon. Yes, there wasn't much to see, so I came back early. Rolana sat down beside her, draping an arm over her shoulders. Weren't you with Fang Hao? Where is he? He left a while ago. Rebecca organized the papers to the side and retorted, Why? Miss him. Go find him. You can fly, and it's not that far. HMPH, miss him. What a joke. Just admit you're stubborn. Rebecca got up and walked towards the door. I'm going to check on the school construction site. Are you coming? Sure. I have nothing else to do anyway, might as well protect you. Arm in arm, the two walked out of the room. Fang Hao's return journey was somewhat disheveled. Luckily, it was quiet in the Lord's residence at this time. The maids were all out training, leaving the hall desolate. He straightened his clothes. He headed towards the backyard and lay down again on a reclining chair. He began to sway back and forth idly. Rolana needs to be won over quickly. Otherwise, her constant interruptions could give me a real scare one of these days. As he thought this, the parrot-red general flew over with a shelled nut in its beak. It tossed the nut onto him, indicating he should crack it open for her. Fang Hao picked it up from his belly, squeezed forcefully, and cracked the shell of the nut. Backquote, backquote, backquote. Nuts were brought to the Red General's mouth. You're becoming round as a ball, always thinking about eating. After the novelty of 3 days wore off, the Red General was left to roam free. Angia remembered him occasionally, took him out to play, and gave him baths. Most of the time, it was the maids who fed him. But his meals remained generous, and he grew fatter with every bite. Fang Hao was afraid he would grow as big as a chicken, and one day Angia would stew him. After feeding the Red General for a while, the training maids returned and began preparing dinner. Dinner was eaten. As night fell, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and flipped to the Territory channel. Since there were no restrictions on the number of messages one could send on the Territory channel, it was almost as bustling as the regional channel. Watching everyone chatting leisurely after dinner, he composed a message and hit send. Zhang Bin, Dong Jiayu, Fu Lei, Xu Yang, Tang Qi, Li Rong, check if anyone under you has experience in the education sector, and report to me. Once the message was sent, suddenly, the Territory channel fell silent, as if the internet had cut out. It quieted down, and just hovered on Fang Hao's message, with no reply for a long time. Soon, the first to reply was Zhang Bin. Received, boss. May I ask what they're needed for? Are there any specific requirements regarding age or gender? Fang Hao edited and sent another message. No specific requirements. Anyone who has worked as a teacher in a school, who doesn't want to develop their city and wants to live a stable life in town, can sign up. They'll be allocated housing in town, and there are no worries regarding living conditions. Dong Jiayu replied, received, boss. Fu Lei replied, received, boss. Tang Qi replied. Fang Hao said no more, and the Territory channel once again burst into chatter. The previously heated discussions were all skipped over, and all conversations unified around the topic of school teachers. Recruiting teachers for a school. Does the human clan have schools? Haven't heard about it. Maybe it's the dwarves. Nonsense. We dwarves don't have that, but the fine workshops do take on apprentices. Orcs are trolls, maybe. The trolls are probably recruiting ingredients, joked someone. Ding. As Fang Hao was following the conversation, a private message notification sounded. It was Li Rong. You're recruiting those who don't want to run their own cities. Yeah, they'll probably stay at the school permanently and rarely return to their own cities, Fang Hao replied. After a while, Li Rong replied, here at Silver Wing City, there are many transmigrators who have abandoned their cities. They're just like refugees. If you're offering housing, they would definitely want to go, but I fear they might be hard to control. Silver Wing City was a center of power, with Chinatown being just a part of it. Many transmigrators, after failing to hold onto their cities or giving them up for various reasons, had gathered in Silver Wing City, fulfilling Fang Hao's criteria of not wanting to run cities. Fang Hao continued to send messages. I need teachers for subjects like language and mathematics. As for control, that's negotiable. As long as they're not bad people and abide by the order in the city, it's all good. Should I arrange for people to inquire? Sure. The more the better. But their character must be good, seeing as they'll be teaching the children. I'll provide housing for them and pay wages, among other things. How could one possibly know about their character? Just make a basic check. At the very least we can't have thieves or those who harm their own people, Fang Hao replied. Okay. I got it. By the way, what about my reward from last time? You said you would record a meritorious service for me, Li Rong immediately said. Fang Hao promptly replied, didn't I give you a shop in Silver Wing City? That's worth more than 2 million. Who are you kidding? We agreed to run Fairy Dream Tower together. You were in charge of the store, so how could that count? Oh, right. It seemed there was such a matter. Then what do you want? Li Rong quickly replied, I'm feeling a bit endangered, give me 500 rifles and 10 cannons. Where you are, giving you those might only put you in danger. Silver Wing City will become envious, and what will you do about your own city? Then what will you give me? How about this, I'll give you 100 sets of purple armor and 50,000 warfire coins. According to the rewards for participating transmigrators in combat, these were rewards Li Rong was entitled to, and she was the top achiever. I also want Morse to continue following me, she added. Fang Hao thought for a moment. Okay, he can keep protecting you for now. Okay, hand over the money. First the equipment. Warfire coins can't be directly traded, I'll bring them to you next time. All right. Fang Hao immediately opened the trade channel and transferred the items to her. Silver Wing City. In the church, inside an empty room. Shu Haid, who had been cleaned up and put on a new saint's robe, was sitting in a chair on the side. Although he had regained his past charm, his hair and eyebrows were gone, and there was a noticeable white mark on his neck. Shu Haid, were you killed by a wandering spirit? The archbishop, sitting across from him, asked. Shu Haid then raised his head, his voice hoarse as if his vocal cords were injured. He said, I can be certain it wasn't a wandering spirit. The archbishop's eyes narrowed. His guess was the same as Shu Haid's. The church had arranged so many knights to protect him. A lowly undead like a wandering spirit, how could it possibly kill a saint who was guarded so well? It was obviously someone else who took advantage of the situation to kill Shu Haid. Did you see who killed you? The archbishop asked, his tone turning colder. Shu Haid closed his eyes to recall for a moment before slowly speaking. Archbishop, I feel it was the dark elf guard by Li Rong's side. Li Rong. Everyone present was taken aback. An unexpected answer. Li Rong. Dark elf. The words of Shu Haid made everyone present change their complexion. After a brief silence, chaos erupted with noisy clamor. Li Rong, that mage from the Mage Association. Even though previously, not many knew this name. After this campaign against oddies, Li Rong's prestige had rapidly increased. Not only was the Mage Association heavily grooming her, but the Hall of Justice was also paying great attention. Moreover, after the death of Shu Haid, they planned to have Li Rong represent the council to unify the transmigrators within the territory. Her status was incomparable to before. To think that such a person could actually be the murderer who killed Shu Haid. How do you figure it was one of Li Rong's guards? The archbishop asked. The bishops and high-ranking officials of the church behind him instantly fell silent, waiting for the reply from the other side. Seemingly recalling the moments before his death, Shu Haid's complexion changed. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, he finally said, I saw the silhouette of the dagger, although it was only a blurry glimpse, but it greatly resembled that dark elf's weapon. At that time, Shu Haid was broadcasting in the regional channel. Before his death, he spotted a serrated dagger resting against his neck. Without giving him any chance to act, it had already slit his throat. There were no wasted words. After coming back to life, he still retained the memories from that moment, which were deeply etched in his mind. A purple-skinned female hero of an exotic race, an object of great envy and jealousy for Shu Haid. Therefore, he had paid extra attention to her, including the weapons she used. After calming down and reflecting carefully, he felt that the style of the weapon greatly resembled that of the Dark Elves. After all, serrated daggers were very rare throughout the whole Federation. It was easy to peg it on the Dark Elf. After hearing this, the Archbishop and the other bishops fell silent. A bishop spoke up, do you have any other clues? Not at the moment, everything happened too quickly, Shu Haid answered. Basing the accusation on the appearance of a weapon would likely make it difficult for the Mage Association to hand her over, said the bishop. The appearance of the weapon, indeed, was rare. But could you say there were none like it elsewhere? Could it possibly be a frame-up? The Archbishop asked, do you have any grudge or conflict with Li Rong? Shu Haid thought about it. He had organized people to deal with Li Rong before, but she likely did not know about it. During their time at Fort Santa Copyright, they got along well, with no dire hatred strong enough to kill him. After all, being a woman, murder still carried a heavy psychological burden. There really were no grudges strong enough to make her want to kill him. But in his heart, he still felt that the murderer was Li Rong. Unable to figure it out, he could only shake his head. No significant grudge. I don't understand why she would want to kill me, but I am fairly certain, it is highly likely that Dark Elf Guard. The archbishop nodded, falling into deep thought. No grudge, yet killing at this time. It was likely motivated by profits. Recalling the death of Shu Haid and Li Rong's hopeful position to unify the transmigrators served as a possible motive. But it was a bit far-fetched. Archbishop, should we not just arrest her and interrogate her to clear things up? A bishop suggested. The church, stabbed in the back by one of its own, had never suffered such indignity. Exactly, the truth will be clear once we catch her and ask, another bishop agreed. The Mage Association definitely won't hand over Li Rong. First, arrest her. Once it's confirmed she's the murderer, the Mage Association won't dare to cover it up, will they? The Federation has just restored peace. The Hall of Justice is also occupied with border issues and reparations. Having a dispute with the Mage Association is not the right timing. Even if we bring her in, if really nothing substantial can be interrogated, and Gregoria starts causing trouble, it would be hard to settle. An orange mage, no one dares to endure her wrath. With just 2 skills, she'd tear down the church. Especially being a fire elemental mage, very difficult to communicate with. The bishops were discussing fervently when the archbishop once again gently tapped his staff, still focusing on Shu Haid, and asked, Shu Haid, what do you think we should do? I completely defer to the archbishop's arrangement. Groot was arrested recently, and the Marshall family visited a few times wanting me to release him. You go see Hema. Shu Haid frowned. Why suddenly switch to Groot? But his expression quickly lit up. The archbishop was still intent on avenging him. As you command, Archbishop. I will take care of it. Also, focus on the matter of unifying the transmigrators. Doherty will announce this in the council in the coming days, the archbishop continued. Understood, Archbishop. Go rest, and make sure to arrange some more people around you. Yes. Shu Haid bowed again and left the room. Exiting the church. Looking up at the night sky filled with stars, he breathed deeply. He boarded the carriage for his return trip. The taverns along the road were now open, and as the carriage passed, he could hear the noisy sounds emanating from inside. Being Olivia, it's good. The next day, aerial ships outside the city dispersed in various directions towards different powers. The speed of the aerial ships couldn't match that of a bone dragon, but aside from taking off and turning around, their speed was not slow once they reached cruising velocity. Aside from the farthest, Supreme Saint Golden City, other places could be reached in at most 3 to 4 days. Places nearby like Prul City could be reached in an hour. The speed was still quite fast. Outside the city, Angia was leading Lori, Little White, and a few rabbit maids. Standing on the aerial ship she had chosen, they chattered excitedly. Let's paint the ship blue, so when it flies in the sky, it will appear as if it has no body. What about pink? Pink is prettier, right? How about tying some ribbons on the edges? Wouldn't that be pretty? In my opinion, we could modify it a bit by adding spikes and decks on the outside. The women chattered on with their opinions. Angia then knocked loudly on the frame of the control room door and said to the skeleton technician inside, "Start the ship, take us for a spin first." The skeleton technician, whose body had been motionless, suddenly sprang into action. He swiftly pulled on the control lever. The aerial ship instantly took off from the ground, and as it reached a certain height, amid the screams of the women, it flew off into the distance. Inside the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao sat at the head of the hall. His gaze looked down at the people below. At the center below, a considerable number of people had already gathered by now. They included humans arranged from Lis City and Prul City, as well as representatives from Orc City, Troll City, Dreamy Forest, Dwarf City, and City of Undead, people from various species. There were also 2 transmigrators, who had worked in legal fields, summoned from the territory's channels. Fang Hao had called these people together for one purpose: to study and draft the kingdom's laws. Unlike ordinary areas, his territory included many species, and it might include additional species in the future. Thus, the laws had to be quite comprehensive. Each city and species had also sent their representatives. All right, I won't elaborate on the purpose of your coming here, but let me emphasize one thing: we need laws that are suitable for the current situation of our territory to ensure stability and protect the safety and interests of everyone within the territory, not laws aimed at benefiting the nobles or any particular side. Understand? Understood. Understood. The people below, somewhat nervously, responded. Good, that's it for now. You all will stay in the city for the time being. Food, clothing, and lodging will be provided for you, Fang Hao stated. Yes, my lord, the crowd replied, bowing once again. Fang Hao nodded and asked the maids to first take them to their residences, then he headed to the Law Institute. He started to work on researching and drafting the laws. The reason he was so hasty was actually due to the movement of different species within the territory. Currently, various forces were trading. After a while, it was feared that private merchant caravans would also travel to other species' cities for trade. This required a unified law to serve as a standard and to restrict everyone. Otherwise, if humans went to the Bloody Mountains and got eaten, the trolls might consider it normal, but it wouldn't seem fair to the human clan. Therefore, the standards must be unified. In the afternoon, Fang Hao took Demetria and activated a teleportation screen, heading towards the dreamy forest. Walking on a shady, tree-lined path, Fang Hao asked, "How was your interaction with the Queen, Anastasia?" He said that name slowly, recalling it carefully as he was afraid of getting it wrong. Demetria, without looking sideways, replied, "It's been quite good. Her Majesty is amiable and doesn't put on airs of royalty." The living state of his own territory was entirely different. The maids giggled all day long, chasing and joking around. Angia found someone to practice martial arts or spar every 2 or 3 days, never settling down. Fang Hao didn't really intervene. The entire city felt more like a large courtyard. There weren't any stringent rules, and life was quite relaxed. It was different among the lizardmen, who claimed to be a holy dynasty and had a clear hierarchical system. Rules must be strict there. Only because Demetria was a guest and valued by the queen, was it not apparent. If you were an ordinary lizardman and tried something, even farting, they'd chop you down. Seeing that Demetria also found it not bad, Fang Hao continued, "Well, if there isn't much to do in these next few days, you don't need to always stay in the territory. Heading out is also good." "Thank you, my lord," Demetria said. The two passed through the pathway and arrived beneath a huge oak tree. The tree-like being, Shinisara, came forward to greet them. "Lord," Shinisara bowed. Fang Hao nodded. "Take me to see the farmland you've been cultivating. Let me know what you need." "Right this way, Lord," Shinisara led the way with Fang Hao and Demetria following behind. At Silver Wing City, the dim dungeon reeked with the smell of mold and dampness. A few attendants of the Holy See covered their noses and mouths, cursing as they descended the stone steps towards the inside of the dungeon. Just a few steps in, cries for help echoed from either side. But after only a couple of shouts, upon noticing the church's attire on the newcomers, they backed off as if their throats had been choked. The entire dungeon fell eerily silent. The Holy See attendants proceeded to the deepest part, stopping in front of a cell. After confirming that the person inside was Gregoria, one said, "Take him away." Gregoria was taken aback, then overjoyed, allowing himself to be escorted away. As he was led out, he whispered, "Thank you, thank you. My martial family will never forget the church's favor. Stop talking, move it." He was pushed along and led out of the dungeon. Outside the dungeon gates, a carriage waited. The carriage door opened. The first thing seen was the attire of a holy saint. A saint? What's going on? Gregoria was shoved into the carriage, and when he saw the saint sitting inside, his eyes widened with disbelief and fear. "Shuheidia, you're still alive." Shuhaid tapped the carriage wall, and the carriage slowly started moving forward. Only then did he speak. "It's me, otherwise, who do you think would bear the pressure from the Hall of Justice to come rescue you?" The words were spoken eloquently. But Groot didn't listen to a single one of them. He was still looking at the other party, his face showing surprise. A man who had been declared dead by the council was now sitting right across from him. And he showed no signs that were different from a normal person. Not dead. Or was it fake news deliberately released by the council? What was going on? Groot, the evidence Rebecca submitted to the council clearly points to you, and even the church would have a hard time saving you, Shuhade continued to say. At this point, Groot began to react. He immediately said, Saint Shuhade, you're taking me away, there must be a way, right? You must save me. If it had been manageable, the Marshall family would have rescued him earlier. Being detained for several days meant that the family didn't have a good solution either. Now, Shuhade had taken him out. There must have been a plan. He didn't want to go back to the dungeon, it was simply no place for humans. It's difficult, Shuhade said. Groot was naturally aware that all help came with a clear price. He immediately said, just tell me straight, Saint Shuhade, whatever you need me to do, I'll make sure it gets done. I still have some money in hand. Just help me settle this matter, and it's all yours. Shuhade smiled faintly. Groot was the kind of person who was straightforward and easy to communicate with. I need you to do me a favor. If you succeed, I'll ask the Archbishop to help and make the evidence that's accusing you disappear. What favor? I'm just a businessman. I can't manage something too difficult. Shuhade smiled faintly and looked at him. Capture someone for me, alive and in secret. You're best at that sort of thing. Groot narrowed his eyes slightly. Who? The Transmigrator, Li Rong. You must have heard of her. Groot's eyes, which had just narrowed, widened again as he exclaimed in a low growl, the Mage Association's Li Rong. Are you crazy? How can I capture her? I want to help you, but I don't have the power to do so. Think about it, there's always a chance. 2 days later. In the main city, inside the city lord's hall. 2 Nisbets dragged in a snake woman covered in whip marks. As they let go, the snake woman collapsed on the floor. She looked pitiful and weak. Fang Hao didn't speak but looked at her loyalty first. Embrace of the Deep Sea. Beiyahu, current loyalty 65 points. 65 points, it seemed to have dropped again. Beiyahu, 3 days have passed. Do you realize your mistake now? Fang Hao's voice was very serious, emitting an air of authority. The snake woman Beiyahu was as if drained of all strength. Her forearms struggled to prop herself up from the ground, lifting her body into a standing position. She said, I realize my mistake, and I will never challenge the leader again. Fang Hao watched her carefully, staring into her eyes, observing her movements. Although her features still possessed that exotic allure, her eyes now flickered with fear. There are plenty of dark gold and orange ranked heroes in the territory, your presence or absence makes no difference. If you are willing to serve the territory, I certainly won't shortchange you. But if you continue with your pirate ways, all that awaits you is flaying and dissection to be made into a skeleton, Fang Hao reiterated coldly. Beiyahu seemed frightened, immediately bowed her head and said softly, yes, I understand. Fang Hao nodded, choosing not to press the severity any further. How she would behave from then on still needed to be observed over time. He continued, do you have any requirements for your residence? Ah, what? Caught off guard by the sudden change of subject, Beiyahu was taken aback. Was she being given a house to stay in? And she could make requests. How could things change so fast? He was just threatening to kill her. What are your requirements for the place you live in? Fang Hao repeated. Beiyahu said cautiously, I would like to have some water. A hot spring. No, just regular water is fine. Okay, can you walk? Follow me to see your residence. Fang Hao stood up and walked towards the door. Beiyahu's body was slightly shaky, but she managed to remain upright. She followed behind the golden-armored lizardman. She could sense that the lizardman was a powerful hero but always felt that the human leader was the most dangerous. The 3 of them arrived in the living area for living creatures. Looking at the neat rows of small buildings, courtyards, flower beds, and fountains, Beiyahu still widened her eyes in surprise. This must be where the nobles in the city lived. Would she also live in such an environment? It was even better than when she was a pirate captain. How does this look? Suddenly, a voice spoke up beside her, snapping Beiyahu back to reality. The human and the lizardman had stopped, standing in front of the 2 of them. There was a vacant lot. Leader, what did you say? Beiyahu stepped forward and asked. Fang Hao repeated, I'll have a house built for you here. It's fine, thank you, leader. This spot was at the edge of the construction area, next to the dark elf hero Morse. But it was currently vacant, as Morse was protecting Li Rong. Hearing Beiyahu agree, Fang Hao immediately opened the Book of Lords, located the blueprint for the house, and began construction. Under the cover of light, the house was built. He directly upgraded the house to level 10. In the front courtyard, Fang Hao built her a fountain and flower beds to match the style of the other buildings. Neat and orderly, it resembled a previous villa community. Previously, he had considered housing the snake woman in the maids area but was afraid that it might bring danger to the maids. So she was allocated a place here instead. The water you mentioned can be put in a pool in the backyard, Fang Hao said softly. To the side, Beiyahu was staring wide-eyed. It was her first time witnessing the power of a transmigrator. Magically conjuring a house from thin air was akin to a miracle. Fang Hao paid her no mind and continued, you can have skeleton soldiers help you dig, just don't dig too deep as there is a drainage system below. If you need any furniture, have the skeletons bring it from the warehouse. Backquote. Having said that, he left with Demetria, leaving only Beiyahu staring blankly at the building that had appeared out of nowhere. When Fang Hao returned to the city lord's mansion, the system prompt finally followed. The embrace of the deep sea. Beiyahu, your loyalty increased by 5 points, it is currently at 70 points. It's reached 70 again. Seems like, the loyalty of the snake woman isn't difficult to raise. It has already increased by 5 points now. After dealing with Beiyahu's matter, the issue with the new hero was brought to an end for the time being. Otherwise, it truly would have been a pity to let Nelson turn her into a skeleton. Skeleton heroes, although 100% loyal, will no longer have any chance of improvement, and it's like cutting off one's own retreat. In the afternoon, Fang Hao continued to lie on the deck chair, swaying back and forth. The Red General flew over again with various dried fruits for him to peel. At that moment, with a ding, the Book of Lords once again transmitted the sound of a private message. While stuffing nuts into the parrot's mouth, he opened it to check. The message was sent by Cao Junming, a transmigrator from Grey Iron City, home of the dwarves. It was the person who had designed the bolt-action rifle and the revolver. Although Fang Hao didn't think highly of Cao Junming's character, he acknowledged his talent. At least, currently in the World Channel, he hadn't seen any firearms like revolvers appear. Boss, the revolver blueprint has been engraved, and Belerga told me to send it to you, Cao Junming said. Seeing the message content, Fang Hao was delighted. Great, now the revolver could be mass-produced. Send it over. Alright, I'm sending a direct trade, said Cao Junming. Soon, Fang Hao received the blueprint and, once it was exchanged, he immediately recorded it in the Book of Lords. Revolver, blue, sturdy wood 1, white steel ingot 3, fine iron ingot 2, precision parts 5. Pistol bullet, green iron 1, white steel ingot 1, metal parts 1, black gunpowder 1. The blueprints for both the handgun and its bullets were all laid out. The gun was named Revolver, not Revolver. The name doesn't really matter, as long as it's effective. Its quality is blue, and its damage is sufficient. The handgun's purpose isn't for any large-scale battle but rather for self-protection in emergencies. For real assaults and force battles, rifles are more useful. Having acquired a new item, Fang Hao stood up, pushing away the fat parrot that had leaned in close again. Let's go to the shooting range. The parrot flew up, landing on Fang Hao's shoulder, and together they headed towards the shooting range. Once at the shooting range, Fang Hao began to manufacture directly. Hundredfold amplification triggered, received revolver X101. Hundredfold amplification triggered, received pistol bullet X606. The bullets came in sets of 6. When Fang Hao produced 1 unit of bullets, 6 appeared. These were shorter than the rifle bullets. He picked up a revolver, opened the revolving chamber, and loaded the bullets. Aiming at the target ahead, he then pulled the trigger. Pop pop popa. After a series of gunshots, only 3 bullets hit the target. The rest landed on the ground around. Ejecting the spent shells and loading new bullets, he continued to practice shooting. In close distances, the revolver could still be used for rapid kills, actually faster than casting spells. After practicing for a while, a crowd gathered outside the shooting range just to watch. Fang Hao called Angia and the maids over and had them familiarize themselves with the handgun, so that they would have a means of self-defense if something happened. The maids practiced with their handguns, firing away. Fang Hao then messaged Dong Jiayu, Zhang Bin, and Li Rong, a few of his directly subordinated city lords. He allocated handguns and bullets to them. On the sea. A sea vessel had its bottom drilled through. Along with the people tied to the ship, they all began sinking towards the ocean floor. IFC King curse you, you bunch of animals, I won't let you go even as a ghost, you damn beasts. On the slowly sinking ship, many people were locked up in the cabin. At the top mast of the deck, a man in his 20s was tied up. Covered in wounds, he coughed up blood while cursing loudly. As the ship took him down with it, the pirate beasts merely glanced at him in mockery. They continued to move the looted goods and boarded a larger ship in the distance. A ship bearing the emblem of a human torso with a snake's tail, holding up a rainbow-lit pearl. The Sea Tribe. The Japanese, and the Sea Tribe. I will remember you, you beasts. I swear, I will not let you go, not even as a ghost. The ship sank completely, silence overtook the sea. On the sea vessel. It had been several days since they set off from Giant Claw Island. The ship cut through the waves, its sails flapping loudly in the wind. Shi Yiming stood on deck, his gaze fixed on the vast ocean. Unlike those who lived on land, they were adapted to the ocean, and comfortable with ships. Lord Shi Yiming, we've just acquired over 1,000 various items, more than 5,000 units of spice materials, and over 1,000 human gold coins, reported a transmigrator as he came to the deck and stood side by side with Shi Yiming. Yes, the transmigrators from 100 cities have plentiful goods, we've harvested quite a bit, Shi Yiming said. As for the 100 Cities Federation, we could occupy a piece of territory there to use as a springboard for development, the transmigrator continued. The area of the islands is not small, but compared to the mainland, it's still too crowded. Neither population development nor resources are suitable for the human clan's expansion. That's why Shi Yiming hoped to join the Sea Tribe as soon as possible. Upon becoming part of the Sea Tribe, the resources for construction would change, and they could travel farther. But if there was land available, it was indeed worth considering occupying it. We're about to approach the coastal area near 100 cities, tell everyone not to provoke the nearby fishing boats, to avoid unnecessary trouble. The matter of occupying cities can wait until the Sea Tribe issue is dealt with, Shi Yiming continued. Yes, I'll inform them right away. The transmigrator left. The flag on the ship behind began to change, continuing to sail with the wind. Silver Wing City, Chinatown, inside a shop that was neither large nor small. The windows of the room were tightly closed, dimming the sunlight. Several transmigrators were sitting around a round table, discussing in low voices. Brother Wang, can we trust the person you mentioned? One asked. The man known as Brother Wang was dressed much better than the others. He nodded and said, the boss said, as long as we capture Li Rong, each of us gets 5,000 gold coins, counted and handed over in person. Another hesitated and said, but, Sister Li has helped us a lot, she helped build up this Chinatown. Isn't it a bit shady to capture her? Slap. The man known as Brother Wang raised his hand and slapped him. Li damn sister, don't you want the money anymore? Aren't you planning to buy this shop? If you're always so cowardly, how will you ever turn things around? Besides, we're just capturing her, not actually killing her. The words sounded reasonable, but everyone knew that handing Li Rong over was no different from killing her. It was simply a matter of direct murder versus being an accomplice. Moreover, Li Rong's reputation in Silver Wing City was high, especially now that she was an important member of the Mage Association. It was said that she was also helping other transmigrators to get recommendations to join the Mage Association. Her reputation was only growing, attracting a following around her. To go against her, If such a plan were to leak, they could be beaten to death. It's not that we don't want to help, but Li Rong has a purple-ranked hero by her side, and many guards too. How can we capture her? We would only be going to our deaths, someone said. The man known as Brother Wong showed a confident smile. He replied, we don't need to make the plan, we just need to lure her to the right place. The rest isn't our concern. Now it's up to you if you want to make this money. If you don't, there are plenty of others who will. The room fell silent once more. Everyone became quiet, unsure what to do. Just as Brother Wong stood to leave, someone finally spoke up, we just need to deal with Li Rong. But she's not easy to handle, she's a mage. If things go wrong, we could be blasted to death instantly. Brother Wong paused, turned back, and snapped, do I need to feed you by hand, give you money for nothing? You don't want to do anything, take no risks. You deserve to be poor your whole life. The criticized man's face flushed red. After hesitating for a while, he finally said, I'll do it. I'll do it too. One after another, everyone agreed to the plan. Main city. After obtaining a revolvers, Fang Hao equipped Angia, Demetria, and the dwarf skeleton hero, Frederick, with these firearms. In critical times, these powerful, instant-firing weapons could indeed play a significant role. Although Fang Hao had arranged shooting training for the maids, he did not distribute these weapons to them. It was very safe within the territory, and giving them out might risk hurting others, or themselves. If they accidentally lost a few maids because of this, it would be something to regret. Leather crafting area. Fang Hao, placing the revolver on the table, casually said, Bok, I want everyone to produce some holsters for this weapon. Bok was the leader of the skeleton tanner squad. Picking up the revolver to inspect it, he asked, is this a dwarf short gun? Yes, a modified type of short gun, it's now called a handgun. I need a holster that can be attached at the waist, Fang Hao explained, picking up a pen and sketching a rough idea from memory. It wasn't perfect, but it was not difficult for a craftsman to understand the concepts. I understand, something like this, Bok said, taking the pen and making a few simple modifications. The shape became more like the holsters seen in previous films. Yes, that's about right, that's the sort I want, Fang Hao nodded. How many does the Lord need? I can't be sure of the number, but we'll need them continuously. It's best to assign a few people to produce these holsters exclusively. Bok nodded, any particular requirements for the material? Ordinary leather will do, Fang Hao replied. All right, my lord. I understand. Does this firearm need to stay here? He asked. Yes. Fang Hao nodded, not picking up the firearm. After giving instructions for the holsters, he didn't linger there. He walked through each area, checking the recent situation and inquiring if the craftsmen had any work-related requests. The other craftsmen were also doing well, busy with their work. The goldsmiths, thanks to the popularity of the cosmetic gift boxes, began to get busy too. The stone masons had become a large group of idlers. From a distance, Fang Hao saw a group of skeletons holding chisels, gathered together, zoning out. Or they'd go over to the other craftsmen to help move some stuff around. They were so idle that their bones ached. This was truly a matter of occupational difference. Fang Hao wanted to assign them work, but there was none available. Previously, they could at least carve out stone armors and stone faces. But now, even those weren't needed, leaving no use for these people. Even the stone bridges over the rivers outside the city were covered in patterns, carved by the idling masons. And with this special troop type, they'd be fine as long as they were willing to work. Otherwise, if you assigned them other tasks, it could easily lead to a drop in loyalty. So for now, they could only remain idle. Fang Hao glanced over from afar and then left. He didn't get any closer. In the afternoon, Fang Hao fulfilled his promise. He took Angia and Lori, using the teleportation array, to head directly to the headquarters of the Trade Alliance. Angia had accompanied Fang Hao here twice, but it was Lori's first time at such a place. Even more so, it was her first time witnessing so many strange species with her own eyes. Throughout the way, Her eyes were wide open, exclaiming in surprise with every little yell. Lori, stop yelling. We need to keep a low profile. Fang Hao has enemies outside, Angia hurriedly said. This time they hadn't brought Demetria with them. Being human clan themselves, plus Demetria's shiny armor, would be too conspicuous. Running into the dragon clan, they could easily be recognized. Angia, after dressing up a bit and wearing a hat to hide her ears, looked just like a human. The three walking together, without speaking, even appeared like a family of three. Oh, okay, Lori quickly nodded in acknowledgement. As they walked, Fang Hao took out Book of Lords to take photos of the two. Watching Lori chase butterflies on the lawn, with all four limbs touching the ground. Fang Hao felt as if he had brought out two huskies. Fang Hao, pay up, we want to eat that, Angia pointed at a nearby stall. It seemed to be selling some kind of baked eggs, which from the outside looked somewhat like avocados. Didn't we agree not to eat random things? That's not random, it's quite famous among the orcs and it's not poisonous, Angia seriously said. Fine then, one for each person, there's other food ahead, he relented. After paying, the two rushed over to buy the food. The headquarters of the Trade Alliance had an architectural design resembling a tourist area. With beautiful scenery and many buildings featuring the characteristics of different species. One could say it connected all species together. As they walked, Fang Hao led them to an undead shop. Upon pushing the door open, the skeleton clerks inside all concurrently turned their skulls to look their way. Welcome, the skeleton clerks said in unison. It brought back the feeling of the club he had visited before. Fang Hao walked in and began to look around each counter. Angia wasn't very interested, but Lori, being there for the first time, also acted like a little grown-up, hands behind her back, following behind Fang Hao and looking at the bones in the display cases. There was nothing of interest on the first floor, so Fang Hao went straight up to the second floor. Soon, Fang Hao found some items he hadn't seen the last time. Sawfish bones priced at 1500 warfire coins, undead influence 1200. Iron-toothed giant shark bones priced at 1800 warfire coins, undead influence 1500. Worm bones priced at 2000 warfire coins, undead influence 1700. Looking at the fish bones and white bones before him, Fang Hao's brows furrowed slightly. During his last visit, there were various avian and beast bones, but all from land. Even more so, they were mostly desert bones. He speculated that the realm of the undead was mainly situated within the desert or its vicinity. This time, however, there were bones from the sea. What now? Did a flood wash them into the desert? Are these new wares? Fang Hao asked the skeleton clerk beside him. Yes, human sir, the clerk replied. How did you get these deep-sea items? Fang Hao continued. Sir, we have some cooperation with various species, and if you have any bones to sell, you can choose to sell to us, the clerk explained softly. Ah, so, it meant that they could be obtained by any species, who had no use for white bones but could earn an extra income by selling them to the undead. That was indeed a clever method, lesson learned. Slurp. Suddenly, a noise rang out. Fang Hao and the skeleton clerk simultaneously looked down in the direction of the sound. They saw Lori, her paws on the glass case, staring straight ahead, then unconsciously extending her tongue to lick the glass case. Leaving a streak on it. Oh come on. That made sense, a cat seeing fish bonesa, her expression was justifiable. With a light cough, Fang Hao said, pack up these 3 items, I'll take them. The skeleton cashier was taken aback. He glanced at the cat-eared girl below and then at Fang Hao who wanted to buy the fish bones. He didn't forget to gently remind, Sir, these have been dried and preserved, they are not edible. Fang Hao was also taken aback. There it was, his impression of buying bones for soup at an undead shop was cemented. Who would eat this stuff? I have a friend from the undead clan, I'm getting it for him, Fang Hao explained. Oh, alright, then I'll pack them up for you. The skeleton cashier opened the glass cabinet and wrapped up the 3 skeletons separately. Fang Hao took this time to pull on Lori, signaling her to wipe the drool off the glass. He continued to walk further inside, to see if there was anything else he could use. The items for sale here were somewhat homogeneous, all from the land. Not a single thing from the sky. After checking the second floor, Fang Hao went up to the third floor. He checked many viscera jars. Eventually, Fang Hao's gaze fell on a book on the side with a gray leather cover. Book. Lingering Ghosts. Category. Book. Description. A book recording dark magic and insights. A magic book. The name is very undead. He looked at the price, 50,000 Warfire coins. Compared to the other items which were around 110,000, it seemed a bit out of place on the third floor. But as far as book prices go, this one was exorbitantly priced. This book, isn't it priced a bit too high? Fang Hao mentioned. The skeleton cashier stepped forward to explain, "Human sir, this book contains level 4 undead spells, which if studied by mages of the immortal faction, can greatly enhance their power. Level 4 magic corresponds to the purple quality. It indeed is of high quality. But one needs to read and learn from it. 50,000 for a book, truly extortionate. Wrap it up, I'll take it," Fang Hao said through gritted teeth. Hoping that upon returning, he could decipher some magic from it. After he was done, he could let Nelson read it, then Amanda, and finally, sell it for 50,000. Thinking about it, it wasn't a loss. All right, sir. Though the skeleton showed no expression, its movements became a bit more brisk. It was probably quite pleased. With nothing else of interest, they returned to the first floor. Paid at the counter, took their items and stored them in the storage space. Once again, he took the two women out for a stroll on the main street. And on a roadside stall, he bought grilled fish for Lori to satisfy her craving. This child, how long has it been since she last had fish, drooling over a fishbone like that? Next, the trio continued to browse the shops of various other factions. Nothing special, nor anything they specifically needed. They even made a point to check the lizardmen's shop. The queen wasn't there, so they just browsed around and left. Lizardmen's gear, in fact, had its unique features. Apart from the armor sizes being more suited to the lizardmen's physique, it also included tail armor. The tail was encased in armor, and at the very end, they equipped it with attacking weapons. Such as tail spikes, tail hammers. It's also an attack method. They strolled until dusk. It satisfied the girl's desire to explore. Actually, Fang Hao was not very controlling over them. If it weren't for safety concerns, he would let the maidens come out for a stroll. Being cooped up in the city all day could make one go stir crazy. "Let's go to Succubus Cottage for dinner," Angia suggested. Fang Hao looked across the street where at the entrance of the cottage stood a plump but seemingly young white temptress demon. With tiny demon horns on her head, dressed in a black leather outfit, her belly slightly exposed through a heart-shaped cutout. And that spade-shaped tail that just wouldn't stop wagging, warming the hearts of the onlookers. Fang Hao had actually been to the Succubus Cottage once before. Back then, some kind of drunkard's contest was about to be held, and Fang Hao bought several bottles of the most expensive Dragon Village Dream. It was that time he and Rolana drank together, both a bit tipsy, which brought them closer. With so many people going in, it would be problematic to draw attention, Fang Hao said softly, watching the steady stream of customers entering the store. "How about I ask if there are private rooms? If there are, we can eat Haria, how about it?" Angia haggled. "That works." Fang Hao thought for a moment and agreed. "Lori, you go and ask if there are any private rooms." "I won't go. Why don't you ask yourself?" Lori retorted. Angia, hands on hips, replied, "I brought you out this time, won't bring you next time." "Fine, I'll go." Lori trotted towards the succubus standing at the door, pointing this way while asking her questions. Soon enough, she came running back excitedly. Real fast. "There's a private room, said if we wait any longer when more people arrive, they can't guarantee there will be any left," Lori hurriedly reported. Angia also widened her eyes, looking at him expectantly. "I don't get it, a demon-run restaurant should attract Mina, what are you two so eager for?" "Let's go, we'll see. Don't order anything weird. Angia can detox but you can't," Fang Hao said on the side. "I won't eat," Lori stated. "You better not." Heading to the succubus cottage, the two were quite pleased. Arm in arm with Fang Hao, they walked briskly over. The atmosphere inside the cottage was rather unconventional. A room full of men, with sexy seductress demons, waggling tails as they served drinks and food to the tables of guests. It was indeed lively. When Fang Hao was at the front desk booking a private room, his gaze fell upon a poster on the wall next to him. It could probably be called a poster. The drunkard competition, first place winner, Beata of the Dragon Clan. There was also an image of Beata, the silver-haired dragon girl, that closely resembled the wanted posters from One Piece. Looking at the name, Fang Hao really couldn't remember her. But one look at the image, and he immediately recognized her as the Dragon Clan girl who had dismantled the Trade Alliance auction with him. He heard that the Dragon Clan was still looking for him. This dragon girl, still young in age and small in stature, could really hold her liquor, having won first place. The second place went to a dwarf, and the third to a troll with a horn on his forehead. Ah, this first place was a member of the Dragon Clan, which was understandable. After all, the Dragon Clan naturally possessed great physical strength. But considering a troll's size, which could fit 3 or 4 dwarfs, not being able to drink more than a dwarf was somewhat unreasonable. Sir, madam, this way please, the succubus said gently, taking Fang Hao's hand and walking up the stairs to the second floor. Soft and fluffy, Angia and Lori, not minding him, were looking around. Upon entering the private room, it immediately became much quieter. They sat down at the table. Angia and Lori began to order, and although the restaurant was owned by a succubus, the food was quite normal. Nothing bizarre appeared. The white temptress demon beside them listened quietly, her tail gently wagging. Angia touched it. The white temptress demon looked at her and said softly, "Sir, madam, that's not allowed." "It's not me who touched it, why bring me into this?" At dusk, the sky slowly turned red. Silver Wing City, a village on the eastern side. In a slightly dim wooden house. Ms. Li Rong looked curiously at the few people before her. "Do you have teaching experience?" They didn't seem much like scholars from any perspective. Yes, you didn't say. Can we divide the houses for teachers?" "We all can," a man said. Li Rong frowned. "What did you teach before?" Language. Half an hour earlier, Ms. Li Rong had left Silver Wing City, heading back to her own city. People hurriedly came up, saying there were several people willing to be teachers. They had previously worked on compiling teaching materials as well, and wanted to talk to her. Ms. Li Rong thought for a moment and was led here. "What about the rest of you?" she continued asking. "I teach math. I am a physical education teacher." As they spoke, sweat began to form on their foreheads. Ms. Li Rong's eyebrows knitted slightly, but she felt that something was off with these people. They seemed very nervous. During this time, after having many contacts with the city's nobility and hearing about numerous plots and schemes, she felt even more that these people had ulterior motives. Thinking this, she remained calm and said, "All right, I can approve this matter. When the time comes, I will arrange for your employment, allocate separate housing in the city, and provide compensation, which is much better than here." The men's eyes shifted evasively. The offer, if fulfilled, was actually not bad. Just as Ms. Li Rong was about to say something else casually and get up to leave, the door opened. 2 men, one after the other, walked in. Sword of Chivalry Walter, Blue Tier 5. Brave Vanguard Jonathan, Blue Tier 4. They stood at the doorway. At the same time, sounds of shouting and killing could be heard from outside. Morse pulled Ms. Li Rong up, quickly retreating to create distance from the opposite side. Shielding her behind him, Ms. Li Rong was startled, but her expression remained calm. "If something happens to me here, and the Mage Association investigates, none of you will survive either," she said. The hero known as Sword of Chivalry replied with a smile, "Ms. Li Rong, we are merely asking you to come with us, there's absolutely no ill intent." No ill intent. That statement contrasted sharply with the fierce shouts of combat outside. "Can you tell me who is behind you?" Ms. Li Rong continued to inquire. Meanwhile, she contemplated what to do. Morse was a purple hero, skilled in assassination, openly fighting, especially while protecting her. He might not be a match for two warrior heroes. Send a message to Fang Hao. There wasn't enough time. Reaching for the Book of Lords might provoke an immediate attack from them. Even if contact was made, what then? Fang Hao's teleport required precise positioning, and it wasn't something briefly explainable. You will know in due time, Ms. Li Rong. Please come with us to avoid any harm, Sword of Chivalry continued. Ms. Li Rong didn't respond. If she agreed to go, she'd be a fool. Such a forceful attempt to capture her likely wouldn't end with her release. Her eyes constantly scanned the room. 2 heroes, 4 transmigrators. She needed to quickly eliminate the transmigrators, then assist Morse. Or, after eliminating the transmigrators, she could turn and run. If they chased her, Morse could likely handle one on his own. As she thought this, she covertly signaled on Morse's back with a couple of gestures. Not caring whether the others understood. She coldly warned, reminding you that I have a mark left by Teacher Gregoria on me. Every move you make is seen by the teacher. If you don't want to die, leave now. I can pretend nothing happened. The 2 heroes scoffed. Directly addressing their comrades, they said, the 4 of you, dealing with one woman, no problem, right? The 4 transmigrators nodded, pulling gleaming steel swords from a nearby cabinet. Good. Capture Ms. Li Rong, and your task will be complete, Sword of Chivalry said coldly. As soon as the words fell, the 2 heroes and the 4 transmigrators rushed forward together. The room was dim and cramped. Choosing this location was a well-considered decision. Whether it was the assassin or the mage, the confined space greatly limited their abilities. On the contrary, it was more advantageous for class warrior heroes. With a loud shout, 2 warrior heroes took a step and stationed themselves in front of Morse. With a longsword and a broadsword in hand, they swung horizontally at the waist, one left, one right, one up, one down. Kill the heroes first. The swords whistled through the air as Morse leapt up, gliding through the air. His purple figure was like an agile big cat. His movements were light and fluid, yet filled with explosive power. He weaved through the gaps between the blades, and his dual serrated short swords thrust forward in an instant. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. The Sword of Chivalry dodged the attack by tilting his head, but the valiant guard, with the sword, was a bit slower. With a terrified expression, he could only tilt his head and use his helmet to block the blade. Sparks flew from the forehead of the valiant guard, and his head snapped back instantly. Morse landed on his feet and immediately launched a fierce attack, seizing the moment to kill one first. But the Sword of Chivalry was also quick, slashing his longsword vertically. Morse twisted his waist and thrust his short sword directly at the throat of the Sword of Chivalry. This move was both fast and tricky, forcing the Sword of Chivalry to duck low and swing his sword in defense. Morse did not stop, rushing toward the valiant guard, again with his twin daggers, repeatedly stabbing at critical spots like the neck, eyes, and chest. There was even a desperate posture of trading injury for injury. He aimed to kill one first. The 2 warrior heroes were terrified. This female assassin was not as simple as the intelligence had described. Every move was cruel and tricky. A slight deviation could mean death or severe injury. On the side, 4 male transmigrators also pulled out weapons from behind the cabinet. They shouted as they charged toward Ms. Li Rong. With that hero occupied, they were confident in dealing with a woman, especially one without much flesh on her bones. At such a short distance, spells wouldn't have much effect. If they could catch her, they would obtain what the other party had promised. They also envisioned a better life in the future. With this thought, their speed increased slightly. However, the expression on Li Rong's face did not change as she watched the 4 men charging at her. She reached behind her waist. Then, a shiny pistol was in her hand, aimed directly at them. She cocked the gun. Bang! She pulled the trigger and a loud gunshot rang out. The next second, the man in the lead howled as a spray of blood burst from his thigh. Falling to the ground mid-charge, he began to scream in pain while clutching his thigh. This gunshot also instantly scared the other transmigrators. They immediately stopped their approach, their eyes wide with surprise and fear. Nobody had seen a revolver before. Seeing their companion rolling on the ground holding his leg, they no longer dared to charge to their deaths. They were no heroes, and they had no scales. A bullet could definitely take them down. In the eyes of modern people, a gun's deterrent power was maxed out. Li Rong held the pistol, not firing a second shot. Because the first shot wasn't aimed at that person, nor the thigh. Her aim had been too poor. If she fired a second shot and missed, it might cause these men to realize something and desperately charge over. She did not dare to take that risk. And it seemed that she had already deterred them. What's the matter? Seeing me being too friendly on usual days, you think you can mess around? Li Rong's voice was icy, her gun still aimed at them. No, Ms. Li, we were wrong, give us a chance, one of them quickly pleaded for mercy, involuntarily stepping back. The others also started making excuses. They completely lost the momentum they had for fighting and shouting earlier. On the side, the sudden gunshot also startled the other two heroes. Seeing Li Rong holding a short-barreled musket which had deterred several men. They cursed in their hearts at the cowardice. The two exchanged glances. The sword of chivalry charged towards Morse again with his sword, while the other, valiant guard, charged towards Li Rong. Clang! Morse blocked the attack of the sword of chivalry with the short sword in his left arm. The other hand's short sword was flung toward the valiant guard. The short sword howled miserably as it spiraled through the air toward the large figure. Clang! The valiant guard blocked it with his sword, his steps slightly slowed. But Morse positioned himself in front of the two again, not giving them a chance to get close to Li Rong. The room was only so large, and it was nearly filled with people. Li Rong's expression was also grim. But her hand holding the pistol never lowered. Seeing Morse block the others, she continued to address the transmigrators. Scram, if I see you again, don't blame me for blasting you. Yes, thank you Ms. Li, they said. Come back, carry him out, anyone who turns back dies, Li Rong commanded again. The few who had just thought about escaping through the window ran back. Under the aim of the gun, they dragged the guy who had been shot in the thigh through the window and out. Seeing them run into the distance, Li Rong fired 2 more shots toward the distance. The transmigrators, clutching their heads and loudly yelling, kept an S-shaped path as they continued to leave. At that moment, Li Rong's gun was again aimed at the other 2 heroes. Bang, bang, bang. She fired 3 shots directly, but all missed. As if being hurled as a dart, he began to concentrate magic. Summoning a flame spider and a multi-headed fire python, he began an attack on the 2 people. For a time, Morse entangled the opponent using the advantage of his status. The flames at the rear also endlessly harassed them. From time to time, he would unfurl 1 or 2 magic scrolls, releasing various spells to wear down the opponent. But as time passed, scars covered Morse's body, and blood dripped from the wounds, with Li Rong's spells having limited effect. The shouts of killing outside the door also continued. Meanwhile, a great fire had started in the wooden hut. Li Rong, peering out of the window, whispered softly, Morse, it's gotten darka. Morse himself was somewhat in disarray. Protecting Li Rong was proving to be quite strenuous. He nodded and said, run outside ya, don't look back. Okay, said Li Rong as she covered her mouth and nose, promptly leaping through the window. She ran toward the distance. The other 2 heroes, seeing this, no longer tangled with Morse, and flanking him from the left and the right, pursued. Morse, too, ran out of the range of the fire. But he did not rush to stop them. Instead, his figure gradually disappeared into the night. Not seeing Morse, the 2 nevertheless paid no mind. They simply assumed this hero had fled on his own. But the next second, a cold light appeared out of nowhere. Followed by the tragic scream of the sword of chivalry. A short sword, suddenly appearing in the night, pierced through his clavicle and plunged directly downwards into his chest. This dark elf's ability was to become invisible in the night. The sword of chivalry was also startled. Morse did not attack a second time. He withdrew his short sword, stepped back 2 steps, and his figure once again slowly faded into the night. The sword of chivalry dared not pursue, feeling even the surrounding darkness was unsafe. He stopped in his tracks and protected his companion. The sword of chivalry clenched his injury in agony, which began to turn purple. The short sword was also poisoned. With trembling hands, he pulled out bottle after bottle of potion and began to pour them down like money was no object. The profession of an assassin is the most troublesome. It's all about killing a mean and despicable. Not only is the wound fatal, but it also carries poison. Meanwhile, far off, the figure of Li Rong had gradually disappeared into the darkness. They had failed. This was not simply a matter of failing a mission. In the Federation, they had no place to stay either. She's gone, let's leave too, said Sword of Chivalry coldly. As they cautiously approached, they suddenly felt someone approaching from behind. They turned around and swung a sword. Whoosh! The blade cleaved through the air but hit nothing. The assassin hadn't left and was still waiting nearby for an opportunity. Damn Ida, she's still here. No sooner had Li Rong escaped than she saw a cavalry quickly advancing. The village's firelight had caught the patrol cavalry's attention. In the dim moonlight, Li Rong saw the armor and flags of the Hall of Justice worn by the cavalry. She hesitated at first, wondering if these were enemy reinforcements. But then she dismissed the idea. If they could mobilize the forces of the Hall of Justice, why bother ambushing her? Realizing this, she cast a fire arrow towards the speeding group and shouted loudly, I am Mage Li Rong from the Mage Association. My caravan has been attacked by bandits. I need your help. Gregoria was rudely awakened by the urgent knocking on her door. What exactly was happening this year? Why was there always someone knocking at her door in the middle of the night? What is it? Gregoria asked toward the door. From outside came the voice of the attendant. Gregoria, just now the Hall of Justice reported an attack on Mage Li Rong's caravan. Gregoria's eyebrows knit slightly. Then she sat up and asked, how is Li Rong? The Hall of Justice did not specify Miss Li Rong's condition, but she should be safe, the attendant carefully said. Gregoria dressed quickly, her expression turning much colder. Opening the door, she directly asked, who did it? 2 registered mercenary groups from the city including 2 hero-level leaders were captured on the scene, under interrogation now, the attendant continued. Prepare a carriage, to the Hall of Justice. Doherty is doing a poor job these days. The sky was faintly bright. The council hall. Doherty looked at the 2 heroes in the hall, bound and bearing scars. Gregoria's brow furrowed slightly, though they had received some medical treatment. One still had a visible ghastly stab wound on the clavicle. To have survived such a blow was due to the fact that the opponent was a warrior-type hero and that medical help was timely. This was indeed a harsh move by their opponent. And now, when the Federation was short on people, losing 2 heroes would also be a loss for the Federation. Doherty's brow knitted, but he still maintained his composure. Li Rong, what exactly happened? Doherty asked. Li Rong was somewhat disheveled, but clearly without any serious injuries. Leader Doherty, these 2 led their mercenaries to set an ambush in the village east of the city to kill me. For self-defense, my guards held off the 2, allowing me to escape. I ran into soldiers from the Hall of Justice on the way, and they captured them, Li Rong stated loudly. Hearing Li Rong's words, all the council members present were initially stunned. Then the room burst into uproar. Mustering troops for robbery and murder around Silver Wing City. When did Silver Wing City become so dangerous? First was the appearance of the gold-eating queen, causing nobles in the city to dare not venture out, and now, mercenary bandits have appeared. What's going on recently? It's too chaotic. Moreover, they did not think Li Rong was lying, as she had mentioned the army of the Hall of Justice. Involving the Hall of Justice made her claim somewhat more credible. Leader Doherty, what she says is not true. At this moment, the Sword of Chivalry, kneeling on the ground, spoke loudly. We only intended to invite Miss Li Rong for a visit, with no thought of seizing property or harming her life. This place is close to Silver Wing City, with military patrols every night. How could we possibly go to assassinate Ms. Li Rong? Taking a deep breath, he continued, both our teams were stationed in that village. We just saw Ms. Li Rong there and wanted to get acquainted. We didn't expect this to lead to a misunderstanding and a fight broke out, resulting in the current situation. Sword of Chivalry and Honor Guard. In Silver Wing City, both are well-established mercenary groups. And the Sword of Chivalry, among these groups, is highly regarded, with superior swordsmanship and a reputation for chivalry. So when he spoke, some of the council members did believe him. The two opposing statements offered contrary interpretations regarding the mercenaries' intentions. Li Rong called them bandits. In the city, mercenaries act as soldiers, but outside, they turn into bandits, which is not uncommon. The explanation from the Sword of Chivalry was that it was merely a dispute between the two parties, amounting at most to a serious brawl. A severely injured honor guard added, Leader Doherty, distinguished council members, we hold no grudges against Ms. Li Rong. We couldn't possibly attack her. Perhaps our words were too aggressive, leading Ms. Li Rong to believe we meant her harm. The two knew that admitting guilt at this point could lead to severe punishment from the Federation, even death. Therefore, they insisted it was all a misunderstanding. Indeed, they hadn't intended to kill Li Rong, merely to take her away. Doherty then looked towards Li Rong, his tone serious. Li Rong, do you agree with their explanation? So, I want to ask these two, with myself as a lone woman accompanied only by a hero, what heated words could possibly lead me, at a disadvantage, to choose to fight, while such polite individuals are forced to counterattack? Do I wish to commit suicide? Li Rong countered. Indeed, it was some verbal disagreements that made Ms. Li Rong angry, resulting in the current situation. The Sword of Chivalry still insisted stubbornly. Li Rong wanted to speak, but then Gregoria stood up. She swept her gaze upwards, her voice stern. Doherty, use the church's Inquisition spell, and all will be clear. How long do you intend to drag this out? At these words, everyone looked up at Doherty. Doherty's brow furrowed even more. Recently he had been busy compensating the Blood Clan and strengthening the borders. But internal problems kept arising. His gaze turned to the Archbishop. And the two below started to look uneasy. Once the church's Inquisition is used, everything comes to light. Just as they were worrying, Archbishop Milton finally spoke slowly, I see no need for such trouble. Since there have been no significant losses on both sides, and it's not something to be discussed in council, let the Hall of Justice investigate thoroughly. The church, it seemed, was reluctant to get involved. Archbishop, that isn't quite right. Blocking and attempting assassination near Silver Wing City of important council members isn't just a security issue but also involves mercenary management and the safety of other council members. A superficial investigation might signal to outsiders that anyone can assassinate a council member, and it will just be glossed over afterward. A calm voice rose. All eyes turned to see it was Palmer, the representative from Liss City, who had been sitting above. Fuck. Quite bold, actually confronting the Archbishop in his capacity as a representative. The council members were stunned. Are all the officials around Rebecca this assertive? Aren't they afraid of dying? But one thing all council members understood clearly. If you trivialize this matter, could mercenaries in the city then attack council members too? Which council member doesn't have a few enemies? Palmer, watch your language, an accompanying bishop said loudly. Palmer turned around and did not respond but remained silent. At this moment, Gregoria also spoke up. What, if it's not someone from the church involved, you just ignore it? I only think that since security incidents happen frequently, handing it over to the Hall of Justice for a thorough investigation is sufficient. This is a council, not a place for handling these matters, Archbishop Milton continued. This archbishop had made it clear he would not investigate. Gregoria scoffed and looked towards Doherty. What do you say, Doherty? Doherty nodded. Speaking, the archbishop does have a point. I will have someone thoroughly investigate this matter and provide an explanation to Mage Li Rong. HMPH. Called upon when needed, but unable to even ensure safety when not needed. You really think the Mages Association is easy to bully? The magic wand slammed down hard. What kind of leader are you, Doherty? The hall fell silent. Everyone realized then that the old lady was angry. The Mages Association rarely comments on council matters. But that doesn't mean Gregoria is easy to talk to. On the contrary, when this old lady gets angry, it is devastating. The wrath of an orange mage, who would dare to endure it? Gregoria, this is not a place for you to throw a tantrum. Doherty too was angry, and he raised his voice as he spoke. Mage Li Rong was almost killed last night. It's normal for President Gregoria to be angry, Palmer chimed in again. Palmer, what do you mean? As the chaos in the hall escalated, and the objectives of the two men had not been discerned, the council began to feud first. Li Rong had to intervene. The church's help is not needed. Everyone looked at her again. Leader Doherty, the church's help is not needed. I can verify it myself and it won't take much time. I just need to use a spell scroll, Li Rong said. Entering the venue required a frisking, with most items not allowed in. Doherty nodded. Agreed. Li Rong looked towards the entrance and said, bring me my backpack. The waiting Lionheart Knight brought the backpack inside. Then, she opened the backpack and began taking out several spell scrolls. Finally, she pulled out a white scroll. It was the church's Inquisition spell scroll. Teacher Gregoria, I have an Inquisition spell scroll. The church isn't needed, Li Rong stated. Gregoria nodded. Use it. Ms. Li Rong no longer asked others. She approached the Sword of Chivalry directly and opened the scroll. Instantly, a white light enveloped the Sword of Chivalry. The tense Sword of Chivalry gradually became devout, and its eyes lost their original sparkle. What was your purpose in looking for me last night? Ms. Li Rong asked. To capture Ms. Li Rong, and eliminate everyone else. As these words were spoken, voices of discussion erupted amongst the crowd, truly as if they were murderous robbers. Who instructed you to capture Ms. Li Rong, and how were you going to deal with her? Ms. Li Rong continued. Fearing the other might not understand, she didn't use I, but Ms. Li Rong. The Sword of Chivalry continued to reply, it was Groot, we took his commission. As for how to handle the capture, I am not clear. Groot. The scene became tumultuous again. Why was it Groot again? Which Groot? Ms. Li Rong asked further. Groot Marshall. As soon as these words fell, the light from the scroll completely faded away. Wowa! The crowd instantly burst into whispers. The Sword of Chivalry and the loyal guards turned pale as if they had lost all their strength. Limping, they knelt down on the ground. It truly was a targeted kidnapping and assassination of key parliamentary members. The elimination of the other attendants also implied that there was never any intention of letting Ms. Li Rong come back alive. Doherty leader, the true culprit is Groot. He needs to be apprehended for interrogation immediately, a council member stood up and said loudly. It was too audacious, daring to do such a thing in the Silver Wing City. Doherty leader, I propose stripping Rolf of his mercenary council member status, and also to re-register and investigate all mercenaries within our territory, to distinguish if they are soldiers or bandits, as now it remains unclear, another voice rose among the council seats. No matter the faction, everyone stood united at this moment. As Palmer had said, if this incident were to pass over, then the assassination of council members would become the norm. Who would dare gamble whether they might be next? Doherty Lederer. Gregoria spoke, and the surroundings fell silent again. All eyes turned towards her. Doherty nodded. I understand. Someone, arrest Groot immediately. Yesa. The guards took the command and departed from the hall. But Gregoria's words were not on this matter, but she asked, wasn't Groot in the dungeon? Everyone was shocked. Right, wasn't he put into the dungeon a few days ago? The issue just got more complicated. Someone released him to kill Ms. Li Rong. It's a connected series of Kasesa. Doherty's frown deepened, sensing the gravity of the situation. Someone, go find out how Groot was let out, Doherty spoke coldly. Time ticked by, second after second. Finally, the guard who had left returned. He saluted and said, Doherty leader, Groot died of poisoning, it appears to be a suicide at the scene. Groot died, at this time. There certainly was a conspiracy. Then a second guard ran in and said, the guards of the dungeon said, it was the church's temple attendant who took him away. Archbishop Milton suddenly opened his eyes wide and slammed the desk. Nonsense. The whole room fell silent. No one responded to the Archbishop's roar. Gregoria suddenly laughed, saying, "Doherty, leave these two to me. If they are kept in your Hall of Justice, they won't survive the night." Doherty's face turned pale. She was implying his Hall of Justice could not be trusted. "Since this matter involves the Mage Association, let them handle it, but the results need to be informed to the Hall of Justice," Doherty said. "Agreed. Take them away," someone commanded. Gregoria turned and walked towards the door, and just before exiting she said, "Doherty, since you became leader, there has been constant warfare around, and everything inside is a mess. I will write to the General Association and report the situation here to see if the Hall of Justice truly has no one left." After speaking, she left with Ms. Li Rong and the two escorts. The council hall was utterly silent, with the outside not properly managed and the interior in disarray. This federation of 100 cities is doomed. Doherty and Archbishop Milton sat with extremely grim expressions. Main city. No, no, Noah, Fang Hao shouted, spreading his arms towards the sky. The next second, Rolana fell from the sky, directly into Fang Hao's arms. Luckily Rolana had held back her strength, or else Fang Hao, not as sturdy as before, might have fractured his bones. He held her waist and spun around in the air, asking, "Missed me, huh?" Their relationship had progressed and become even more intimate. "Miss my foot, where's the novel? I finished Minia." The coast was always plagued with rainy days. The light rain dripped steadily, falling among the ruins. The city of old was no longer visible, only the militias and refugees who had not yet managed to evacuate lingered around. Xu Yuanhang stared blankly at the scene before him as tears mixed with the raindrops and fell. He didn't know how he had survived. When he woke up, he had already washed ashore. Alone. Of all the people on the ship, only he remained. He had returned to his own territory. But after the Book of Lords was taken, the city was abandoned and turned into the ruins before him. These past 2 days, he struggled to sleep at night, every time he closed his eyes. He would see his subjects locked up in the ship's hold, struggling in agony in the seawater. Clothes ragged, a young girl Casey with her face scratched up, cried out, "Lord brother, it hurts so mucha." Xu Yuanhang felt like he was going insane. He knew he didn't belong here, that it shouldn't have been him who survived. Nor should he have studied the great maritime era, that ludicrous idea that killed everyone. "Sir, you're back of the city, I don't know how, just collapsed," a militiaman approached him. "Sir, you're hurt, come inside the tent and don't get rained on." "Lord, where are the others?" The militia and villagers gathered around, inquiring one after the other. Xu Yuanhang just felt a buzzing in his head, wanting to speak but not being able to utter a word. He thought he had already accepted this world. But seeing his daily companions dying in front of him, the painstakingly built ship sinking to the ocean floor, he still couldn't accept it. His mind felt empty, his chest stifled. Thump thump thump. At that moment, the sound of horseshoes approached. A group of cavalry rushed over quickly, stopping in front of the building. A woman led them. Clad in a cape, she resembled an ancient hero. "Xu Yuanhang, what has happened here? Why did you leave the alliance?" the woman asked softly. Xu Yuanhang saw the woman, his eyes slightly regained some life, and he staggered forward, saying, "By Zan, my ship was scuttled by the enemy, the Book of Lords was swallowed up. Can the alliance help me take revenge? Help Casey avenge, she was just 12, you must help Maya." As he spoke, he began to sob uncontrollably. Bai Zan glanced at the abandoned city. She asked, "How did you encounter the enemy?" "Not clear, they came on the Sea Tribe's ships." "Sea Tribe?" Bai Zan frowned, thought for a moment and still said, "Xu Yuanhang, you need to calm down, how can we fight the Sea Tribe at sea? Are we to rely on those few broken ships of ours? Going would mean certain death." But they killed people, did they die for nothing?" Xu Yuanhang said. "We need to bear it for now, and alert everyone to be more careful when going out to sea lately," Bai Zan advised. "Then I'll contact the Federation, the dead were all from the Federation, they must take care of it," Xu Yuanhang insisted. In this era, who cares about a few ordinary people dying? Bai Zhan didn't want to discourage him further, but that was the harsh reality. Shu Yuanhang stood there stunned, as if he had lost his soul. With the city gone, he had no chance to develop, let alone seek revenge. Come back with me, to my place, we can discuss this matter properly, Bai Zhan suggested. Shu Yuanhang then lifted his head. He said, I need to find Fang Hao. He once said that we should unite and help each other. He will definitely help me avenge. Silver Wing City. The carriage creaked and groaned as it made its way back. Gregoria looked across at Li Rong and asked softly, do you have any grudge against Groot? I saw him twice at parties, we never spoke, Li Rong replied. When she learned that Groot was the one to capture her, Li Rong was also surprised. She knew Groot was Fang Hao's enemy, but she had no dealings with him. And it wasn't likely that she would be implicated because of Fang Hao. So, she still didn't understand, what was it for? Just out of the blue, she had attracted such trouble. Then someone must have directed him, do you have any enemies? Gregoria continued. Li Rong still shook her head, truly none. Just a businesswoman, what enemies could she have? Ah, this is not good, arrange some more guards recently, if not, stay in the association for a while, Gregoria suggested. Thank you, teacher, for your help today, Li Rong sincerely thanked. She was somewhat surprised that Gregoria would help her like this. Otherwise, with the council's attitude, it could have been a private interrogation by the Hall of Justice, and perhaps they wouldn't even have discovered Groot's involvement by now. Even if these two were handed over for her to interrogate, finding out about Groot and seeking revenge would still be tricky. It was better handled directly by the council, at least getting some attention. You are a mage of the association. When such problems arise, of course, I must protect you. Gregoria reached under the seat, pulled out drinks, and poured for both Li Rong and herself. After taking a sip, she continued, what are you going to do with those two? I see no point in interrogating them anymore, just kill them and be done with it. Li Rong pondered for a moment and said, lock them up first. If they don't want to die, I will have them sign a contract to enhance their powers. Yes, that's also good. Main City. Rolana reclined on a lounge chair under an oak tree, reading a novel. Fang Hao tried several times to strike up a conversation, but she was somewhat reluctant to engage, focusing instead on her book. Meanwhile, in the Book of Lords, Li Rong also sent a message. Fang Hao, the mastermind behind this is Groot. When the guards caught him, he had already taken poison and committed suicide. Last night, Fang Hao had received news that Li Rong was attacked. He had planned to bring her over, but Li Rong had already returned to her own city and could ensure her safety. And early in the morning, he had to discuss this matter at the council, so he didn't come over. Fang Hao then gave her some equipment and a bunch of scrolls like teleportation scrolls, interrogation scrolls, dark elemental magic bullet scrolls, etc., telling her to throw all of them out in case of danger, to give herself a chance to escape. Now, the news that came back confirmed the real culprit was Groot. Fang Hao was also somewhat surprised. Do you also have a grudge against him? Li Rong replied, no, I don't know why he targeted me, acting like a mad dog, biting anyone he sees. Then it's someone else trying to harm you, and he's just a pawn, Fang Hao continued. Yes, I know. I'm also strengthening my defenses here. It's really annoying. I always feel like someone is out to get me, Li Rong said. Fang Hao thought for a moment and then said, shall I bring you over here? Forget it. I still need to study magic with the association here. There shouldn't be any danger in the city, Li Rong declined. If it had been before, Li Rong would definitely have agreed when Fang Hao suggested bringing her over. Now, it turns out she has really taken an interest in magic. All right, buy a house in the city, and arrange for more people to protect you. No need. If I stay in the city, I'll reside at the Mage Association, which is even safer than buying a house. After a brief pause, she continued, the ones who came to capture me last night included 2 blue heroes. I want to contract them. Killing them would be a waste. That works. Send me 2 hero contract scrolls. Oh, So this was about getting contract scrolls from him. Oh, I see, just say it if you need something, no need to be shy. Shy my ass, just give it to me, I need it now. Fang Hao took out 2 hero contract scrolls and traded them directly. Once the other party received them, they didn't continue the conversation. The chat was disconnected. Fang Hao meanwhile continued to study the newly acquired, Indomitable Spirits, magic book. The language of the undead was similar to that of humans but had many differences. More so, it resembled strange symbols and seemed like incantations. Fang Hao read very carefully, sometimes noting down content he didn't fully understand. He would ask Nelson later or take a photo and ask Amanda to understand the meanings. When Fang Hao looked up, Rolana had gone off to do something. He was the only one left in the entire backyard. He stretched and walked outside. The maids would be taking their midday break and coming back to eat soon. He left the Lord's mansion. There he saw 2 funeral priests carrying a skeleton standing at the entrance. Seeing Fang Hao come out, they saluted in unison, "Lord." "Yes, what is it?" Fang Hao asked. The funeral priests answered, "My lord, this is a newly created demon doll. Scholar Nelson sent us to deliver it to you." A demon doll had been created. Fang Hao's gaze shifted to the skeleton that clearly showed no signs of movement. Using the previous method, he drew the light feather dagger from his waist, and lightly touched the tip of his index finger on the blade's edge. A drop of blood was placed at the brow of the doll. The next second, the blood flowed quickly along the rune and was absorbed and disappeared. Fang Hao could distinctly feel that he had formed a connection with the doll in front of him. He tried to cast God's presence on the doll. Following this, the bodies of the doll which the 2 skeleton warriors were carrying, suddenly trembled. It broke free from its restraints and stood up. At that moment, the doll's perspective also appeared in Fang Hao's mind. He could even see himself through the doll's eyes. It wasn't much different from the last time he controlled a doll. He immediately checked the doll's attributes. Demon doll. Type: doll. Body strength. Level 3. Abilities: Smashing Strike, Flowing Cut, Undead Laceration, Killing Intent of the Dead. Description: who could refuse a toy that can accompany you and possesses many abilities? A level 3 body strength demon doll. This meant that the blue fused heroes were crafted into demon dolls. Fang Hao released the priest demon doll he originally had. It stood alongside the warrior demon doll. Looking back, he immediately cast God's presence. The next second, Fang Hao could directly control 2 demon dolls while also controlling his own body. 3 different views appeared in his mind. Quite the trick this one. With this close combat doll, Fang Hao now had a close combat guard. If any danger arose, the close combat doll would be good to shield him, while he supported from behind with magic. "Alright, I'll put the demon doll away for now, you guys go on with your tasks," Fang Hao said. The 2 funeral priests saluted and left. In the cold dungeon, Li Rong looked at the 2 heroes before her and said, "How about it? Are you satisfied with the council's decision?" The 2 were still making excuses at the council meeting. Unexpectedly, Li Rong possessed an interrogation spell scroll. Under the influence of magic, they confessed everything they knew. Their employer, Groot, had also died at home. The council handed the 2 of them over to the Mage Association. In effect, they had already been sentenced to death, left to the discretion of the association to deal with. Afterward, providing an answer to the Hall of Justice would suffice. "What do you want to do?" Sword of Chivalry asked sternly. Li Rong took 2 steps down the dungeon corridor, looked at the 2, and said, "You wanted to kill me. Naturally, I also want to kill you. We only wanted to capture you and bring you back, we had no intention to kill you. Is there a difference? Why persist in arguing these unconvincing points?" Sword of Chivalry no longer spoke and averted his gaze. Li Rong continued, "Teacher Gregoria told me to kill you outright, but I am still considering whether that would let you off too easily. Their complexions grew even uglier, were they to be tortured to death? I might not kill you." Li Rong turned the conversation. The 2 looked at her dubiously. But hope was reignited in their eyes. Coming from a mercenary background, they were not nobles or wealthy merchants. Becoming heroes was not easy. If there was a chance, no one would want to die. Ms. Li Rong, we are sorry for our actions, please spare us this once, the honor guard immediately stated. Sword of Chivalry echoed along. Li Rong looked at them and continued, don't rush to agree, listen to my conditions first. With that, she took out 2 contracts. This is a heroic contract. If you want to live, sign it and serve me from now on. If you refuse, I will grant you a swift end. The 2 looked at Li Rong, somewhat surprised. Contracts, for heroes, were like life servitude. They would have to obey the other party for a lifetime. Can we think about it? Li Rong nodded. You can, 5 minutes. If you haven't decided by then, I'll take it as you choosing the second option. Just 5 minutes. Li Rong sat down and chatted with Morse, who had already recovered from his injuries. Morse had many injuries, but Li Rong still had the unclean magnet Fang Hao gave her last time, which increased injury recovery by 70%. By the morning, the wounds had already healed. Only the scars needed time to slowly recover. After a brief chat, Li Rong promptly said, all right, time's up. The 2 in the cage lifted their heads again. Their looks were still hesitant. Speak up. Don't waste time. It's life or death, Li Rong continued. Sword of Chivalry clenched his teeth and said, fine, I'll sign the contract. I'll sign too. Li Rong nodded in satisfaction. It was good that they were willing. She had her gains. If they had refused, she would have had to kill them both and send their bodies to Fang Hao. But for her, recruiting 2 of her own heroes was still preferable. She retrieved the required contract from the Book of City Lord and had it handed over for the 2 to sign. As they pressed their handprints onto it, a beam of light entered their bodies. The contract was complete. The church. Inside the study. Shu Haid had just learned about today's council events. He asked quietly, Archbishop, what do we do now? He hadn't expected that the slender and eerie dark elf would be so fierce. She managed to stop 2 heroes, one with minor injuries and the other with severe injuries. This made Shu Haid even more convinced that the dark elf was the murderer. The Archbishop replied, for now, do not confront Li Rong. Wait until the council selects you to integrate the transmigrators, then eliminate her directly, regardless of whether she is the murderer or not. Shu Haid was stirred. The Archbishop himself was intent on killing. What exactly had Li Rong said at the council? The Archbishop didn't care whether she was the murderer. He preferred her dead to avoid further complications. But this was not his concern. Being able to avenge himself was naturally a good thing. Yes, under the Archbishop's command. The main city. From high above, Rolana looked down at her new neighbor. The Sea Tribe. Beiyahu looked warily up at the winged woman in the sky. Blood Clan. He could sense the powerful aura emanating from this member of the Blood Clan. Far beyond his strength, possibly even surpassing the orange level, dark gold tier in might. I've just joined. Named, Beiyahu. How may I address you, Noble One? Beiyahu hastily spoke. What was happening with this territory? To whom did it exactly belong? Why were there so many different races? Rolana looked at him and said, you are the one who wanted to kill Fang Hao. Quote. No, not at all. It was just a traditional challenge, and I faced my penalty, Beiyahu hastily responded. Keep to yourself, or I will kill you. Having said that, without waiting for Beiyahu to respond, she turned and flew away with flaps of her massive wings. Beiyahu stood dumbfounded, internally lamenting. Why had he challenged the other party, causing now frequent warnings from people? And all of them were not weak. Were they pirates, or was he the pirate? Aren't neighbors supposed to be friendly? This hardly seemed friendly. Inside the study, Fang Hao was still engrossed in the Undying Undead book. Having read through only a quarter of its thickness, there was still much left. On the Book of Lords, he just saw Dong Jiayu's reply, clarifying the parts he didn't understand. Suddenly, a fragrance of wine drifted over. Fang Hao sniffed the air and turned around to see Rolana sitting on the windowsill. One leg was curled up on the ledge, the other dangled, swinging gently. In her hand, she held a clay wine jug, from which the aroma of wine wafted. This was the Dragon Village dream they had brought back from dining at the succubus's cottage yesterday with Angia. It was saved for later. She had found it. Did I disturb your reading? Rolana asked casually. No, now that you're here, I'll just watch you instead. Fang Hao closed the book, setting it aside. Where did you just come from? Well, I went to check on my house and greeted the new neighbors, then I went to the cellar to find this bottle of wine, Rolana said, tilting her head back to take another big gulp. The fragrance of wine filled the room again. How about I arrange a room for you in the city lord's palace? There aren't many heroes living there now, it's livelier here, Fang Hao said, his gaze on her. Rolana, feeling somewhat uneasy under his gaze, looked away. That might not be such a good idea. What's wrong with that? I'll have the maid prepare a room for you right away, Fang Hao said. Well, okay, I'll have a place to stay when I come over, Rolana agreed. All right, you got it. Fang Hao reached out and pulled her down from the windowsill. Seated at the edge of the bed, Rolana continued, in a few days, I plan to return to Eternal Night City. After all, it's been a long time since I've been back, and I want to see my mother. Going back? Didn't you say you weren't leaving? Fang Hao became nervous, as he only had 2 dark gold level forces in his territory. One was too scheming, while he had developed some feelings for this one. Letting her go. That's a joke. Rolana smiled faintly. I'm not saying I won't come back. Can't I visit home? That. How powerful is your mom? Fang Hao continued to probe. She's okay. Quite a strong personality, Rolana replied. If we were to categorize her level as a hero, what level would she be? Fang Hao asked further. He was curious. The youngest daughter was already dark gold level. Her mom must be of a very high level. It might also be that Rolana had some unique talents, making her magical training more proficient. But in this world, as of now, it still maintained a system where the strong ruled, with the throne occupied by relatively powerful beings. Hero God. Holy shit. She was indeed a demigod. Then don't go back. I'm afraid you'll be beaten to death, Fang Hao said immediately. According to the backstory, Rolana had run away from home. Going back now, under normal circumstances, wouldn't she be beaten up? And then, she might not be able to come back. If he were a parent, he wouldn't let her wander off again either. What are you talking about? Fang Hao grabbed her hand, sitting down beside her. Don't go back yet. Wait till our territory is stronger. That way, when you return, you can prove your decision was right. Going back now, your mom would think you're living miserably, which would be embarrassing, right? Where did you get that idea from? Seriously, it's just, better safe than sorry, Fang Hao added. HMPH. Rolana huffed, slapped his hand away from her leg, and said, enough, I am going back, and I'm taking these novels with me. I'll return for new ones after I finish them. Come on, stay for dinner tonight, he pleaded. Rolana continued towards the window. You've had so much to drink, it's dangerous, sober up before you leave. Go on, don't pull on me, I'll fly back, what's the danger? Should I sing for you? Huh, Rolana, with one foot on the windowsill, turned to look at him, curious. What song will you sing? Hum a few lines for me to hear. Fang Hao was startled. What had he just said? Sing. He was crazy. After a moment's thought, he chose a segment and started humming softly. Dear, falling in love with you was easy from the day it started, sweetly so. Dear, don't be capricious, your eyes tell me you're willing. Love Confession Balloon. A song recently sung by a boy professing his love on air. Having heard it, the melody had been stuck in his head. Rolana, with the leg she had stepped out with drawn back, commented, what's this song called? The tune and lyrics are quite quirky, but it sounds nice, the lyrics are well written too. Confession Balloon. If you like it, I'll sing it for you every day, Fang Hao said. Rolana, already flushed from drinking, blushed even more at those lyrics, then sing it again for me to listen. Seeing that Rolana wasn't in a hurry to leave, Fang Hao sang the song for her. The loyalty of Lorana and Tobias from the beauty of the lonely night increased by 2 points, current loyalty 99. Dusty Mud Valley. Particles visible to the naked eye filled the air like the heavens, pervading the entire valley. 2 meters was the maximum range of visibility. In the fog-laden valley, a few hundred soldiers stood before a massive stone door covered with intricate patterns. Iron spikes pierced the stone door, connected to ropes tied to several dozen horses. Alliance Hierarch, we're ready, a voice called out. Good. Open the door. Open the door. The sound of whips cracking, the ropes attached to the stone door tensed up instantly, emitting a harrowing stressed noise. Creaka. Another painfully sharp noise as the stone door slowly opened. A cold, rotten, nausea-inducing stench spread out. Be ready, there might be. A series of piercing screams echoed from behind the door. Suddenly, countless monsters burst out of the stone door, charging at the army outside. It's demons. Damn it, all my forces are dead. Quick, retreat, retreat. Amidst the terrified screams and moans in the valley, humans began to flee in panic. Backquote. Inside the regional channel. It's over, the Sea Hills Alliance has taken a big hit this time, losing a lot of people. I heard about it too. Not only did they lose troops from the Alliance members, but many members themselves died, and those who ran out are now left as mere commanders without an army. What happened? Give me the details. What's up with the Sea Hills Alliance? It's just that recently, the Sea Hills Alliance got hold of a secret map and mobilized everyone to explore it, but in the end, they almost suffered a complete wipeout. Damn, I had no idea such a thing happened. Fang Hao looked at the Book of Lords with a slight frown on his brow. The Sea Hills Alliance was also a well-known major alliance in the regional channel. They had gathered a considerable number of people. It's said that by uniting with the Transmigrators, they managed to establish a non-aggression treaty with the indigenous people of the land. This was one of the few alliances that could stand on its own without relying on the indigenous people, and both its reputation and strength were considerable. Moreover, it was actively exploring and developing, and could be said to be among the top powers in the region. Some even believed that it might become the #1 alliance. The Sea Hills Alliance's members, if I recall correctly, numbered in the dozens, and even if each person had 100 troops, that would make over 10,000 troops. Tens of thousands of troops, when considered among the forces of the indigenous people, would not be provoked lightly. To be reduced to a commander without an army just from exploring a map. They couldn't have stumbled into the territory of the Dragon Clan, could they? The chat within the channel continued. It's finished, the Sea Hills Alliance already had poor relations with the indigenous city-states. They were able to deter them with their troops before, but now that their forces have been severely depleted, I'm afraid they'll be susceptible to retaliation. Am I the only one worried about the danger of that exploration map? This isn't a game. What if the enemies from the map come out and hunt them down? Now that you mention it, it's indeed a possibility. Fresh news. The Sea Hills Alliance is seeking external support. They've already reached out to our alliance leader. This must be a big deal. Another exploration. Fang Hao read for a while, noting that the discussion was intense but of little relevance to him. He had never had much connection with any alliance. Moreover, the alliances were somewhat resistant to Fang Hao, especially since he directly killed the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Alliance, which was previously the foremost alliance, and disbanded it. So no alliance was willing to have much contact with him. He got up and, after washing up, left the room. Last night, he did not keep Rolana and returned to Lis City. But it wasn't without gain. At least the loyalty reached 99 points, just one step away from the top. A dark gold level hero with 99 points of loyalty, if announced in the regional channel, would blow everyone's minds. The praise, big shot, awesome, would not be an exaggeration. After having breakfast, the maids began their normal daily training again. By now, the maids had largely adapted to their current lives. Their skin had tanned a bit, but their ranks had risen swiftly. He went outside the Lord's mansion. Fang Hao looked up to check the information of the Lord's mansion. Level 13 Lord's Stone Castle. Tough wood 50,000, stone bricks 38,000, fine stone bricks 9,500, marble floor 3,000, iron 4,000, cast iron blocks 3,000, metal parts 3,200, ceramic tiles 7,000. The upgrade materials were also all ready. It was time for an upgrade. He took out the parrot red general from the room. He confirmed the upgrade directly. A huge glow enveloped the Lord's mansion in an instant. The color of the glow wrapping it also gradually showed some hint of yellow from the previous purple. He guessed that upon reaching level 15, it would turn completely orange. The upgrade process was somewhat long. Fang Hao decided to go straight to the shooting range to practice with his revolver. The feeling of shooting with empty shells was quite satisfying. Silver Wing City. The Mage Association. In 3 days, the council will elect someone to unite the transmigrators. Prepare yourself and attend, said Gregoria, the chairman, to Li Rong. It's probably going to be Li Rong. With the capabilities and reputation, our association's prestige could also increase a notch, a wood elemental mage, trimming a plant, whispered. It's hard to say. After the way the mercenary issue was handled, Doherty and Milton could harbor some grudge. It wouldn't be surprising if they elected someone else in secret, another earth elemental mage commented. At the council, Gregoria hadn't given any quarter to Doherty and the others. She openly rebuked the two of them. Now that they were to elect someone to unite the transmigrators, it was quite possible that due to the previous incident, they would not choose Li Rong. After all, the council's election was intended to better unite the transmigrators within the territory. Naturally, they wouldn't choose someone disobedient. I will do my best. Whether or not I'm elected doesn't really matter, Li Rong replied with a smile. But inside, she felt her chances were quite good. Moreover, in Silver Wing City, her reputation among the transmigrators was also very high. At this moment, Gregoria waved her hand slightly and said, "This matter is just a formality. They have likely already chosen their candidate." Oh, does the chairman have any insider information? The wood elemental mage continued to inquire. Everyone looked curiously at Gregoria. The upper council's secret pre-selection of candidates wasn't exactly a secret. They could all accept it. If they truly left the election open to all members of the council, everyone would vote for those beneficial to themselves or their close circles. A consensus could take years to reach. Gregoria fell silent for a moment before continuing. It's very likely to be Shu Haid. Last time, Gregoria had recommended Li Rong, and indeed, Li Rong had brought back very important intelligence, which was a great merit. But Archbishop Milton immediately insisted that Shu Haid was not dead and continued to support him. She then did not say much more. Although Shu Haid had not appeared, the Archbishop's word would not be taken lightly. It was quite possible that it was a case of feigned death, and he would likely be the chosen one. All fell silent upon hearing this news. Some showed confusion, others furrowed their brows. But Li Rong's face turned pale. Shu Haid is supposed to be dead, right? Maple and Li Rong both saw his corpse. How can he be alive again? A mage asked. The others were also curious. This matter, after all, had caused quite a stir at the time, with everyone discussing how he died. And now, he was suddenly alive again. Yes, the Archbishop said before that Shu Haid was not dead, so this time, it must be him. Li Rong just needs to go through the motions, don't take it too seriously, Gregoria said, picking up her teacup and taking a sip. Li Rong stood there dumbfounded, not responding. The rest of the company did not dig further and started discussing the matter of Shu Haid's resurrection. A. Level 14 Lord's Stone Castle. Belonging to Lord Fang Hao. Abilities. Production Gathering plus 7%. Troop movement plus 7%, all attributes plus 8%. Existing buildings. Level 13 Underground Cemetery, Level 13 Stables. Appointed officials. Bronze Bull City, Taylok, A. Unnamed, Kong Yang. Note. Core building of the territory. Materials required for upgrading. Sturdy wood 70,000, ironized wood 30,000, stone bricks 50,000, fine stone bricks 12,000. Precision stone bricks 8,000, smooth stone flooring 5,000, iron 7,000, cast iron blocks 3,000, fine iron 2,000, metal parts 4,000, precision parts 2,500, glazed tiles 5,000, rich essence 5, perfect essence 2. Fang Hao looked up at the towering lord's mansion. It had been expanded again. It was nearly catching up to a castle. The people moving in couldn't keep up with the speed of expansion. Apart from himself, Era, Angia, Little White, and the room newly tidied up for Rolana last night, there were just a few people. At most, add in the few maids responsible for the cleanliness of the mansion, who would sometimes stay overnight if they worked too late for certain reasons. Upgrading to level 14. All the numbers in the abilities section had increased. The materials required for upgrading also included many new kinds. Among them, ironized wood, precision stone bricks, and fine iron were understandable. But these glazed tiles, what kind of strange thing was that? Glazed meant glass, right? Could it be tiles made from glass? But there was no such item among the products of the glass factory. He could produce glass, and he could produce ceramic tiles. Glazed tiles, he could not. Damn it. In the end, there were two more rare materials, rich essence and perfect essence. Anyway, it was quite a rip-off. But none of that mattered now. The mansion was already level 14, and once these remaining materials were obtained, it could be upgraded to level 15. Then, the City of Holy Spirit blueprint could be used. If push comes to shove, he'd painfully spend the money to buy all the materials and upgrade first. After checking the attributes, Fang Hao entered the even larger hall, majestic like a palace. He sat down on a chair and casually opened the Book of Lords, browsing through the shops on the World Channel. He was looking to see if there were any factories for sale that could produce ironized wood or blueprints for things like glazed tiles. But the results were not good. There were those selling the finished ironized wood but not blueprints. As for precision stone bricks and glazed tiles, there were neither blueprints nor finished goods for sale. He would have to figure it out himself. After upgrading the mansion, Fang Hao read for a while. In the afternoon, Fang Hao called Angia and went to Trade Alliance Outpost 032. The Trade Alliance was no longer as deserted as when Fang Hao first opened it. The streets were full of transmigrators wandering with militia. Taverns and inns were extremely lively. They turned a commercial platform into an offline meeting and gathering spot. In front of the Fairy Dream Tower shop, there were still plenty of transmigrators gathered, just standing across the street, watching the bunny and fox women inside selling cosmetics. Wondering what they find worth watching every day. Fang Hao glanced at the entrance of Fairy Dream Tower but did not go in. Instead, he headed straight to the central area, to the administration hall of the Trade Alliance. Once inside, Fang Hao said to a staff member, "I am Fang Hao, and I would like to see Mr. Kuketer." The staff member frowned at him, but still got up and said, "Sir, please wait a moment." Then, they walked towards the back. Soon enough, the goblin Kuketer came walking briskly over. A group of personnel followed behind him. "Haha, Mr. Fang Hao, Miss Angia, long time no see," Kuketer said with a laugh. Fang Hao also smiled. "Indeed, Mr. Kuketer. Come, please inside, whatever matters you have, we can talk about them inside." Entering the room, tea and pastries were served. Fang Hao spoke, "Mr. Kuketer, I'm looking to buy a few blueprints through you. Is it the magic core again?" "No, just regular material processing factory blueprints that can produce ironized wood, precision stone bricks, and, if possible, factory blueprints for glazed tiles would be even better." Kuketer, with his short, sparse eyebrows, raised them slightly. Then he said in surprise, "Mr. Fang Hao, is your territory going to be upgraded to level 15? The goblin was quite clever. Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, he guessed right away that the domain was to be upgraded by 15 levels. It seems that the upgrade of the native cities also requires materials. In this way, even if one does not acquire the corresponding blueprints, one could still purchase these materials from the natives themselves. After all, if they can use them, it proves that someone produces them. Fang Hao did not deny it and continued, "What do you think, Mr. Kuketer? Do you have a way to obtain the 3 kinds of blueprints?" Kuketer stroked his pointy chin and said, "The factory blueprints for the ironized wood and fine stone brick can be considered, but for the glazed tiles, I don't have any good methods, though they are sold as finished products by the major powers." Well, that was about what he had speculated. The processing of wood and stone bricks has never been hard to find. Whereas, the glazed tile factory belongs to special processing. Major powers. I've made contact with the Hall of Justice in Grey Iron City, never heard of them having such blueprints, Fang Hao inquired. He had directly conquered Grey Iron City. If it possessed such buildings, he would be able to unlock the blueprints directly. Not unlocking them means they were not there. What big powers are those? I'm talking about faction powers, like the territories of the Lizardmen in the Southern Lands and the Immortal Empire ruled by the Immortal Emperor, which produce these materials in large quantities. Kuketer took a sip of tea and continued, "Of course, the Blood Clan and the Elves also have them. I mention these two because you, being part of the Undead faction, can make contact with them, and the Lizardmen are known for producing a lot of glazed tiles, so the price will be more favorable, especially since their ancient saint temples require these tiles. The Lizardmen are divided into those of the Southern Lands, living in swamps, and those of the Northern Lands, living in deserts. But their beliefs are the same." Fang Hao indeed had heard from Demetria before that ancient temples of the saints were commonplace within the territories of the Lizardmen. If the temples required glazed tiles, then the consumption would indeed be large. Moreover, recently, because of the factors involving Demetria and the Queen, both sides have grown closer, almost like family. Offering some support with glazed tiles shouldn't be too excessive. Well, that is an approach. How are the glazed tiles sold? By sets or by tons? Fang Hao nodded in agreement and continued to ask. By the piece, roughly between 70 and 120 warfire coins each, depending on the market, Kuketer replied. Damn. That's like the price of a blue-quality piece of equipment. He opened the Book of Lords to confirm the number of glazed tiles needed for the upgrade and it was 5,000. Assuming the median price of 100, that would be 500,000 warfire coins. That's outrageous, for a construction material to be so expensive. After knowing the details, Fang Hao continued, Mr. Kuketer, keep an eye out for the first two blueprints for me. For the glazed tiles, I'll think of something. Sure, that's fine. If no one is selling them, I can help you check who might have them, maybe make some arrangements. Fang Hao nodded, then said, by the way, I see that the auction building at the headquarters is being rebuilt. Did the Dragon Clan lose money? The Dragon Clan doesn't lack that small amount of money, just a bit from anyone would be enough to rebuild an even better one. That's true. Are they still looking for me? Fang Hao asked, picking up his teacup and taking a slight sip. They should be. I haven't been too concerned with these matters myself. They sure hold a grudge. And so do you. After drinking the blood of the Dragon Clan, how could they not hold a grudge? I still have some dragon scales here, find someone to make them into armor for me. Otherwise, they're just laying around. You should just forget about it, if you're not afraid I still am. If you need to find someone, look for them yourself. Fang Hao made idle chat in Kuketer's office for a while. Before he could leave, the Book of Lords transmitted a message from Dong Jiayu. He thought it might be some news from Amanda, but upon opening it, it was a message to pass on to a transmigrator. Brother Hao, Ma Tianyi from the Trade Alliance has contacted me, saying he wants to talk to you, the message read. The Trade Alliance. Ma Tianyi. The Trade Alliance was a hot topic on the channels. Apparently, many have died, and it turned into quite a miserable situation for some commander with nothing left. It was pretty tragic. Instead of handling the Alliance's affairs, he was seeking Fang Hao out for what? Moreover, the name of this person was quite domineering, Ma Tianyi, a Pegasus. After some thought, Fang Hao replied, asking, did he say what he wants to talk about? He had enabled chat blocking, making it impossible for anyone who wasn't a friend to contact him. And people like Zhang Bin and Fu Lei were not widely known to be associated with Fang Hao. Only Dong Jiayu had once spoken for Fang Hao in the regional channel, scolding other transmigrators. Everyone knew they were close. Some even suspected they were a couple. It seemed that Ma Tianyi used this knowledge to ask Dong Jiayu to get in touch with Fang Hao. Soon, Dong Jiayu replied to the message. He says the Trade Alliance has found a demon dungeon they can't handle and want your help dealing with this trouble. Transmigrators often referred to places that could be rated as dungeons. Before Fang Hao could respond, Dong Jiayu sent another message. Everyone on the channel is talking about the Trade Alliance's situation. It seems they've lost a lot of members and are looking for help everywhere. This was her way of reminding Fang Hao in case he hadn't been following the channel news recently. After some thought, Fang Hao said, I can talk to them. Tell him I'm at the Trade Alliance's residence, and ask him to find me at the tavern. Oh, okay. After ending the chat, Fang Hao picked up his teacup and took another sip. Huketer continued, so, do you have some pressing matters to attend to? There are some things, but no rush, Fang Hao replied. The two chatted for about another half hour. Fang Hao then stood up to say goodbye. He left the room. The bar at Residence 032 had always done well in business. Especially with the large influx of transmigrators, business here became even better. At least half of the patrons were transmigrators. Upstairs, near the staircase, in the private room, Fang Hao and Angia watched out of the window at the couple, glued together in affection, across the alley. Quietly made some low-quality remarks. Just then, they heard scattered footsteps coming from the stairs. Thump thump. Someone knocked on the door. Come in, Fang Hao said. The door opened, and a tall, thin man in leather armor peeked into the private room. With a smile, he asked, is this the great Fang Hao? Oh, it must be Alliance Hierarch Ma, please come in, Fang Hao responded with a smile as well. He had always believed that since they had all transmigrated, they were essentially fellow villagers. It was appropriate to be friendly upon meeting. Oh, hello Mr. Fang Hao, I have long admired your reputation, Ma Tianyi, flattering, walked in and glanced at Angia sitting to the side. Behind him followed a Tier 4 blue demon orc hero with dark red skin and a vast, fanged maw. Compared to Angia, a well-built young woman, it was simply no contest. Once Ma Tianyi sat down, Fang Hao, curious, asked, what brings Alliance Hierarch Ma to me? Seeing that he came straight to the point, Ma Tianyi also spoke directly, surely you've heard, our Shanghai Alliance has been trying to conquer a map recently. Things were arranged quite well, and we even deployed a troop of 20,000, but we didn't expect the enemy to be so fierce. We suffered a terrible defeat and incurred heavy losses. Fang Hao nodded, but what's the use of saying all this? What does it have to do with me? If it's difficult, then give up on this map, gather enough strength later on, and then try conquering it again, Fang Hao advised. Dungeons are places like ruins and graveyards. They are dangerous but also present opportunities. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people eager to explore maps. Ma Tianyi's face showed a bitter smile as he added, if only it were that simple. Oh, how so? That place is likely an altar, or somewhere sealed. When we opened it, a great number of demons burst out. Even though we fled, they're still spreading outward, attacking the surrounding territories and villages, Ma Tianyi said, looking at Fang Hao. We want to fight our way back and close that stone door to prevent the disaster from spreading further. Fang Hao understood. The Shanghai Alliance had caused a disaster. They had opened an altar, and now countless demon creatures were spreading outward. If left unchecked, it could engulf the surrounding villages and towns. By then, far too many would perish. So, they wanted more allies to help them return and close that stone door. Who else have you contacted? Thump thump. Before Ma Tianyi could reply, the door was knocked on again. The bar owner came in, carrying food and drinks, filling the table. All were the bar's specialties, and the flavors were actually quite good. Let's talk while we eat. Fang Hao gestured invitingly. Ma Tianyi didn't move but said, I've contacted all the alliances I could, but no one has yet to give me a definite answer. Actually, the situation was quite understandable. You've made a mess, who would want to clean it up for you? This was life-threatening. Didn't a lot of people from the Shanghai Alliance already die? What level of demons are the enemies? Fang Hao continued to inquire. They range from tier 4 to tier 9, in large numbers. Are there any heroes? We didn't see any heroes. It's possible demons don't have heroes, or maybe we just didn't encounter any, Ma Qianni replied. Demons do have heroes, and Fang Hao had seen them. High-tier heroes recovered incredibly fast, visibly healing to the naked eye on the spot. They could also fly and wield various demonic powers. They were very tough to handle. If I were to support you, have you considered the logistics, the distance? We are in the same region, but transporting troops over could take months, Fang Hao asked again. We haven't thought of a good solution to this one. We can only temporarily hold back the spread and wait for additional reinforcements to arrive, Ma Qianni responded. If we help you, what's in it for us? Ma Qianni glanced at Fang Hao and said, I can promise you 20,000 warfire coins as your compensation, Great Lord. After all, there are many demons, and we will need the help of regional alliances. What he meant was, no matter how strong Fang Hao was, he couldn't handle such a large scale on his own. Other alliance forces would need to join in when the time came. Fang Hao, taking a bite of his food, continued, Where do you live? In the Orc region, Orc territory. Within this area, the Orc territory is to the east of the main city. Moreover, Fang Hao has already taken over the Orcs, Tazgo City, and Furious Lion City, which basically allows one to roughly estimate where the main activities of the Mountain and Sea Alliance take place. The Orc territory has always been chaotic, with constant attacks and plundering amongst themselves, and some races even have a taste for human flesh. To be able to form an alliance that doesn't fear the native orcs is actually quite an impressive feat for Ma Qianni. Fang Hao boss, where is your city? Ma Qianni asked in return. The 100 Cities Federation of Humans. Both spoke vaguely. After all, no real cooperative relationship had been established, and they were being somewhat cautious. Hearing it was in the human region, Ma Qianni's face clearly fell somewhat. So far away. Not to mention the time it would take to travel, just transferring troops across such a large area was extremely difficult. At the end, Ma Qianni could only sigh deeply. Fang Hao continued to ask, if this issue can't be resolved, what are your subsequent plans? What should they do if they couldn't stop it? Ma Qianni didn't think for too long, perhaps because it had already been discussed internally. He said, the members of the alliance are all transmigrators nearby. If there truly is no solution, then we can only abandon our cities and move to the area of the Human Federation. If they truly couldn't stop the spread of the demons, they would have no choice but to evacuate the city. With such a retreat, the foundation of the Mountain and Sea Alliance would be considered gone. In the end, they might find a city to set up a small faction or join another Transmigrators alliance. But without their cities, they were doomed not to last long, and they might not be much different from the native inhabitants. Fang Hao nodded, picking up a slice of meat and putting it into his mouth. Ma Qianni waited a moment, seeing that Fang Hao had no reply. He then spoke up. Boss, what do you mean? If you are willing to help us, in addition to the reward, we will also be grateful for your assistance this time. I need to send someone to take a look at your situation to confirm whether I have the ability to help you. He still could not fully trust Ma Qianni. Not to mention that there were quite a few enemies within the Federation, the Dragon Clan was looking for him as well. Therefore, he had to verify whether the spread of demons was an actual concern. If it was true, he needed to consider how to deal with it in a way that resolved the issue and ensured his own situation wasn't exposed. All of this still required careful thought. That's fine, how do you plan to take a look? This way, I'll arrange for someone this afternoon to go to your place through the Trade Alliance teleportation array, and you can take them to the place where the demons are spreading to check, Fang Hao continued. Okay, once you've chosen someone, just let me know, and I'll take them to take a look, Ma Qianni said. Let's settle on that for now. Once the matter was decided, Ma Qianni had no intention of staying, immediately standing up and saying, Fang Hao boss, I've also made other appointments with members of the alliance, so I won't stay long. After this matter is over, I'll surely hold a feast to properly host you. Alright, Alliance Hierarch Ma, go ahead with your business. Ma Qianni left with his orc warrior. leaving only Fang Hao and Angia to continue dealing with the food on the table. Do you think what he said is true? Fang Hao asked. As Angia ate, she asked, do you think he's deceiving you? It's hard to say. We indeed have quite a few enemies now. Fang Hao felt somewhat skeptical. Then just don't help him. There's no loss in that, Angia said. Fang Hao shook his head. Actually, from the other party's description, it seemed to be a dungeon related to demons. He was actually quite interested. Now, taking over camps and exploring ordinary maps didn't help him much anymore. If there was a large map to explore, the rewards would certainly not be low. Especially if it was related to demons. His storage space, demon teleportation, all involved demonic technology. If the information was true, he still wanted to give it a try. We'll just see when the time comes. If there really are a mass of demons breaking out, then he's telling the truth. If not, then it's all a lie. It's up to you, she said. After eating and drinking their fill, they headed back with Angia. They teleported back to the main city. When returning to the Lord's mansion, they took the rarely out wandering spirit hero, Little Yu, along. As Little Yu's figure peeked out from behind the wall, Fang Hao confirmed she was in the room. Otherwise, it would mean she had gone out. They returned to the Lord's mansion together, asking Little Yu to sit aside and wait for a moment. Fang Hao took out the Book of Lords. He found Tang Chi from the Orc territory and opened a private chat. Tang Chi, do you have any plans this afternoon? Tang Chi was a transmigrator in the Orc territory who gained favor with the daughter of the clan leader of the Blackstone tribe due to certain innate talents. I'm here, boss, I've got nothing on. Just tell me what you need, Tang Chi's reply came through. Fang Hao said directly, I'll open the teleportation to bring you over. I have a task for you to handle. Bring all your gear. Oh, okay, give me a moment. About 10 minutes later, Tang Chi sent a message that he was ready. Fang Hao immediately released the teleportation screen. The next second, Tang Chi, along with 2 orc warriors, stepped out from the screen. The orc warriors, clad in heavy armor, were imposing figures. They were 6th-tier orc warriors, probably there to ensure his safety. Boss, Tang Chi immediately greeted. He glanced at Little Yu, the hero by Fang Hao's side, whom he didn't recognize, and also nodded with a smile as a form of greeting. The 2 orc warriors behind him also immediately paid their respects. All right, take a seat. Tang Chi sat down to one side. Fang Hao continued, Tang Chi, have you heard about the issues with the Alliance? Tang Chi nodded. I heard the losses were severe, and many people died. Yes, this morning, the hierarch of the Alliance approached me, hoping for assistance in holding back the enemy. I need you and Little Yu to go to the Alliance's territory to investigate and try to bring back some detailed information, Fang Hao briefly explained before telling him the purpose of the summon. Tang Chi's smile stiffened a bit, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. As more and more news came out, it was said that over 10,000 from the Alliance had died, and sending him now to check the situation made him feel an impending fear of being dispatched to the battlefield. Boss, are we heading to the battlefield? No need, I will have Ma Tianyi, the hierarch of the Alliance, take you around the outskirts. Your main job is to confirm the number of enemies, their levels, and whether the situation at the Alliance is as dire as they've stated, Fang Hao instructed. Upon hearing that there was no need to go to the battlefield, just to investigate the periphery, he breathed a sigh of relief. Understood, boss. Leave it to me, Tang Chi promised. Fang Hao then looked toward Little Yu. Little Yu, go with him. Collect information separately. Yes, my lord. Fang Hao nodded but didn't say much else, directly contacting Ma Tianyi to meet them at the Trade Alliance teleportation array. Soon, the other party replied, agreeing to the request. All right then, you 4 set off. Fang Hao handed a blank map to Tang Chi. Tang Chi, take this. Once you're on location, record the map coordinates. If there's danger, it'll be easier for me to come to your aid. Understood, boss. Then head on over, be careful, and try to take a few pictures to bring back. All right. Fang Hao escorted the 4 of them to the teleportation array. They vanished amidst the glow of the screen. After sending the group off, Fang Hao spent a while looking over his magic book. In the afternoon, Fang Hao received the blueprint for the first revolver holster from the leatherworker's hands. My lord, this is the holster made based on the blueprint. Do you think the design is all right? The leatherworker, Bok, placed the holster on the table. The whole thing was made of leather and thread. It could be hung at the waist, and if necessary, it could also be worn at the side like in the movies. It was the kind that could be paired with anything. Fang Hao tested it by placing the revolver inside. Although he had never seen a real holster, he was quite satisfied with the craftsman's work of both the tightness and size were appropriate. Moreover, it didn't hinder the speed of drawing the gun, which could be considered a success. Very nice. I've always been confident in your craftsmanship, Fang Hao praised. Thank you, my lord. Then I'll start mass producing them based on this standard, Bok said. Yes, that's fine. Start with 100 pieces, and we'll increase the quantity later as needed, Fang Hao thought for a moment and added. This type of holster, turning it into a blueprint, Fang Hao felt was somewhat uneconomical. Better to let the leatherworkers craft it. After all, the number of skeleton craftsmen was indeed not small. Before leaving, Fang Hao handed the first holster to Demetria. The golden armored lizard man, with a longsword hanging on his left waist side and the revolver on his right. He looked very impressive. The reason Fang Hao did not use it himself was that he generally had no use for it, and besides, he usually kept it in his storage space. Demetria, I haven't seen you headed to the Queen's side recently. Fang Hao casually inquired. Do you have something in mind, my lord? Yes, there are some matters I'd like to discuss. When you have time, arrange a meeting with the Queen, have her come over for a visit, and invite her for dinner, Fang Hao said. Oh, all right, my lord. By the way, do you have many temples? Quite a few. Temples are the spiritual refuge for the lizardmen. Almost every area has one or two temples. That many. Then the materials must be a considerable expense. To the east of the main city. In the Orc territory. Ma Tianyi led a few people through dense forests and then crawled onto a hilltop strewn with rubble. He pointed to the distance with a somewhat apologetic tone. Over there is too dangerous, so we can only look from here. Those are the demons that ran out. On the plains in the distance, one could see several ruined villages. And the looming creatures, whose numbers were indeed not few. Tang Chi nodded, took out a monocular telescope from his waist, extended it, and looked into the distance. Ma Tianyi was taken aback. Damn, a telescope. Before he could marvel, he saw the female hero next to him also pulling out a telescope, looking towards the distant landscape below. If it was one person, it might have been a reward from a treasure chest or a challenge quest. But with both of them taking one out, it meant they had the blueprint. Tang Chi didn't notice Ma Tianyi's reaction, he only observed the monsters below seriously. Indeed, there was a group of strangely shaped creatures. Some looked like insects with wings. And others had bulls' heads with two large pincers. They must be the demons Ma Tianyi referred to. The wilderness area was already vast. The scattered demons numbered not a few. Through the telescope, one could see clearly the collapsed village as well as the collected corpses. Putting down the telescope, Tang Chi asked, are those demons collecting corpses? Ma Tianyi nodded and said, we also suspect they are collecting corpses, but there are too many demons. We can't follow them inside, so we're not sure what the corpses are for. While being vigilant about the movements of the demons, they also discovered the demons collecting corpses. But it was unclear whether the corpses were being collected as food or for burial. Scouts simply couldn't get in. Once they got close, they would be attacked like rabid dogs by the demons, and it was basically a road to death. Tang Chi nodded, took out the Book of City Lord, and snapped several photos towards the area below. Then he continued to ask, where did these demons come from? Do you have a detailed map? Yes, look, right here. Ma Tianyi took out his Book of Lords, opening the map for Tang Chi and the others to see. After fiddling with the map for a while, they saw the demons were starting to move. They also descended the mountain and continued to another location to gather more information. Thud thud. The door to the study was lightly knocked. Then, a voice came through. My lord, City Lord Tang Chi has returned and is waiting for you in the living room. It was the voice of Nisbet. Glancing outside the window, he realized that dusk was already approaching. All right, I will come down now. Walking down the stairs, he saw Tang Chi and the two orc guards sitting on chairs to one side. They were drinking tea from the cups on the table, sip by sip. Hearing the footsteps from the stairs, they immediately stood up. Boss. How's the news? There are indeed a large number of demonic creatures. Among those I saw, there were two types, the flying demons and the ground demons. As he spoke, Tang Chi took out the book of City Lord and found all the photos he had taken, handing them over to Fang Hao. The photos were taken from a distance, but one could see that there were quite a few. Upon enlargement, there were also many kinds. But judging from the body structure, they were divided into two kinds, the winged ones that could fly, and the large-headed ground demons. This world still has certain characteristics. There's no ability to fly through the air like in the world of immortals and fantasy. Flying creatures all have wings, and it's rare to hear of flight without wings. Fang Hao looked closely and continued, how is Ma Tianyi's territory now? Inside his city, many transmigrators and forces have gathered. They're all from cities that were taken over by demons, gathered together in a chaotic mess like a refugee camp. Tang Chi thought for a moment and added, he's anxious. If the demons continue to expand, his city won't be able to hold. With their strength, they simply can't withstand the demons' assault. Hearing Tang Chi's words, some of Fang Hao's doubts diminished. It seemed that the Shanghai alliance truly had been pushed to a corner and was not simply putting on an act for him. Where is his territory? Let me take a look. Fang Hao continued. Tang Chi took out the blank map, and after Fang Hao reviewed it, the other party's location appeared on the large map. It was indeed further east of Furious Lion City. Boss, he told me the demons' stronghold is here. Tang Chi pointed again. The location was at the northeastern corner, a rather remote one. Good, well done. I'll give you credit for this, Fang Hao said with a smile. Tang Chi also showed a smile, hastily waving his hand, it's all part of my duties. Stay for dinner later on, then head back after the meal. How can I impose? What's there to impose about? Do you have any dietary restrictions? No, none. Night fell, and the black night enveloped the mountains and forests. The chirping of insects and birds had faded away, leaving only the air filled with the scent of blood, occasionally pierced by a few whimpers. It seemed like the last struggle of life. Creak. Cart after cart full of corpses, pulled by several demons, creaked their way forward. Whenever a corpse made a faint moan, it would draw the chaotic hacking of nearby demons until they could no longer make any noise. Only then would the demons stop their actions. The demons continued on their way. Up ahead appeared a valley shrouded in thick dust. Before the caravan entered the valley, in the moonlight, the shadow of a demon subtly distorted, then broke away and darted toward a tree nearby. Meanwhile, the demon caravan, without any notice, swaggered into the dusty valley. Little Yu's figure coalesced under the big tree. She gazed towards the valley ahead. Compared to what she had heard from Ma Tianyi, the scene was markedly different. This was not some empty valley. The sole entrance was barricaded by a wall made of 3-meter-tall logs, and inside, one could vaguely see patrolling demons. In just one day, the demons had built a vast camp here. It appeared that the situation here was more serious than Ma Tianyi had described. At that moment, another caravan loaded with corpses arrived. Little Yu's body turned back into a shadow, burrowing into the demons' shadows to avoid the torchlight, and entered the camp along with them. After midnight, the sky had already begun to brighten slightly. Fang Hao only felt someone pushing him. When he half opened his eyes in a daze, he saw a figure sitting by the bed. He was shocked at first, but when he focused again, he realized it was Little Yu. Clutching his chest, Fang Hao said, Little Yu, you've managed to scare me again. Little Yu smiled apologetically, my lord, I've brought back some intelligence. How are things over there? The intelligence from Tang Chi and Little Yu was separate. In the dark of night, Little Yu could use the cover of darkness to explore more places. Once done, she could return through the teleportation scroll given by Fang Hao. She could also supplement the intelligence that Tang Qi was unable to gather. Little Yu said, the demons have already constructed a camp in the valley, and they're starting to build more structures inside. At the far end is a large stone gate. The demons are collecting corpses, carrying them through the gate. I couldn't find out what's going on inside, but I could feel a dangerous aura emanating from within it. For safety's sake, Little Yu did not venture inside the stone gate. But the intelligence was already quite substantial. What about their forces? Did you see any heroes? Fang Hao continued to ask. There are many soldiers, a large part is outside the valley slaughtering living creatures. There's also a large number inside the valley, it's hard to estimate, possibly over 10,000. Little Yu pondered for a moment before answering. How about the intelligence of these demons? The ones I came in contact with didn't seem very smart. They acted more on the instinct to kill, violent and chaotic, not good at thinking, Little Yu replied once more. Fang Hao nodded, but his brows furrowed even deeper. If these demons were not very intelligent and fought merely on the instinct to kill, then the transporting of corpses and the establishing of a camp must be under someone's command. No, it should be a demon hero commanding from behind. A large number of corpses were brought through the stone gate, not to serve as food, but possibly for another purpose. He remembered the demon without a face had turned the orphans into a monster made of chunks of flesh. The corpses might also be used to make some kind of monster. Little Yu, do you think we should help clean up these demons? It all depends on your arrangement, my lord. Tell me what you think. Located in the Orc region, if we allow them to spread, they can quickly reach the Furious Lion City area. It might be better to clear out these demons before that happens, Little Yu answered. You make sense. Fang Hao stroked his chin. All right, Little Yu, you've worked hard. Go back and rest. Yes, my lord. As soon as she finished speaking, Little Yu's form scattered like spilled ink, vanishing in the dim room. On the side, a soft body embraced his waist from the side. Two soft mounds tight against his body. Was it Little Yu? You gave me quite the shock just now, Era whispered. I've become so used to it, it was only half a shock for me. He readjusted the covers properly, pulling Era into his embrace. We can still sleep a bit more, let's go back to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 7 o'clock. Era had already left for training. After stretching, Fang Hao also sat up in bed. Indeed, there were many things to do today. After breakfast, Fang Hao continued his arduous study of the Undead magic book. Why did becoming a lord still involve studying? At 10 in the morning, Demetria arrived with the Lizardmen Queen. Fang Hao had no choice but to go downstairs to receive them. Though efficiency was good, it was extreme to invite the Queen yesterday only for her to arrive early the next day. How idle must this Queen be? Descending the stairs, he saw Queen Anastasia, in peacock blue attire, sitting downstairs, gently sipping tea from a cup. From time to time, she smiled at Demetria, saying something. The smile of a lizardman might seem dangerous to humans, showing too many teeth. Queen Anastasia. Mr. Fang Hao. The two exchanged greetings politely. Mr. Fang Hao, I heard from Demetria that you have business to discuss. I'm looking forward to making some money from dealings with you, the Queen said half-jokingly. The lizardmen had purchased a vast array of weapons and armor from Fang Hao's side. The amount had reached close to 10 million. On Fang Hao's part, he always talked about promoting cooperation and establishing trade relations. But he had never bought anything. This time, there really is an opportunity for the Queen to earn some money back, Fang Hao said with a smile. Oh, what do you need from my side? Glazed tiles. I want to buy a blueprint of a glazed tile factory, Fang Hao said directly, not beating around the bush. At this statement, the Queen was taken aback. Her gaze involuntarily glanced at the buildings outside the door. It seemed she was speculating whether he intended to upgrade to a level 15 building. After thinking for a moment, the Queen said, the blueprint of the factory is difficult for us to sell to you, but if it's just for the glazed tiles, I can still think of a way to help. As expected. Then I plan to purchase glazed tiles. How much are they? The queen gracefully picked up her teacup and took a gentle sip. After pondering for a moment, she said, the exact price will need to be calculated after I return and have someone tally it. This year, there are many temples within the Holy Empire that require renovation and construction, and the production of glazed tiles is not high. The price is probably between 80 and 100. We also need to allocate the glazed tiles from our existing plans and cannot provide them to you all at once. There were many temples in the Lizardmen's territory that needed to be built and repaired year after year. Suddenly, it seemed like a good idea to establish a construction crew in the Lizardmen's land, so it would definitely be profitable. At least there would be no shortage of work. A price between 80 and 100 was a middle-of-the-road price and was acceptable. Before Fang Hao could respond, the Lizardmen Queen continued to inquire, how many do you approximately need? 5,000 pieces. How long would it take to gather that amount? For the exact timeline, I would need to return and have someone make the calculations. It might be 1 or 2 months, or perhaps even slightly longer. Fang Hao nodded. The blueprints for the ironized wood and fine stone bricks had not yet been settled. Even if he obtained the blueprints, production would still take some time. He could wait for the lizardmen to gather the glazed tiles. Alright, then please trouble the queen to keep an eye on this and gather the glazed tiles as soon as possible. I can do that, the queen nodded. At the Trade Alliance's base, in a tavern. In a private room on the second floor by a round table, 5 transmigrators were seated. They were the Alliance hierarchs of the Beacon Alliance, Fu Yingkai. War God Alliance, Shi Yibo. 100 Cities Brotherhood Alliance, Zhang Hao. Straw Hat Nautical Group, Bai Zan. Sitting at the head of the table was the Alliance hierarch of the Mountain and Sea Alliance, Ma Tianyi. This time, bringing these alliance leaders together was naturally about the demon dilemma. After a general explanation of the situation, Ma Tianyi said, that's the situation. The Mountain and Sea Alliance is facing difficulties and we would ask for your assistance to help us overcome this predicament. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 4 fell into silence simultaneously. After a short pause, someone finally spoke, Alliance Hierarch Ma, it's not that we don't have many people, but we also can't traverse such a vast distance to intervene in the orcs' matters. Zhang Hao of the Brotherhood Alliance also said, it's not a matter of unwillingness to help, it's simply impossible to do so. Right now the Federation of 100 Cities is also troubled by undercurrents. Sending out a large contingent of troops would leave our own territories in great jeopardy. Straw Hat Nautical Groups by Zan added with a bitter smile, Alliance Hierarch Ma, we're on the southern border of the 100 Cities, and you are in the north, crossing the entire Federation. By the time the forces arrive, it may well be autumn already. One after another, the leaders voiced their opinions, all arriving at the same conclusion. Even attending the meeting was a gesture of respect to Ma Tianyi. As for helping the Mountain and Sea Alliance, they could only politely decline. It was a joke. The Mountain and Sea Alliance had been larger than theirs before and had been reduced to its current state. If they went, they would likely suffer heavy losses, too. Moreover, Ma Tianyi didn't offer any particularly attractive rewards. Who would risk their lives for such a cause? Actually, regarding the route, I have already contacted several other Alliance hierarchs. They will help devise a safe passage for the army. As for the journey, we will also do our best to hold off the demons and wait for the reinforcements to arrive, Ma Tianyi continued. The other 4 exchanged glances. In the end, they still shook their heads. Sorry, Alliance Hierarch Ma, but we truly are powerless to help. Yes, Alliance Hierarch Ma, we are just small alliances. If we brought this up, I'm afraid our members wouldn't agree to it. We are sorry, Alliance Hierarch Ma. After rejecting him again, they stood up and left the private room. Leaving Ma Tianyi alone, sitting in his original spot, helpless. Main City. After discussing the order for glazed tiles with the Lizardmen Queen, I had Demetria escort the Queen to look around the subordinate cities, giving them a chance to bond. Meanwhile, Fang Hao continued to study his Undying book. After several days of research, he could clearly notice an improvement in his undead knowledge, gaining a deeper understanding of faith in his pursuit. Sometimes he thought, if there were no better ways to prolong life, perhaps becoming an undead could be a decent alternative. The lack of emotions was manageable. But, he thought, life would surely lose much of its pleasure without the five senses. At noon, the maids returned, laughing and joking. Dressed in fitted off-shoulder short-sleeved tops, their movements set off waves of motion. Distracting. Mystera. With a tender cry, Millie threw herself at him. Like a ball of cotton candy, she collided into his arms. Two white fluffy ears rested on his chin. Extracting his arms from the plumpness, he said, "What's the matter? You're so clingy as soon as you return." Millie snuggled into his chest and said, "Master, when are you going to bring back my master? I've been missing her." Her master. Millie's master, Grey Bear Reed. She had been a bandit before, but after Fang Hao abandoned the bandit camp, the common bandits were integrated into the armies of various cities, and Grey Bear was sent to work in a city, in charge of producing pottery tiles. Now, the main supply of pottery tiles within the territory came from Grey Bear's production. It had been quite a while since he had last checked in with Grey Bear. "If you miss her, we'll go see her in a bit," Fang Hao said with a smile. "Yay." Millie cheered and gave a light peck on the cheek. Then, blushing, she scampered off to chase the others. Watching the youthful yet voluptuous figure bouncing away, Fang Hao shook his head and chuckled. How could there be such a disparity between a face and a figure? After lunch, he called for Angia and Millie, while the other maids continued their training under Blackthorn's supervision. When the two arrived, Fang Hao immediately activated the teleportation screen and stepped into it with them. When the three of them opened their eyes again, they had already arrived at a strange city. Surrounding them were buildings made of a mix of stone and wood. Pair after pair of curious eyes appraised the few who had suddenly appeared. Tap, tap, tap. The dense sound of footsteps arose as a large group of soldiers rushed over from all around. There were the heavy sword infantry, previously left by Fang Hao, as well as indigenous soldiers equipped with various armor. When they saw Fang Hao and the two with him, the heavy sword infantry immediately recognized his identity and signaled for everyone to lower their weapons. "Lord." The heavy sword infantry saluted. Where's Reed?" Fang Hao asked. "City Lord Reed just took people to the pottery kiln," the heavy sword infantry replied. "Has something happened? Recently, wild boars have been causing a disturbance, and City Lord Reed took people to drive them away." "Good. Take us there to have a look as well." "Certainly, Lord, this way please." The crowd surrounding them dispersed, and the heavy sword infantry led the three out of the city gate, heading toward the distant pottery kiln. It was evident that Grey Bear had managed things here rather well. But judging by the layout of buildings within the city, as well as the attire of the militia, it all seemed to be the same old bandit setup. Not a single difference. Approaching the assembly area near the pottery kiln, they saw Reed leading many soldiers in combat against the opposing gray-haired wild boars. The wild boars were not small in stature, almost the size of brown bears. When they encountered people, they did not run, but rather several militiamen were injured, being covered while retreating back. "Angia, go help them." "Okay." With a tap of her foot, Angia's figure transformed into a streak of light dashing out. She quickly overtook the militiaman and charged in front of the wild boar. Without waiting for the boar to respond, she threw a punch straight out. Bang! Following a dull thud, the wild boar's body slid to one side for about 3 or 4 meters, its eyeball burst, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Dead. Everyone was taken aback, looking in amazement toward the white-haired girl who had suddenly appeared. Grey Bear also frowned and, after reevaluating her appearance, his expression suddenly turned to elation. Looking back, he saw Fang Hao and Millie standing in the distance. And Millie was waving her arms non-stop. Grey Bear directed the soldiers to start clearing the battlefield, hauling away the boar carcasses. Then he followed Angia, walking towards them. "Lord." Grey Bear immediately saluted. "Human warrior, level 10. Grey Bear had reached level 10. That was to be expected. Grey Bear had already been at level 8 before, and with all this time passed, advancing 2 levels wasn't strange at all. Are you accustomed to living here? Fang Hao asked with a smile. They walked back shoulder to shoulder. Gray Bear nodded. It's all right. How's the production at the pottery kiln? The yield is very stable. Fang Hao inquired about the city's development. Gray Bear answered each question. Although she couldn't recruit troops in the same way a transmigrator could, she had recruited quite a few bandits from the surrounding areas and taken in many refugees. There were no problems with population and development. The only issue was that Gray Bear's exposure was limited to the bandit way of doing things, so the city's appearance also resembled a bandit camp. You've reached level 10. Later I'll take you back to the main city for hero advancement. A further gleam of joy appeared on Gray Bear's face. Thank you, Lord. All right, no need to delay any further. Give your orders, and we'll head back now. Yes, Lord. Stepping out from the light screen. Gray Bear appeared somewhat anxious. This was her first time in the main city. The environment here was in no way comparable to her own place. Even those prosperous cities could not compare to Fang Hao's side. The merit training ground is this way. Fang Hao led her towards the merit training ground. In this weather, wearing a bear skin over her shoulder, she still attracted quite a lot of attention. From a distance, people followed, looking towards them. Upon arriving at the training ground, Fang Hao handed a hero heart and 100 warfire coins to her. He exhorted, just do your best. Understood, Lord. Gray Bear took a deep breath and proceeded to the center of the training ground. A glow enveloped her, making her disappear from the sight of all. At the Trade Alliance headquarters. In a tavern private room. I've lost count of how many groups have come. I'm sorry, Alliance Hierarch Ma, we are powerless, one person said. We can't help either. The distance is too far. And even if your Sea and Mountain Alliance can't manage, us going there would only waste our military strength, another added. Indeed, we hope you won't hold it against us. Ma Tianyi still kept a smile, saying, no worries, I fully understand everyone's difficulties. If the Sea and Mountain Alliance really must leave, I hope you all can lend a hand then. Certainly, without a doubt. After sending another wave of people away, Ma Tianyi's face was filled with dejection. With demons about to attack his city, he had not been able to secure a single ally. It seemed they would have no choice but to abandon the city. Gray Bear Reed, Green Tier 3 Hero. In the hall, Gray Bear sat obediently to one side. Her face maintained the joy of becoming a hero. Gray Bear, congratulations on becoming a hero, Fang Hao said with a smile. Unexpectedly, Gray Bear had truly become her hero nickname. Yes, Master. You are a hero now. No one will dare to challenge your position anymore, Millie added from the side. While with Gray Bear in the mountains, Millie had learned quite a bit of practical experience. But her personality was more like that of a mountain bandit. Sometimes she would curse people out, getting hit by Era several times. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Millie. I'll surely not let you down in the future, Gray Bear loudly promised. Now that you have become a hero, do you have any plans of your own? You can stay or go back and continue to manage your city. Fang Hao looked at Gray Bear, wanting to hear her thoughts. Gray Bear was silent for a while. Then she said, Sir, I want to go back and continue managing that city. Many people have gathered there, and they might easily encounter problems if I leave. Everyone had different ideas. If it were up to Angia or Era to choose, they would definitely not opt to manage any city. Instead, they would stay in the city, planting flowers, reading novels. A stable life. But Gray Bear had completely different thoughts from them. You may, Fang Hao nodded, then said, Millie, you take your master, go to the warehouse and chose a set of purple gear, and if you still want to wear that bearskin, send it to the tanner to make into a cloak. Yes, master, Millie jumped up and led Gray Bear outside. Using this time, Fang Hao started to check Gray Bear's attributes. Gray Bear Reed, Green Tier 3 Hero. Faction. Human Clan. Template. Green. Racial traits. Living creatures, human essence, learning. Legion skills. Mountain Brave Leader, melee command, denying faith. Skills. Charge, strong, evil gall, intimidating shout, furious slash. Fixed skills. Advanced strength mastery, advanced melee mastery. Mountain brave leader, the unit led by this commander. In mountainous environments, movement speed plus 25%, attack power plus 15%. Denying faith, the unit led by this commander is unaffected by abnormal mind-inducing skills. Charge active movement speed plus 10%, attack power plus 5%. Strong active strength plus 15%. Evil gall passive when at a disadvantage, all attributes plus 15%. Intimidating shout active, a vicious shout that causes targets to briefly become panicked. Furious slash active deals 210% physical damage to a single enemy. 30% chance to enter Fury state. Fury reduces attack interval by 25%, lasts 10 seconds. Description: every winter, more unidentified corpses appear in the mountains. A desperate mother, with a gray bearskin, wrapped her child and left it at the entrance of a mountain camp, hoping she might miraculously survive. Perhaps it was because Gray Bear was promoted during skirmishes with bandits. Even at her age, becoming a hero was already considered a highly talented feat. But she had pitifully few skills. And they weren't particularly powerful. Even so, she was probably a bit stronger than ordinary bandits. It seemed that some training was in order for Gray Bear. Perhaps hiring a tutor would be best. Although the territory might not need Gray Bear's services. Fang Hao hoped that each of his subordinates could also have their own lives. As Fang Hao thought this, Gray Bear and Millie came back. At this point, Gray Bear had already changed into a Temple Guardian set, shining in gold armor, holding a large chopping knife, looking very imposing. That bearskin, presumably following Fang Hao's suggestion, had been sent to the tanner. It was not draped over her. Thank you, sir, Gray Bear gave her thanks again. Before, even if she had subjugated all the surrounding strongholds, she could never have owned so much. Even reaching tier 10, there was no place where she could be promoted to a hero. Now, she had everything. Take a seat, you can take this suit with you when you leave, no need to wear it now since it's quite hot. When you leave, I'll prepare some blue gear for you and equip your soldiers as well, Fang Hao said with a smile. Gray Bear's situation had also been looked into by Fang Hao. Apart from the heavy sword infantry he had left her, the rest of the militia's equipment was a mix of heavy and light armor. It was time to give them a new set, and some other materials would be provided as well. Thank you, sir, thank you, Gray Bear thanked him repeatedly. She immediately took off the armor she was wearing, revealing her tightly bound chest and her fit abdomen. It was then that Fang Hao noticed a bear head tattoo on the side of Gray Bear's lower abdomen. All right, Gray Bear will stay for dinner tonight. Millie, you take her around the city first, then go to the firing range for some shooting practice, just don't hurt yourself, Fang Hao said. Oh, okay master. Millie put the removed armor to the side, leading Gray Bear outside. Master, have you ever heard of handguns? They're quite powerful. Dusk fell. The maids prepared a rich dinner. Besides Gray Bear who had stayed for dinner, the Lizardmen Queen, who had spent a day walking around, was also at the dining table. It was said that Demetria had taken her around Lis City all day. Upon learning of the Lizardmen Queen's visit, Rebecca took it very seriously. She arranged quite a number of guards to accompany her, as though fearing that the queen might die in her own city. The banquet went very smoothly, and there were not many formalities at Fang Hao's place. Era, Little White, Millie, Gray Bear were all allowed to sit at the table and eat. But the Lizardmen guards accompanying the queen dared not sit at the same table with her. They sat aside, eating bit by bit. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Unlike the laughter and chatter at Fang Hao's place, Ma Tianyi's side was filled with anxiety and worry. In the end, they received no response from anyone. Looking at the constant queries popping up on the Book of Lords, the Alliance channel, filled with helplessness. Alliance Hierarch, is there anyone willing to help us? Everyone in the channel is discussing our situation right now. I contacted some friends too, but they all said that since so many of us in the Human Clan Alliance couldn't stop the demon, whoever came would be going to their deaths. So, are we really going to have to evacuate collectively? I don't want to leave, we just managed to establish the city. Adma Tieni, Alliance Hierarch, how are things? Is there any confirmed news? Ma Tieni kept looking at the Alliance channel chat. He harbored a slim hope, to see if anyone would contact him willing to send troops to help. But so far, he had received no such news. Now that someone had tagged him in the channel, he couldn't pretend not to see it anymore. Taking a deep breath, he said, "No reinforcements are coming, everyone prepare tonight, pack everything you can onto carts, and tomorrow morning, we move collectively to the Human Federation." Even though the members had suspected it might come to this. But when he said it, the channel still exploded. How can it be like this? Is there really no other way? What if we offer more money? Message after message showed up, it was clear no one wanted to leave. But from the looks of it, staying would mean not only losing the city, but they would all die here. Ma Tieni continued, "As long as people are alive, there is hope, everyone prepare tonight, and we leave together first thing tomorrow morning. Responses received, respond." The channel was silent for a long while. Then one by one, responses appeared. The moon reached the tree tops. Fang Hao saw off the Lizardman Queen and returned Grey Bear to his city. After briefing Aira and others, he used teleportation to head to Lis City. After enquiring about Rebecca's location, he walked towards the courtyard. Under a sparsely starlit sky, Rebecca sat in a rocking chair by the pond, a bright nightstone hanging from a nearby tree branch. Her pale blue dress swayed back and forth with the rocking chair. Seeing Fang Hao approaching, she shifted to make space for him to sit down too. The two squeezed onto one rocking chair. The rocking chair gently swayed, and the chains holding it taut creaked. "You really dare, bringing a queen here for a visit, not afraid something might happen, having lizardmen coming after you." Fang Hao wrapped his arm around her waist and said, "It's exactly because I was afraid, that I brought her here, anywhere else would be more dangerous." "Ah, you," Rebecca elbowed him in frustration. Actually, Rebecca hadn't come away empty-handed either. By receiving the Lizardmen Queen, both parties had gotten to know each other preliminarily. If there really was an opportunity, Rebecca also wanted to cooperate with the Lizardmen to sell Lis City's goods there. If successful, the benefits could be substantial. Fang Hao's ribs got elbowed, and he could only chuckle. "Missed me. So eager to have me over." Before Rebecca could answer, Fang Hao turned his head, leaned into her ear, and kissed her face saying, "I missed you too, just afraid Rolana would catch us." Warm breath blew on her ear, causing Rebecca to awkwardly dodge a bit. "Rolana returned to Blood Castle," she said subconsciously. After saying this, she felt as though she was implying something. Immediately, she added, "Who missed you? I called you here because there's something I need to talk to you about." "What is it?" Fang Hao strained a bit, rocking the chair more vigorously. "Tomorrow's council will elect a transmigrator to unify all transmigrators within the domain," Rebecca said. "Oh, it has come to this time already, I almost forgot," Fang Hao replied. Li Rong had mentioned this to him a couple of days ago. The council's decision to elect a transmigrator representative, which also hinted that Shu Haid might not be dead yet. Fang Hao intended Li Rong to join, and regarding Shu Haid, further confirmation was needed. If indeed he was still alive, they'd find a way to deal with him. "Lis City has a nomination slot, want me to nominate you?" Rebecca, grabbing his wandering hand, asked. "Forget it, when the time comes, Lis City will just support Li Rong, I won't make an appearance," he replied. "Okay, that sounds good. Do you have any news of Shu Haid?" Fang Hao continued to inquire. Rebecca blinked. "Isn't Shu Haid dead?" It seemed Lis City hadn't received any news. Even as members of the upper council, some matters were deliberately kept from them. "No worries, at the council tomorrow, we will just support Li Rong from our side, showing our goodwill to the Mage Association, also an ally," Fang Hao reassured her. "All right, that works," Rebecca leaned on his shoulder, letting the rocking chair gently sway. After a while, Rebecca continued, "What would you like to drink?" "I'll have someone fetch it." Fang Hao thought for a moment, pulled out a bottle of fruit wine from his storage space. This is brought by the Lizard Queen, only the royal family could savor it. Hearing it was the Queen's drink, Rebecca was somewhat tempted. Even though she had been a city lord for many years, she still lacked the status of a queen. Taking the fruit wine, she removed the cork, and took a light sip from her red lips. Her crystal clear tongue even licked her lower lip, as if savoring the taste. How is it? What's the taste? Quite sweet with some tang. Not bad, have a taste, she said, passing it over. Fang Hao didn't reach to take it, but instead pointed at her mouth. Rebecca's face flushed in an instant, nervously scanning the surroundings. She took another sip from the bottle and imprinted her red lips onto Fang Hao's mouth. Gulp, gulp. The rocking chair came to a halt. Rebecca's entire body pressed down on him. A sour taste of wine lingered on her tongue. Fang Hao was pinned down in the chair, enjoying the oppressive feeling her plump body provided while his legs still needed to maintain the rocking chair's balance. His hands slid down her spine to her waist and hips, starting to undo the belt above. Rebecca's expression changed, and she quickly caught his restless hands, saying, "Have you lost your mind?" Here, of all places. Lis City's city lord's residence was now vastly different from before. Besides an increase in the number of trusted aides, there were also a large number of heavy sword infantry and storm crossbowmen arranged by Fang Hao. The two could feel each other up without anyone noticing. But actually doing something, it was hard to say they wouldn't be discovered. Just keep quiet, and we should be fine, right? Fang Hao whispered. What nonsense are you talking about? Rebecca said, annoyed. Was this really a matter of being quiet or loud? The guards patrolled on schedule. Any moaning would surely draw the attention of the surrounding guards. If they then assumed an assassin was about, and a swarm of guards came rushing in, the embarrassment would be immense. Seeing that Rebecca was unwilling, he could only suggest, then shall we go back to the room? Let's stay a bit longer, the stars are so numerous tonight, and the moon is so round. Fang Hao opened his shirt a bit and reached inside, agreeing, yeah, big and round, lovely indeed. HMPH. Always joking. Sigh, can't you stop groping? ... The next day, early morning. One by one, carts laden with goods assembled within the city. Everyone was dressed and equipped, taking with them everything they could carry. Planning to leave the city behind. Ma Tianyi stood in place, looking up at the towering city lord's residence for a long time without speaking. To be honest, he was feeling some regret. If he hadn't opened that stone door, not so many people would have died, nor would everyone have to abandon the city and leave the city they had worked so hard to build. But it was all too late now. All they could do was leave. Lord, the carriages are ready, let us depart sooner rather than later. An orc hero with a gaping maw and tusks softly suggested nearby. Ma Tianyi took another look at the city lord's residence, then the familiar surroundings, and solemnly said, let's go, we leave. The carriages started moving, their wheels creaking under the strain. Forming a long procession, they moved towards the southwest, heading for the agreed-upon location. Silver Wing City. The council hall. Once again, elegant music wafted through the hall as all the council members gradually entered the venue. Everything seemed to have returned to the way it used to be. The councilors, in groups of 3 or 5, chatted before taking their seats. How are you feeling? Nervous? Gregoria, escorting Li Rong into the council hall, asked in a low voice. Although Li Rong had been exposed to noble society early on and had represented the Mage Association at the defense against the Undead at Fortress Santa Copyright, this was her first time participating in council proceedings. Surviving an assassination attempt last time was at most like making a report, it didn't count as participating in council decisions. Li Rong replied, not nervous. More than nervous, there was a persistent worry in her heart. Not about the council, but about Shu Haid. Upon learning of the high probability that Shu Haid hadn't died, she immediately asked Morse about it. At that time, Morse was worried that someone might use abilities like, Speak with Dead, on Shu Haid. He hadn't expected the church to simply resurrect him. But Morse could confirm that with Shu Haid's strength, he definitely hadn't seen her. With Morse's reassurance, Li Rong was much more at ease but still feared any oversights. After all, if the Federation learned of her shady deeds, her only option would be to flee. It's good not to be nervous. Our Mage Association rarely gets involved in council affairs, it's just a formality, Gregoria continued. I understand, Teacher Gregoria. Gregoria took her place while Li Rong sat beside her. The hall continued in disarray until 8 o'clock. The resounding bell rang, and the whole place instantly grew quiet. 6 members of the upper house emerged from above and took their respective seats. Doherty, still the leading spokesperson, began. This council session's main agenda is to elect the transmigrator representative. Would the nominated transmigrators please enter the chamber? 3 figures emerged from a corridor to the side. When Li Rong saw the man in the lead wearing the church's robe, her pupils suddenly contracted. Shu Haid. He really wasn't dead. Not just Li Rong. The entire hall burst into a messy babble upon seeing Shu Haid, clearly not expecting a purportedly dead man to reappear. Li Rong. Go on, Gregoria prompted softly. Oh, right. Li Rong stood and made her way out. As she passed Shu Haid, Li Rong managed to show the appropriate surprise, striving to act as a normal acquaintance would upon discovering his resurrection. Shu Haid, you're alive. Shu Haid looked at her intently and nodded, yeah. After speaking, they said no more and stood in the center between the upper and lower houses. Doherty announced, the Hall of Justice nominates Wei Yangwei. He was a young man with a robust figure, reportedly cultivated by the Hall of Justice and a new face to many since he appeared later on. Wei Yangwei stepped forward and bowed slightly. The Church of Light nominates Shu Haid. Russell Russell. No sooner had the voice faded than a round of applause rang out in the lower house. Whether it was the power of the church or the influence Shu Haid himself had within the council, he indeed received the support of many. Mage Association, Lis City, nominates Li Rong. Russell. Li Rong stepped forward slightly and gave a small bow. There was applause from below, though not as much as for Shu Haid. City Lord Council members jointly nominate Fu Yingkai. The other 3 candidates glanced at this person upon hearing the name, realizing then that he was Fu Yingkai. Unlike Shu Haid and Li Rong, Fu Yingkai was even more famous in the channels. Fu Yingkai, Alliance Hierarch of the Beacon Alliance. A man who could summon a response with a single call. Unexpectedly, he too was within the borders of the Federation, now nominated as one of the candidates. Fu Yingkai, sensing the looks, turned to the 3 with a smile and nodded. Then he stepped forward and bowed to those below. Once all 4 persons had been introduced, Doherty continued, all right, let's start the voting now. The members of the lower house stood up. They began to cast their votes into the boxes prepared in advance. The voting quickly came to an end. Doherty announced, Transmigrator Council member selected, from the Church of Shu Haid. Russell Russell. Below, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted. As if he was the popular choice. Congratulations, Shu Haid. Congratulations, big shot Shu Haid. Haha, congratulations. The 3 shook hands and offered their congratulations. ... Squeak squeak. The carriage continued to proceed slowly. Hoarding is a common issue among transmigrators. Food, utensils, resources, materials, all that they had painstakingly saved, unwilling to leave anything behind. It makes this migrating caravan resemble a long snake connected by the road. Head and tail out of sight. Brother Ma, Di Ning Ning and a few other girls are crying at the back again. The whole caravan feels like a funeral procession because of them. You should go console them. A transmigrator rode up on a horse and spoke directly. Nobody wanted to leave, but everyone's capacity for endurance was different. It was somewhat easier for the men, but for the few girls in the convoy who had just left the city they had worked so hard to build, they couldn't help feeling reluctant. When they gathered together, they just started to wail. This cast an even gloomier atmosphere over the entire caravan. Ma Tianyi, mounting his horse, came to the side of a carriage in the middle of the convoy. As soon as he approached, he heard the sound of the girl's sobs. What's the matter? Brother Ma, are we never coming back? A girl cried out. Not necessarily. If the opportunity arises in the future, we might still come back. But isn't the city gone? We don't want to leave. Around them, other transmigrators also approached, waiting for Ma Tianyi's reply. Ma Tianyi sighed, first we must survive. As long as we are alive, there is hope. Before the women could continue speaking, a man from behind interjected, Brother Ma, let's fight one more time, see if we can shut that stone gate. Continuing like this, we might not even make it out of the orc territory. They had only been traveling for the better part of the morning. And they had already encountered no less than 3 probes from orc tribes. In this land, orcs were no different from bandits, and their plethora of goods had attracted the attention of many orcs. They might have escaped the reach of demon attacks, but their ability to get out was far from certain. Who knew what enemies they might encounter ahead? If we stay, we will all die. Only by living do we have hope. If we die, we lose everything, Ma Tianyi said with a sudden heaviness in his tone. Ding! Just as someone in the back was quietly comforting the weeping women. Ma Tianyi heard the sound of a private message coming from the Book of Lords. He glanced back involuntarily, sending a message at this time. It couldn't be that someone overslept and missed the assembly to set off, could it? He gestured with his hand for them to keep talking while he opened the Book of Lords to check the messages. Dong Jiayu. Why would it be her? Still puzzled, he clicked to see the content. Alliance Hierarch Ma, Fang Hao wants you to visit the tavern once more to discuss in detail the matter of resisting the demons. Ma Tianyi felt a surge of joy. But it quickly subsided as he calmed down. What good would Fang Hao alone do? They had already departed, and going back to the trade alliance in the city would only slow down their march. Moreover, the number of demons wasn't something that the army of one or a few could handle. After thinking it over, he replied, thank Fang Hao for me, but let's forget about it. There are too many demons, it would just be a waste of his forces. There was silence on the other end for a moment before another message came through. I advise you to discuss it. If Brother Hao agrees, he naturally can help you solve the problem. Ma Tianyi was taken aback. That confident. The meeting ended amidst thunderous applause. The assembly of council members departed. 4 transmigrators also made their way out together. Li Rong, more curious than ever, took the initiative and asked, Shu Haid, your church can resurrect. Is this a skill, and how is it done? The old hand at the marketplace knew exactly what expression to show. As long as the church didn't use the interrogation skill on her, she would steadfastly deny any involvement in Shu Haid's death. Upon hearing Li Rong's words, Wei Yangwei and Fu Yingkai, standing nearby, also looked towards Shu Haid. Wei Yangwei, being from Silver Wing City, was aware of Shu Haid's situation. But Fu Yingkai was utterly clueless. Hearing that someone could be resurrected, something very significant for safety-conscious transmigrators, they were particularly attentive. Yes, is it a prop, or a church skill? Wei Yangwei asked. Fu Yingkai then asked, what's going on? Shu Haid died before. Shu Haid glanced deeply at Li Rong before giving a slight smile to the other two, saying, it's related to the church, I can't say more specifically. Does the church need more people? Yeah, do you need people? Well, I'll ask for you when the time comes, but I can't say more specifically. Apparently due to having died once, Shu Haid no longer carried his former arrogance. Following along, Li Rong continued, Shu Haid, now that you represent the transmigrators, what's the first plan? You have to give us some benefits, right? Exactly, at least distribute some military equipment to us. Fu Yingkai added. He was the alliance hierarch, living quite far from here. If Shu Haid, this representative, brought some advantages, he could still be supportive. If there are no benefits, and he still bosses us around, don't blame me if I go offline and pretend not to hear anything. We'll have to see what policies the council has, Shu Haid replied. Give us a hint, you surely know something, Wei Yangwei pressed. Shu Haid, after pondering, said, the first step should be to integrate the transmigrators within and around Silver Wing City to better manage and plan. Li Rong narrowed her eyes around, as in, around where she was. The group kept talking as they left the hall. Gregoria was waiting not far away, greeted them, then boarded the carriage and slowly departed. Shu Haid stood still. Watching the leaving carriage, he frowned but did not speak. Inside the carriage, Gregoria picked up a cup of water, took a sip, and asked, how did Shu Haid come back to life? Everyone was curious. No one had heard about the church having the ability to resurrect. If the church really possessed resurrection powers, its status within the Human Federation would be even more influential. He only said it's related to the church, and he doesn't want to disclose more, Li Rong responded. It really seems to be a maneuver of the church, Gregoria noted. Li Rong continued, Teacher, I have a friend who wants to invite a mage from the association to teach a class, is that feasible? I was hesitant to respond directly. Teaching a class? A mage class? Yes, for some children. Gregoria nodded, saying, it's not difficult to arrange a teacher for classes, but aside from the association's public lessons, private lesson fees are not cheap. He's quite wealthy, so money should not be an issue. Is he in Silver Wing City? No, he's in other cities of the Human Federation. They can provide a place to stay, and they will provide a salary, but they just can't find anyone, Li Rong continued. That's easy to arrange. Just confirm the details with your friend to make sure the location and compensation are clear, then I can find someone, Gregoria replied. Joy instantly spread across Li Rong's face. Thank you, teacher, you're the best. All right, it's a small matter. No need to fuss about it, Gregoria dismissed. Trade Alliance, Tavern. Ma Tianyi finally showed up. He had thought it throw even if the negotiation failed, it would at most be a waste of time, not significantly impacting him. But what if there was a real solution? They could avoid relocating and starting over in a strange place. He took a deep breath before the door. He knocked lightly on the door, and after receiving a response, he entered. Inside the room, Fang Hao and Angia, still in the same positions as last time, awaited him. Fang Hao, Ma Tianyi forced a smile, though it was a bit stiff. Alliance Hierarch, have a seat, Fang Hao invited. Ma Tianyi sat down and blurted out, Miss Dong mentioned that you are willing to help us. His tone carried a hint of urgency. He wanted to know the outcome immediately. Fang Hao looked at him and decided not to beat around the bush, saying, Alliance Hierarch, I had Miss Dong summon you here instead of just replying directly because I needed to explain things clearly in person. Ma Tianyi frowned. Oh. Just say it. I can deploy troops to deal with the demon, but since military force is my trump card, I don't want to expose my strengths to outsiders, adding unnecessary danger. Fang Hao looked at him. Ma Tianyi was taken aback, considering the implied meaning. You mean, let us leave first. Not to look at your military force. But don't you need some guides, as unfamiliar terrain can also be troublesome. Fang Hao shook his head, stating, once I send troops, certain information will inevitably leak, so I need to absorb your alliance. Swallow the alliance. Ma Tianyi's expression changed instantly. Such audacity, intending to directly swallow his alliance. After much effort, he had managed to bring the Mountain Sea Alliance to its current state, how could he possibly just hand it over? Fang Hao, are you joking? Alliance Hierarch Ma, if I don't help you, I suppose you would have to abandon the city and relocate in the next couple of days anyway, by then your Mountain Sea Alliance would be annexed by others. Fang Hao paused slightly, giving him time to react. Then he continued, after I solve the problem for you, you will still lead your members, the only difference is that instead of being an Alliance Hierarch, you'll become my subordinate city lord. Most importantly, you and all your people will still retain your own cities. Ma Tianyi's face looked rather uneasy. He felt that Fang Hao was taking advantage of their vulnerable state to try to swallow his painstakingly managed alliance. But the reality was harsh, and this was precisely what he faced. Even if the alliance moved, without a city to develop, being annexed was only a matter of time. Suppressing his emotions, he said, how can I believe you can eliminate those demons? I would not make such a promise without substantial confidence. You should be aware of my reputation in the channel. There's no need for me to lie about this. Ma Tianyi crossed his arms and frowned at him. After a moment of silence, he said, I need to discuss this with my members. You may. Without leaving the room, Ma Qianyi took out the Book of Lords and started communicating through the channel. Fang Hao did not interrupt. He quietly chatted with Anjia about some recent training of the maids. After a while, Ma Qianyi finally put down the Book of Lords and said, "We choose to trust you. When can you send troops? We will also try to hold back the spread of the demons as much as we can." Receiving the reply, Fang Hao showed a smile as well. "Tomorrow then. I will come over, and I will need a city as a base for recruiting forces. You just need to arrange for the rest of your members to stay a bit away from the battlefield." "What? Recruit now?" Ma Tianyi's frown deepened. Fang Hao clearly meant immediate recruitment. On-the-spot recruitment indeed solved the problem of travel. However, the amount of soul crystals stored by transmigrators was always limited. 100, 1,000. But the number of demons was feared to have already surpassed 10,000. "You need not worry about this. I would not joke about my own life," Fang Hao said. Ma Qianyi wanted to say something more, but in the end, he just said, "All right, I hope you've considered everything carefully. Yes, give me the Book of Lords. After I devour it, I will allocate the city to you," Fang Hao continued. Ma Qianyi hesitated, but still handed over the Book of Lords. "Fang Hao, I trust you. I hope you can save us. Rest assured, since I have said it, I have the capacity to solve the problem. The Book of Lords can be devoured." Then, Ma Tianyi's Book of Lords, like a blueprint, turned into specks of starlight and merged into Fang Hao's Book of Lords. "You have gained decision-making rights over Ma Tianyi's territory. Occupy, discard. Occupy. It will become your subordinate territory, and can continue to be developed. Discard. You will obtain 50% minus 80% of this territory's resources, and this territory will be abandoned." Fang Hao immediately chose to occupy. "You have occupied the subordinate territory, and have obtained ownership of the territory and 2 affiliate villages. You can set a proxy governor in the Book of Lords." He then reset Ma Qianyi as the proxy governor, and a new Book of City Lord appeared before him. Handing over the Book of City Lord to Ma Qianyi, he reiterated, "Upon returning, start monitoring the movements of the demons, prepare a frontline vacant city, move all the members of the alliance to a city farther from the battlefield and wait for news. Do not return until after the war is over." "Oh, okay." Ma Qianyi noted all these tasks. It seems Fang Hao was not deceiving him, he really intended to fight the demons. "I mentioned, all has to be settled today. I will come over tomorrow morning, understand?" "Understood. I will go back and prepare immediately." "Yes, that works." Ma Qianyi nodded and immediately stood up to leave. Out of the tavern, Ma Qianyi immediately checked his Book of City Lord. There were no changes in its functionality, the Alliance channel was still there, and there was an additional territory channel. Out of curiosity, he opened it. At the top was a small notification text. "New member, Ma Qianyi, has joined the channel." Below that were several messages. Ma Qianyi. Is that the kind with a single horn on the head and wings on the back? This name sounds so familiar. It seems I've heard it somewhere before. The boss of the Mountain Sea Alliance is called that. Must be a coincidence. Didn't the Mountain Sea Alliance recently encounter problems? He couldn't have joined our boss, could he? Possibly a brother. Ma Qianyi, do you have any photos in female attire? Ma Qianyi looked down without giving a reply. Although he couldn't see the number of people in the territory channel, he could tell from the frequency of the scrolling messages. There were definitely a lot of people in this territory channel, much more than those in their alliance. Good grief, he had just been worried that the other party was coveting his alliance. The other's power vastly surpassed that of his own Mountain Sea Alliance. At this moment, more and more people were popping up in the channel. They were asking him to post pictures of himself in female clothing. The atmosphere in the group was quite lively, although the topics were a bit strange. He ignored the few tagging him, while on one side through the Alliance channel, he instructed the members who had gone out to camp on the spot. Meanwhile, he hurried toward the teleportation array. He needed to get back quickly and complete the tasks according to Fang Hao's requests. In the afternoon, he returned to the main city. The Hall of Lords was still deserted. The maids had gone for training, sunbathing in the backyard, and he could hear laughter and chatter from the training field. The entire city was permeated with a somewhat less somber air. He poured himself a glass of fruit wine and sat by the stone table to continue reading. Exploring maps and expanding territory were indeed directions pursued by transmigrators. But having time to enjoy fruit wine under the sun while reading was also a pleasant lifestyle. While striving for development, it was also important to give oneself time to relax. After reading for a while, he made notes on a side paper of the content he couldn't understand. Ding! At that moment, the sound of a private chat rang out again. It was Li Rong. Today was the time for the council to elect the transmigrator councilman. It seemed there was a result. He opened the private chat, and sure enough, it was about this matter. Shu Haid did not die. He appeared at the council, and he became the final candidate for this time's transmigrator councilman. Good grief, Shu Haid really hadn't died. According to modern thought, it was actually acceptable that the church possessed resurrection skills. But from the intelligence provided by the Federation, the church had not demonstrated this capability, at least in the past wars between humans and various races, it had not been displayed. If they could resurrect people, the previous battles of humanity wouldn't have been so brutal. He pondered over the church's affair for a moment. He could sort of understand some aspects. Even if resurrection was a special power of the church, the cost was also very high, and it couldn't be used lightly. It even required accumulating a significant amount of power before it could be used. Otherwise, the church would not have fixed graveyards, where many high-ranking members of the church were buried. Now, using the chance to resurrect Shu Haid showed the church's emphasis on him. The matter of representing the transmigrator isn't as simple as just being elected. There's no need to worry too much. When you met him, did he realize anything? This point was crucial. If Shu Haid had begun to suspect Li Rong, then she had just added another risk factor for herself. After a moment of silence, Li Rong sent another message. He didn't say anything, but I feel like he noticed something. I can't be sure though, Li Rong said. What are your plans? Fang Hao continued. Since things were already this intense between them, there really wasn't any good ground for easing the situation. The question then was whether their conflict would burst sooner or later. Li Rong replied, kill him. All right, but consider carefully before making a complete break, and make sure the church doesn't find out it was you. Understood. Send me money. Morse can't take action anymore. I'll find someone else to kill him. I feel like I am your dad, always asking me for money every other sentence. Do you like this kind of relationship? Daddy, I'll call you that in person one day. Stop messing around. ... Church. Did you discover anything? The archbishop's tone remained calm. Shu Haid nodded and said, Li Rong is covering it up well, but I am even more sure it was her doing. The archbishop nodded, continuing, leave this matter, focus your attention on managing Chinatown, I will arrange someone to deal with Li Rong. Shu Haid immediately brightened up. If he were to seek revenge, there was a significant risk of leaving evidence. After all, Li Rong now had 3 heroes protecting her at her side. An assassin attempting a hit had a high probability of failing and might just leave a trail leading back to him. But with the archbishop handling this affair, there were no problems. Killing her was no different than crushing an ant. Only that the method must be more discreet, especially since the Mage Association's Gregoria was also looking out for Li Rong. Thank you, Archbishop, I will diligently complete the tasks you assign, he said, then knelt down before him. The Archbishop gently patted his head. That's enough, go prepare. The Hall of Justice is also watching this matter. Rein in your past arrogance and first get the job done well. Yes, I will prepare immediately. He bowed again before gradually standing and leaving the room. After sending some money to Li Rong, Fang Hao lost his inclination to read. He summoned God's presence, and controlled a skeleton sparrow, heading toward the hero's residential area. The residential area was built on a vast scale and surrounded by pleasant environments. Yet, the occupancy rate was not high. Most heroes were assigned outside, rarely coming back. He had just approached the residence of the snake woman Abayahu. He could hear the sound of splashing water. Landing on the courtyard wall, he saw a spacious backyard transformed into a huge pool. The snake woman Abayahu swam through the water like a fish, moving swiftly and agilely. Splash! Another splash broke the silence. Bayahu burst out from under the water, her dense black hair drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Her upper body was bare, revealing her petite and firm body, adorned with sparkling droplets of water. Damn, it really was quite firm. Fang Hao thought about it and decided to fly down. He circled around to the front yard and called out, "Bayahu, I need to discuss something with you." Hearing the noise, Bayahu quickly dressed herself and walked from the backyard to the front yard. She looked around, then her gaze fell upon the skeleton sparrow resting on the edge of the fountain. "Are you talking?" Bayahu leaned forward, staring at the sparrow and asked. She had lived here for a while now. Aside from the heroes who occasionally came to warn her, she'd also encountered various types of skeleton soldiers. All kinds of them, limitless varieties, everything you could think of. "I am Fang Hao. Stop staring, this is an undead ability," the skeleton sparrow spoke. Bayahu recoiled like a snake, coiling herself in a loop. Then she said, "Oh, it's Lord Fang Hao, what do you command?" Having confirmed his identity, Bayahu straightened up her attitude. To tell the truth, she was quite satisfied with her life here. It was much better than her days as a pirate boss, as remembered. This was the life of those noble lords. Now, not only did she fear his power, she did not want to lose her current lifestyle. The skeleton sparrow nodded and said, "There will be a battle against the demons tomorrow, you should join us." "Fight demons. Battle. Are we going to war against demons?" "Oh, alright, roughly what time tomorrow, and do I need to prepare anything?" Bayahu asked immediately, not daring to be careless. "Later, go to the warehouse and see if there's any equipment you need. Tomorrow morning, we'll head over together," Fang Hao said. "Oh, alright, The skeleton sparrow nodded, then instantly flew away. Watching the departing skeleton sparrow, Bayahu frowned slightly. Just now in the backyard, did she not see another skeleton sparrow that looked almost the same? As dusk approached, Ma Tianyi returned to the encamped caravan. Everyone sat on crates, listening to Ma Tianyi narrate his encounter with Fang Hao today. Anyway, the matter was settled this way: whether they could hold against the demons, they'd know tomorrow. He plans to face the demons alone. What a joke, there are tens of thousands of them. Exactly, I think the channels have praised Fang Hao too much, making him overly confident. Yeah, I think we'll still need to prepare for continuous evacuation, there's a high likelihood it won't succeed. Everyone discussed the matter in turns. Most thought Fang Hao was being too arrogant, intending to face the demons alone. What a joke. And those who thought Fang Hao was capable didn't have any solid evidence. Letting the conversation lean towards one side. Then, Di Ning spoke, "Regardless of what is said, Fang Hao is willing to help us, he's a good person, even if he really fails, we can still move on. It won't impact us." That made sense, indeed. Even if Fang Hao truly had no solution, they still had ample time to retreat. It made no difference from their earlier plan. The only issue was that Ma Tianyi's Book of Lords had been devoured by the opponent. But that was not a big problem, as long as they were alive. Ma Tianyi also clapped his hands and said, "Alright, let's stick to the plan. Everyone stays camped here tomorrow and waits for my message. If Fang Hao really can't resist the demons, we will continue moving." "Alright, got it. Yes, Alliance Hierarch." Everyone agreed one by one and returned to their tents to rest. Nighttime. Fang Hao came to the wishing well and continued making wishes. No choice, last time's wishing was at night. Now, calculating the time, he could only come at night. Hands pressed together, he prayed through all the deities in his heart. Directly chose confirm. After a few seconds of stillness, 45 dragon crystals. They fell into the water pool, creating a splashing sound. Hearing the sound, Fang Hao opened his eyes in satisfaction, collected all the dragon crystals, and returned to his residence to rest. The next day, early morning. Fang Hao led Demetria, Angia, and Bayahu through the teleportation array. They directly headed to Ma Tianyi's territory. Upon seeing Fang Hao appear, along with one orange and two purple heroes, Ma Tianyi couldn't hide his astonishment. Are you all prepared? Fang Hao asked. Ma Tianyi turned around and immediately said, all prepared, the vacant city is not far from here. Let's not waste time then, let's go. The group rode out of the city, directly reaching a city to the north. Fang Hao did not hesitate. He immediately chose to occupy it and began the faction conversion. Do you want to convert this city? Yes. You can choose to convert to the Undead faction. Undead faction. A beam of light enveloped the entire city. Transformation complete. Countdown to next transformation 29 days 59 hours. Within a month, this city is not allowed to transform again. As the light faded, the transformation was completed. Fang Hao came to the open ground and constructed buildings such as the Skeleton Transformation Field and Burial Grounds, the Archery Range, the Undead Mage Tower, and the Bound Spirit Tower, as well as various other military buildings. The entire city was once again bathed in rays of light. The buildings took shape amid the glow. Ma Tianyi stood there dumbfounded, his eyes wide as he gazed up at the emerging structures. Each faction's architectural style was quite distinctive. At first glance, it was clear that these were buildings of the Undead style. Indeed, the rumors in the channel were not all nonsense. Fang Hao was not just in contact with the Undead. This was outright the Undead faction's doing. A human, actually joining the Undead faction. Construction is completed, but it will still take some time. Ma Tianyi, share with us all the intelligence you know, Fang Hao said. A wooden table was brought into the midst of the group. Ma Tianyi unfolded his map, pointed to the northeast corner, and said, this is the region of the stone gates, where demons continuously emerge. At present, they have spread in this area, and their numbers are vast. Beyond the described range of the spread, which was broader than the intelligence Little Yu had brought back, the location of the stone gate was the same. The intelligence from Little Yu was more detailed. The demons had already established a base within. City walls and buildings were also under construction on a large scale. In the history of this continent, the reason why demons were so detested was because there had been wars where demons had seduced kings and swept across the land. The large-scale emergence of demons this time also showed this tendency. After Ma Tianyi finished speaking, Fang Hao looked at the three heroes beside him and asked, any plans? Angia was fiddling with her fingers on the side, while Bayahu also appeared distracted. Only after a moment of silence, Demetria said, my lord, according to City Lord Ma Tianyi, the demons outside are collecting corpses. Ma Tianyi nodded, yes, every day a large number of corpses are brought to this valley. I believe, rather than dispersing our forces to clear the scattered demons, which is also a waste of time, we just need to take down this valley. The remaining demons can be cleared out more easily later, Demetria explained her plan. Fang Hao also understood. The idea was not to deal with the spread outside but to clear the valley and close the stone gates. The remaining demons outside can be slowly cleaned up afterward. The main thing was to block the source. Bayahu, what do you think of this plan? Fang Hao asked. The snake woman, whose mind was wandering, shuddered. With somewhat evasive eyes, she said, it makes sense, I agree. The battle is about to begin, everybody get serious. Oh, right. Soon, the buildings were completed in a burst of light. Fang Hao approached the buildings to start recruiting. 100-fold amplification triggered, recruiting 10 bound spirit guardians. A vast number of bound spirit guardians, their eye sockets flickering with soul fire, appeared and spread out across the nearby open space. Demetria took these troops aside and explained the next steps. Fang Hao continued to the barracks and the skeleton transformation field to recruit more troops. 100-fold amplification triggered, recruiting 20,200 skeleton warriors. 100-fold amplification triggered, recruiting 5,050 undead mages. 100-fold amplification triggered, recruiting 5,050 skeleton archers. 100-fold amplification triggered, recruiting 202 soul coffins. 100-fold amplification triggered, recruiting 101 bone giants. In an instant, a vast horde of the undead appeared in the light, filling the entire city. In addition to the forces already amounting to over 10,000, there were also the immense bone giants, their presence imposing a suffocating pressure. One of the materials for bone giants was giant essence, of which Fang Hao only had 2. He had traded for them on the World Channel. He used one here and decided to keep the other in case it was needed later. Looking at the somewhat pale-faced Ma Tianyi, Fang Hao said, "Don't just stand there watching. Lead the different kind out to form ranks by category. We'll make equipment for them later." "Oh, okay." Ma Tianyi attempted a call, and the skeletons really did obey, trailing him toward the city outskirts. As the soldiers left, Fang Hao went back to the skeleton transformation field and recruited a large number of skeleton giant bats and skeleton vultures. These were to counter the enemy's flying demons. As for the bone dragon, Fang Hao currently thought there was no need to recruit it. The strength of his troops already felt sufficient to take down the demons. The role of the bone dragon would be reserved to guard the main city. After recruiting the troops, Fang Hao began making equipment and machineries. Large numbers of shields, cannons, blasting tubes were rapidly produced. Making the final preparations, he was busy until 3 in the afternoon. Only then was this undead army finally ready. Endless swarms of undead stretched as far as the eye could see, covering all visible ground. "Demetria, you will lead the infantry. Bayahu, lead the mages. Angia, take charge of the archers and soul coffins," Fang Hao commanded loudly. "Yes, my lord," the 3 heroes responded, bowing. "All right, let's move out." Fang Hao climbed onto a chariot, while Ma Tianyi also mounted a skeletal horse in the rear. Then, thump, thump, thump. The sound of drums started, accompanied by the clattering of bones and armor, as the army began to advance. On horseback, Ma Tianyi followed the large troop as it advanced. He now understood why Fang Hao was so confident in dealing with demons. With so many troops, including high-level special species, even the demons couldn't withstand the march of this massive undead army. It turned out that it wasn't that Fang Hao was arrogant, but that they had underestimated the strength of the top force in this world. His curiosity grew even stronger. What kind of recruitment system did the undead have, and how could they recruit so many forces? Were the recruitment materials that easy to obtain? Ding. His thoughts were all over the place. The Book of City Lords sent a prompt. Ma Tianyi casually opened it. It was the Alliance channel, and someone had mentioned him at this time. "At Ma Tianyi, how's it going, Big Ma? Can we rely on that guy? It's getting dark, should we continue camping or move? Yeah, where's the Alliance hierarch? Hasn't been kidnapped, has he? I think it's unlikely. Maybe the Alliance hierarch and Fang Hao have already started arguing. Should we go back and help out, at least snatch back the Alliance hierarch's Book of Lords? We still haven't got a reply by now, probably kidnapped, let's go back and rescue." The caravan of the Shanghai Alliance stretched out for a great distance. Therefore, not all of them were gathered together. The messages were passed among each other through the Alliance channel. Ma Tianyi hadn't sent any messages back all day, and everyone was getting anxious. At this moment, Ma Tianyi's reply finally came back. He said, "I'm not dead. Fang Hao does have the strength to fight demons, and is currently leading troops to Dusty Mud Valley. He plans to attack the valley directly and clean up the rest gradually." As soon as this statement came out, the channel immediately buzzed with reactions. How is it possible to attack Dusty Mud Valley directly? Are there so many troops? Is that for real? Boss, have you been brainwashed? Any pictures? Let's see what kind of forces he has to be so bold. Ma Tianyi was just about to take a picture of the surroundings when he immediately remembered Fang Hao's instructions. So he directly said, "The situation is a bit special, I will explain when I get back. Everyone continue to camp for today, the Deputy Alliance hierarch will arrange everything. Be careful of orc raids. Alright, stay safe. Night fell. The undead army, like a ghostly force, also had no illumination and marched through the darkness toward their destination. After sweeping away the demons along the way, they finally arrived at Dusty Mud Valley. Just like its name, the entire valley was filled with thick dust. With the help of the hazy moonlight, one could still see the walls that had been built and the demon soldiers standing on top of them. Unlike Little U's description, the walls were no longer made of logs. Rather, they were covered with a layer of mud and stone, making them taller and more solid. Meanwhile, the vibrations caused by the approaching skeleton army attracted the attention of the demons in the valley. The sound of horns echoed inside the valley, followed by the demons' gibberish shouts. The demons inside the valley began to boil with activity. The next second, a massive number of demons, like a flood released from its gates, flew out from the sky and the ground, swarming towards the approaching undead troops. Fang Hao was in the central position of the army. But he had cast the God's presence skill and controlled the heavily armored warrior demon dolls that followed behind the front line of the army. As the demons drew near, he could finally see the demons up close. Buzzing Demon Tier 6. Giant Claw Demon Tier 7. Crazy War Demon Tier 8. Giant Demon Bull Tier 9. Odd-shaped demons emerged from the mist and came into view. The Buzzing Demon, resembling a giant bee, had transparent wings and a mouthpiece sharp like a sword. The Giant Claw Demon, with a beast head and a human body, had giant pincers for hands and 2 short arms under its ribs. The Crazy War Demon was covered with scales, resembling a gargantuan toad. The Giant Demon Bull, closer in shape to a tauren, was covered with thick fur, had a larger build, and its appearance was extremely fierce and terrifying. All the demons felt like an assembly of various creatures. Bizarre and fierce. Seeing the demons charging like mad, Fang Hao commanded in a cold voice, "Cannons, fire!" Swoosh. The front line of infantry opened up to the left and right. One after another, the cannons began to adjust the elevation of their barrels. Fire. After the order. Boom, boom, boom. The roaring sound echoed throughout the whole valley. Bang, bang, banga. The next second, the cannonballs covered the valley ahead, and hordes of demons were blasted into the air, their blood and limbs raining down from the sky. Watching the scene ahead, Ma Tianyi's heart pounded violently with each roar of the cannons. What's going on? How did this turn into modern warfare? Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannons continued, with the valley's fixed terrain restricting the demons' spread. The cannonballs could easily cover the entire area of the battlefield. At this moment, the buzzing demons entered the firing range. Archers, attack! The buzzing demons that rushed into range started to flap their wings, sending waves of energy rippling through the air, dispersing toward the undead horde below. Terrifying hum, a unique controlling skill of the buzzing demons. The living creatures affected by the hum would be thrown into chaos, and some even fell into a stupor. This was also a characteristic attack of these demons, who lack an advantage in size. Upon charging over the formation, groups of buzzing demons hovered in midair, releasing their energy hum there. Yet this move had no effect on any of the undead heroes, and a few heroes merely found it somewhat piercing to the ears. Instead, as they remained stationary in the air, they became fixed targets. Crack, crack, crack. Orange bullets, dense like a net, enveloped the sky. Clusters of buzzing demons, like meatballs bursting open, splattered their fluids as they fell to the ground. And were directly hacked into a pulp by skeleton infantry. Is that it? Did they fly all this way just to deliver themselves? It could be said that, at this point in the battle, the undead faction held an absolute advantage. More and more demons began to rush out of the range of the artillery fire, limbs torn apart, yet still charging forward. Their fierce momentum, however, wasn't much different from that of the undead. Ma Tianyi sat on horseback, his gaze fixed intently on the battle ahead. On an ordinary day, their battles would never be as impactful as the scene before him. From his perspective as a human, it looked as though hell was in civil strife, with 2 distinct netherworld forces clashing head-on. Gathering all their forces for a direct and hard confrontation right here. At that moment, the smoke ahead began to clear somewhat. The roar of artillery also noticeably subsided. He looked ahead, puzzled. He saw a number of small skeletons, each holding various tools for repair, running toward the front. They began cooling and repairing those cannons. Damn it! You can't do repairs at a time like this. Just as Ma Tianyi was anxiously tearing his heart out, he saw that in the hands of the frontline skeleton warriors, suddenly appeared long spears intertwined with silver snakes of lightning. The tens of thousands of lightning spears brightened the entire battlefield. Lightning strike, fire, came the commands from the side. Whoosh, hiss hiss hiss. The dense spears of lightning formed an arc in the sky. Illuminating the entire sky, they crashed down ahead. Crackle pop. The next second, the spears plunged into the demon's territory, bursting upon impact and transforming into tiny thunder snakes spreading out. Struck by the spears, demons died en masse, and those affected also stood frozen on the spot, their bodies spasming continuously, significantly slowing down the enemy's advance. Soon, the cannons were repaired. Shell after shell was loaded into the muzzle, and with one command, the deafening sound of cannon fire roared once again. The shells howled as they delivered another covering barrage. Ma Tianyi was stunned, utterly stunned. How many times had they gone through such large-scale battles? This was too damn proficient. Each step was unhurried and precise, perfectly executed to connect the phases of battle. And Fang Hao himself had been in the carriage all along, without even poking his head out. Too terrifying. This force was too frightening. But up to now, the demons had not breached the line of undead defense, the worst instances being a few maimed demons who managed to charge to the front of the formation. After killing a few skeleton warriors, they were chopped to death by the rest with a flurry of chaotic blades, having no significant impact on the overall army. Woo! At that moment, a sound that was like the howling of wild beasts and also like a horn resounded from the demon camp. The frenzied demons hesitated, all stopping in their tracks and turning to retreat directly. All returning to their camp. The gates closed. The sudden halt in battle brought instant quiet to the central area. Within the valley, the lingering gun smoke slowly drifted away. The ground was revealed, pockmarked from battle and covered with rotting corpses of demons after death. The smell of gunpowder mixed with the stench of decay hung in the air. These demons, upon dying, wouldn't turn into corpses like living creatures. Rather, their bodies decayed rapidly, turning into piles of mush consisting of pus and fat, spreading across the entire valley, like a layer, covering the ground with a year beast of white. As the scent of gunpowder faded, the stench of decay spread swiftly, permeating the surroundings. Gag. Ma Tianyi retched twice, hurriedly stopping and drenching his sleeve in water to cover his nose and mouth. At this time, the gates of the demon camp opened again. A buzzing demon reappeared before everyone, its spider leg-like forelimbs clutching a piece of paper, flying towards them. Demetria immediately ordered no attacks, allowing the demon to land before the camp, place the paper down, and fly back. My lord, the demons have sent over a letter. A bound spirit guardian hurried toward the Diome doll, delivering the folded letter. Fang Hao, controlling the demon doll, accepted it. He opened it to review the contents. Weirdly arranged letters, most likely in the demon script. Transmigrators can understand the writings and contents of various races, including those of demon script. I don't know which immortal king's army this is, but starting a war was not a wise decision. I hope to talk with the king to avoid further warfare, it read. Demons are enemies of all races, but the reputation of the undead is also not favorable. Perhaps, in the eyes of demons, the undead are kindred spirits to them. Seeing what's written above, one could be more certain of the existence of heroes among demons. Moreover, this hero possessed great wisdom. He didn't insist on continuing the fight, but instead sought to negotiate with the undead. Glancing back at his followers, he said to a bound spirit guardian nearby, "Go and check, where has the mage's army reached? The mage's marching speed is slow. This is also why many battles do not involve mages. But the combat power of mages should not be underestimated, especially now that their equipment has been upgraded." Soon, the bound spirit guardian returned briskly and reported, "We can see the mage's troops in the rear. They should arrive in about half an hour." He looked back again, then glanced at the paper in his hand. If the other side wanted to talk, he was curious to see what the hero looked like. By the way, he would also wait for the mages to approach. Fang Hao tossed the paper aside and said to a bound spirit guardian, "Go ahead and shout out a message, telling their hero to meet for negotiation at a midpoint between the two armies, not too close, and be cautious." "Yes, my lord." Under many watchful eyes, the bound spirit guardian ran out of the formation and stood forward, loudly calling for the enemy's hero to come out and negotiate at the midpoint. After shouting twice, he twisted his head and returned to the formation. The demon camp across seemed to fall into stillness. Just when Fang Hao was planning to continue the attack, the gates of the demon camp opened once again, and through the dense fog, a large demon emerged, resembling a giant beast, with beastly horns on its head and demon wings on its back. He first waved at the undead formation, then walked straight to the middle. He really did come out. He wouldn't be so easily duped, right? Fang Hao immediately ordered, "Turn the cannons, fire at that tall figure." Crackle and clatter. The muzzles began adjusting their angles without command. One by one, the sounds of cannon fire resounded. A barrage of cannonballs hurtled towards the location of the demon hero. In the deafening booms, a fiery explosion shot up at the midpoint. Whoosh! A whooshing sound of tearing through the air arose. The demon hero, somewhat disheveled, burst through the smoke and dust and shot straight up into the sky. The subsequent explosions had no effect on him. He roared angrily at the undead and turned his head to fly back into the camp. Seeing that he hadn't been killed by the blast and had safely escaped. Inside, Fang Hao secretly thought it was a pity. Not wanting to waste more time, Fang Hao commanded, "All troops, attack. Mages, enter casting range and launch magic missile strikes." After issuing the order, a rhythmic drumming sound began to rise. White undead ores were re-imbued onto every soldier, casting a grayish-white glow. "Attack!" Demetria ordered loudly. Crackle and clatter. A dense mass of skeleton warriors, shield and weapon in hand, began their charging stride. In the blink of an eye, the numbers of the White Bone army had covered the entire valley. The remnants of demons, slaughtered in death, were trampled into a paste. But evidently, the demon camp was not prepared with any special machinery or weapons. Facing the frenzied onslaught of undead, there were no weapons of large-scale destruction deployed. Prepare for the lightning strike. Crackle and clatter. The skeleton warriors who had charged to a certain distance came to a screeching halt like slamming on brakes. From the right hand of the White Bone, a spear of lightning appeared. Throw. Whoosh. The silvery firmament sliced through the sky, plummeting into the demon camp. After the throw, the undead resumed their charge. The White Bone army quickly reached the city walls and began to relentlessly surge upward, climbing upon one another's bodies. Whoosha! Whoosh whoosha! At that moment, a giant demon bull appeared on the ramparts, sticking out its massive head. Opening its mouth, it breathed out streams of flame, scorching the huddled undead below. Although the flames were not as fierce and domineering as those of the dragon clan, they still posed a significant hindrance to the massed lower undead. Rows of skeletons turned to ash, scattering in the air. Fang Hao and his distant companions were taken aback. The demons still had this kind of attack method, quite a variety. The skeleton archers had entered their firing range and bullets started rattling on the ramparts. By this time, the undead mages in the rear had finally reached the battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A barrage of magic missiles cut through the sky, smashing into the encampment. Bone giants with heavy steps approached the walls, pounding their fists against the enemies atop them. The skeleton soldiers below, like ants, scaled the bone giants' bodies, leaping out from their hollow frames and eye sockets, plunging directly into the city walls. There, they engaged the enemy demons in close combat. At the base of the city walls, hundreds of large skeletons, holding stone coffins, just stood there blankly, as if the war had nothing to do with them. Only the piercing wails emitting from the coffins in front of them seemed somewhat chilling to the listeners. Then, the sole coffin slid open a slit at the top. And with the sound of anguished wails, countless semi-transparent wandering spirits drifted out. Their bodies passing directly through the stone walls. Lunging at variously shaped demons inside. Ma Tianyi stood behind the undead army. He watched as magic attacks, like a shielding dome, kept hurling towards the other side. At this moment, he didn't even know how to express his feelings. Too terrifying. Even more terrifying than he had originally anticipated. In the face of the undead army's onslaught, this demon legion seemed like an adult beating a child. The legendary disaster wrought by demons, is this all there is to it? These must be just a bunch of minor monsters, right? Ding. The Book of City Lord rang out again. Ma Tieni opened it to find the Alliance channel as usual. At Ma Tieni, bro Ma, are you still alive? I'm really worried, can't even sleep. Yeah, Alliance Hierarch, how's the situation? Who has the upper hand in the battle? In the middle of the night, the Alliance erupted as though a pot had been overturned, everyone chiming in all at once. Whether to stay or go, everyone must be anxious. Ma Tieni glanced at the demons being suppressed and after considering his words, said, everything is going well, Fang Hao's forces have the upper hand. If nothing unexpected happens, everyone can go home tomorrow. Wow. The channel exploded even more. Really? We've gained the upper hand already. Alliance Hierarch, are you sure you haven't been hacked? Fang Hao is that fierce. What's happening? Fang Hao is going to win. One after the other, messages kept popping up. Even though everyone was hoping Fang Hao would win, they still found it difficult to believe. A few hours ago, Ma Tieni had said they were on the road, yet in the time it took them to make camp, they had started to overpower the demons. And could see that they might be able to return home the next day. The progress seemed a bit too fast. Ma Tieni also showed a smile. He continued to reply, okay, just trust me, if anything happens, I will inform everyone. Have a good night's sleep tonight. Oh, okay. Be careful, Alliance Hierarch, run if you must. Get me an autograph from Fang Hao. Di Ning Ning, you're not crying again, are you? Is now really the time to chase stars? What's it to you? After ending the chat, Ma Tieni turned his attention back to the battlefield in front. The walls of the demon camp had long become a pile of ruins. The collapsed stones had become stepping stones for the advancing undead, who launched an assault straight into the interior. The mages in the back stopped their barrage of magic attacks after several rounds. The skeleton archers also ceased firing. They became dazed figures, standing by in their positions. More melee skeletons, led by the bone giants, surged in like a flood. They engaged in close combat with the demons. In the air, skeleton giant bats and skeleton vultures covered the skies like dark clouds. Apart from the buzzing demons launching attacks, some winged demons also attempted to fly up and fight. They were surrounded by swarms of giant bats and vultures and, in the blink of an eye, were devoured into a pile of mush. Fang Hao, controlling the warrior puppet, had already entered the center of the demon camp. He easily took care of 2 charging demons before he climbed the collapsed ruins to look deeper into the camp. There, in the middle of the camp, the demon hero who had almost been blown up by him was now killing the undead that leapt towards him. From this distance, Fang Hao finally saw what he looked like. The creature was 5 or 6 meters tall, its figure resembling an orc put together, with a pair of demon horns on its head. It wore armor made of bones, with sharp bone spurs protruding from the shoulders, elbows, and other places. In its hands was a massive dark red longsword. Each swing would lift sheets of flame blades, killing groups of approaching undead soldiers. Fang Hao was taken aback. He hadn't noticed before, but this demon hero truly was fierce. Alone against so many undead surrounding him, he was still holding on. Thunderbolt attack, target him, Fang Hao ordered the skeleton warriors around him. Immediately, lightning spears appeared in the hands of the surrounding skeleton warriors, which they threw from all directions towards the demon hero in the center. The sound of crackling filled the area. Rings of thunderbolts spread out, causing the demon to constantly emit pitiful howls. The dark red skin cracked open in an instant. Densely packed wounds appeared. The demon's body was indeed rough and resilient, and it also recovered very quickly. After the lightning strike, the heroes around him attacked the demon hero once more. The ancestral tactic began, piling up on him with sheer numbers. Dense swarms of skeletons rushed from all directions, hacking, biting, dragging and using all methods to attack the demon hero. Outside, Fang Hao ordered a large number of archers to climb up to higher ground and shoot unceasingly into the interior. Wave after wave of undead endlessly surged towards the demon. They couldn't be killed, nor could they break out. Roar. The demon hero let out a painful roar and suddenly plunged his sword into the ground. Boom. The next second, the ground in front began to crumble, and streams of flame and magma erupted from beneath the broken ground. Pillars of fire filled the sky. The flames, filled with terrifying energy, devoured all types of undead soldiers in the area, and the intense heat turned them to ash within seconds. Gone without a trace. Just for that moment, a vacuum zone of more than 10 meters formed at the front, not a single bone left alive. Fang Hao, standing at a distance, saw everything clearly. So fierce. This demon hero had shown his formidable strength. Even if Demetria were to go in, it might be dangerous. Quick, keep attacking. Pile on until he's dead, Fang Hao motioned, calling for more skeletons from the back to keep going in. Undead soldiers opened up a gap ahead, allowing the demon hero a brief respite. He immediately let out a roar, brandishing his heavy sword and charging toward several other directions. The undead soldiers approaching were also dying in droves under the flames. Fang Hao watched for a while, feeling that something was not quite right. He was fierce in battle, never retreating or fleeing, but instead, he was blocking the way and killing the undead. It was more like he was guarding the stone gate behind him. Could there be something behind it that needed to be protected? His attention slightly shifted to the stone gate behind. And he noticed some unusual details. The stone gate wasn't merely cracked open, as Ma Tianyi had said, the demon had already fully opened it. The corpses of the slain demons lay scattered on the ground like chunks of Tai Sui, extending into the area beyond the stone gate. And the closer they were to the stone gate, the more those chunks of Tai Sui, lying on the ground seemed to wriggle as though they still had life, twitching slightly. It was as though there were blood vessels pulsating underneath them. There couldn't be more tricks up their sleeve, could there? Fang Hao's heart skipped a beat. This demon hero was already difficult to deal with, and if another even stronger monster came running out from inside, wouldn't there be potential danger? His consciousness immediately returned to the rear, outside the camp. Fang Hao opened a slit in the carriage and said, "Call Demetria over." Yes. Soon. Demetria hurried over. "My lord, did you summon me? There might be greater danger behind the stone gate inside. Have the skeleton giant bats carry the thunder tubes to blast the demon blocking the entrance directly to death," Fang Hao instructed. "Understood, my lord," Demetria responded, then turned and left. Shortly after, a swarm of small giant bats took flight from the rear of the troops. They entered the airspace above the camp. Targeting the demon hero below, who was slaying undead, they dived straight down. Thousands of giant bats. They surged into a descending column of white bone that enveloped the demon hero. Boom boom boom. The demon hero let out agonized howls, flapping its wings trying to fly away. But the skeleton giant bats, much like guided munitions, bombarded him again with another group. The demon hero's body was severely damaged, falling from the sky. And groups of skeleton giant bats poured down like a torrential downpour, forming a continuous cascade of white bones. Layer upon layer, they covered him. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions became continuous. The explosions persisted for several minutes before subsiding. Not even waiting for the dust to settle. The surrounding undead soldiers rushed forward once again, slashing wildly without question. The sound of swords chopping resonated through the valley. Dawn was spreading across the sky. A battle that lasted from night until dawn. And within the demon camp, the sound of fighting gradually ceased, slowly returning to silence. Demetria rushed over once again, reporting in a low voice, "My lord, all demons within the camp have been cleared." Fang Hao had demon dolls with him, so he could also see inside. "Are there any corpses left? I was just about to tell my lord, these demons decompose immediately upon death, but we have found some materials." "Oh, show me." Skeletons walked over from behind, presenting a number of items. Wriggling spine, demon's tooth, hard hoof, demon's essence, forgotten soul. Without checking, The wriggling spine is known as a recruitment material dropped after faction battles. Demon's Tooth. Category. Material. Description. Teeth used to tear apart flesh, now seemingly have a special purpose. Beyond that, both Hardhoof and Demon's Essence were materials as well, with descriptions not hinting at any special purpose. He would ask Nelson later if he had seen such things. After all, in terms of knowledge, Nelson is on par with half a library. His gaze continued to move backward, and Fang Hao's eyes lit up again. A grayish-white bead. So familiar. Forgotten soul. Indeed, it was a forgotten soul. This material had only been obtained once before in the demon orphanage. And he had used it for the recruitment of Nisbet. Whereas Nisbet is one of the few types of troops that can continue to advance. Nisbet has now all advanced to heroes. But if Fang Hao wanted to continue recruiting, this material was the only thing he lacked. If it turned out that forgotten souls could be found here, then the recruitment requirements for Nisbet could be satisfied again. To recruit more of this type of troop and then advance them to heroes. By then, it would be possible to form an army composed of heroes. How many of these white beads are there? Fang Hao picked up a bead and asked. So far, we have only found one bead on the outskirts, but if we clean up the entire battlefield, we should be able to find quite a few, Demetria replied. Fang Hao nodded, satisfied to find even a few. All right, no rush. Have the troops assemble in front of the stone gate. After dealing with the inside of the stone gate, we'll clean up the battlefield, he ordered. Yes, my lord. Demetria once again left, calling the troops to assemble in front of the stone gate. Darkness filled the area behind the stone gate. Like a gateway to hell, it was dark and terrifying. Swoosh swoosh. Thunder Spirit, an owl composed of lightning, flapped its wings and swiftly flew into the pitch-dark stone gate. After a brief moment of darkness and disorientation, vision returned once more. And the next second, Fang Hao's heart tightened abruptly. The Thunder Spirit nearly dissipated. This was a vast space where bodies hung upside down like grapes in midair. Incessant wriggling blood vessels connected all the bodies, ceaselessly throbbing. It was as if they were siphoning some kind of nourishment. Damn it, what's going on here? Fang Hao was surrounded by the undead every day. He had also done his fair share of grave digging and tomb entering. But the scene before him truly startled him. It wasn't the fear of corpses, nor was it the disgust at the flesh and blood around him. It was that the scene made one's heart tremble, extremely unaccustomed. He was even more unable to guess what these demons were up to. Inside the mountain, a large hole had been hollowed out. The white muscles, like vines crawling over the rock walls, were filled with human grapes. He suppressed the tension in his heart. Controlling the Thunder Spirit, he continued to fly toward the belly of the mountain. Besides the eerie quiet, there was peace inside. The interior was still filled with various corpses, mostly orcs and humans. Even a few, distinctly dressed as transmigrators, could be seen. They too were hung upside down from the ceiling, but their bodies were dried up, obviously having been dead for a long time. The human corpses must have been left by the militia members of the Mountain Sea Alliance from the previous time. They were used as some sort of sacrificial nutrients. Continuing further inside, the number of corpses around him increased, and the oppressive atmosphere thickened. Finally, Fang Hao saw what he was looking for. At the end of the cave, there was a massive stone platform. The surface of the platform was wrapped in layers of flesh membranes, appearing like an altar in outline. From the membranes, countless muscle and blood vessels extended. They connected to a massive flesh embryo in the center. Through the outer layer, he could vaguely see a human form inside. Holy shit! Fang Hao exclaimed in his heart. He had thought that these demons were crafting some horrifying monster with the collected corpses. Yet he hadn't imagined that such a massive undertaking with a huge number of dead was actually nurturing a person. Perhaps not a person, but it possessed a human outline. He was about to disperse the Thunder Spirit. Suddenly, a voice came from the embryo. Are you here to kill me? Did I do something wrong? The voice was very crisp, like that of a child before his voice changes. Fang Hao was stunned, his gaze returned to the embryo, and the figure inside moved slightly. The Thunder Spirit was a scouting magic and could not speak. The voice of the embryo rang out again. Did I do something wrong? If possible, could you please not kill me? The voice was choked with sobs and pleading. I don't know where this is. I also don't know what I did wrong, but if you don't kill me, I'll do anything. Please, I just woke up. I haven't seen what this world looks like yet. I don't want to die, please. The plea was very sincere. It was like a child who didn't yet understand what was happening, filled with worry and fear about everything that was about to occur. Fang Hao looked deeply at it, then let the Thunder Spirit scatter and disappear. Outside the stone door, Fang Hao frowned, rubbing his somewhat swollen brow. Damn, what a monster. Not only did the Thunder Spirit hear the voice, but outside the door, Fang Hao, who controlled the Diome doll, also heard the embryo's pleading voice inside. It was as if the voice was ringing in your heart. Sir, did you hear something? Demetria came closer again. A voice begging for mercy. Yes, the bound spirit guardians around also heard this voice, as if it was speaking to everyone, Demetria said. There are bodies hanging everywhere inside. These bodies are nurturing an embryo. Fang Hao briefly recounted what he had seen. Demetria's pupils also contracted slightly, surprised by Fang Hao's description. Sir, you mean, the embryo contains a newly emerged life, should we wait and see? Demetria asked softly. Fang Hao flashed a smile and said, no need, have you forgotten? We transmigrators can see the information on troops and heroes. That's not a new life at all but merely trying to buy time. If the Thunder Spirit hadn't flown in, perhaps Fang Hao would have been somewhat hesitant. After all, the voice and plea sounded like an innocent child caught in the crimes of their parents. But having seen its information, he dismissed those concerns. Demon filth. Tanalsic, reviving. Demons are adept at bewitching and deceiving people. Records of demons beguiling various leaders are not uncommon. This is also why demons have become the enemy of all races. Moreover, the reviving indicated above signified that this demon was slowly regaining its power through this ritual. All it said was merely to buy itself time. Ah, sir, shall we attack directly then? Demetria continued to ask. Fang Hao nodded and said, you don't need to go in, to avoid any danger. Let the forces go and attack that embryo at the very back. Yes, sir. Demetria nodded and immediately issued an order to the soldiers. Soon, the undead army that had gathered at the doorway began to charge inside. Slashing at the body grapes along the way, all the way to the very back. Roar. Damn you, you damned undead, you ugly, lowly souls. Another angry roar filled everyone's minds. It made their brains buzz. The voice was no longer that of a pleading child, but had become hoarse and filled with rage. Crash. Inside the cave, the sounds of intense fighting erupted again. Fang Hao reformed the Thunder Spirit and followed the undead troops into the cave. From the floor and the ceiling, where the body grapes hung, countless clearly defined blood vessels and fleshy tendrils emerged, like whips lashing from all directions at the invading undead. This odd method indeed proved very effective. The already not so intelligent undead began to entangle with these fleshy tendrils. The cave became a chaotic mess, effectively holding back the advancing skeletons. Fang Hao watched, his heart growing somewhat anxious. Everything this demon filth had done was to buy time. If he succeeded in his revival, wouldn't it make things even more troublesome for me? He dispersed the Thunder Spirit once again. Sir, how are the conditions inside? Demetria asked again. Fang Hao shook his head. The undead are held back. The enemy wants to buy time for his revival. Let me lead men inside. Fang Hao still shook his head. Wait a moment, I need to think of a strategy. After pondering for a while, going in directly and facing the opponent was very likely dangerous. Not to mention the opponent's bizarre abilities. Even if they fought back desperately and caused some damage to Demetria, it would not be worth it. Wait a moment. I am going to transfer some items over, Fang Hao continued. He then opened the Book of Lords, and contacted a transmigrator staying in Grey Iron City, Cao Junming. Cao Junming, have Belerga prepare some fire oil for me. I need it now, transfer it over. Oh, okay. Grey Iron City, ruled by the dwarves, had stored a large amount of fire oil. If they couldn't break in, and since it was a cave, just burn it all down with fire. Soon, barrels of fire oil were traded over. It wasn't much, only 8 barrels in total. Have the skeleton soldiers carry these barrels of fire oil as deep inside as possible. Seeing the barrels of fire oil, Demetria understood Fang Hao's plan. He immediately ordered the skeleton warriors to charge inside with the barrels. Neglecting the tentacles whipping around them, they charged straight in. Some struck the barrels, spreading the black viscous fire oil all over the cave. Once the preparations were almost complete, Fang Hao continued, "All right, have all soldiers retreat." Demetria immediately gave the order, leaving a few vigilant undead behind. The rest withdrew outside the demon camp. Fang Hao then cast God's presence, controlling a skeleton warrior carrying a torch as he charged inside. Upon entering the cave, he was immediately greeted by lashing flesh tentacles. Fang Hao dodged swiftly, charging as deep inside as possible. Seeing the trail of fire oil on the ground, he dropped the torch. Whoosh! Flames erupted instantly, then rapidly spread around, and when meeting another patch of fire oil, the flames soared even higher. The fire blazed into the sky. Fang Hao discontinued God's presence. His consciousness returned, looking over the entire valley. Even from outside the camp, the flames rising from the cave were visible. "You damned fools, I will not let you go. Someday, I will return to this land and crush your bones." An angry roar resounded once more. This time, however, the voice was filled with powerless rage. He couldn't move, after all. Fire was a great way to eliminate him. The blaze was immense, not only the fire oil but also the corpses inside became fuel. It likely wouldn't die down anytime soon. Ignoring the angry roars that came out, Fang Hao continued, "The fire probably won't burn out soon, let's begin cleaning up the battlefield." "Yes, sir." Demetria agreed, and began to assign tasks. Some continued to guard within the cave, while others began cleaning up the battlefield. Organizing the spoils of war obtained this time. Silver Wing City. A somewhat gaunt young man, accompanied by 3 militia, stood somewhat disheveled opposite the church. After glancing at the bustling alley, he refocused on the church's main gate. Shu Yuanhang had been in Silver Wing City for 3 days. He had wanted to find Fang Hao but realized he didn't know the location of Fang Hao's territory. The friend who provided him with the teleportation array suggested that he inform the council of the Sea tribe killing coastal villagers, and so he came to Silver Wing City. But everything, he realized, was too simplistic. What kind of place was the council that would allow him entry? Not to mention speaking out about the matter, they didn't even let him through the gate. Adding his identity as a transmigrator, he was chased out multiple times, treated like a beggar. During this time, he still couldn't sleep at night, haunted by images of militiamen and villagers locked in ship cabins and drowned. And the girl, Casey, with her clothes torn and face scraped, crying out, "Lord brother, it hurts so much." Every moment, these dreams, these echoing voices, reminded him, he must seek revenge. But he couldn't even enter the council, so what revenge could he talk about? Until yesterday, he heard a piece of news in Chinatown. Shu Haid from the church had been elected as the transmigrator representative, specifically handling transmigrator affairs. This gave him a glimpse of hope. So, he directly came to the church doors, waiting specifically for Shu Haid, although he was unsure of the person. But as a fellow transmigrator, he must surely help him. Thus he waited. From morning until now. In Shu Haid's city. "I apologize for the wait. The church has been somewhat busy," came an apologetic voice into the hall. Upon hearing this, several people looked over to see Shu Haid dressed in a saintly robe, striding forward. Tanelsik and his companions immediately stood up, hands tight against their thighs, bowing, "Mr. Shu Haid, it was presumptuous of us to come uninvited. We hope you won't take offense." Shu Haid smiled and took his seat, looking at Shi Himing and asking, "What brings you gentlemen here today?" He was aware of their origins. They were representatives from the Sea tribe sent to negotiate with the council. However, he had no prior interactions or acquaintance with these people. Suddenly turning up as they did, he couldn't help but be curious about their intentions. Shi Yiming turned back and someone immediately placed a silk-wrapped brocade box on the table and unwrapped the silk. Hearing that Mr. Shu Haid has become a council representative, I've been eager to make your acquaintance. This is an item from the Sea Tribe, the Dawn Blue Coral, which I happened to come across. I hope Mr. Shu Haid won't disdain it, said Shi Yiming. When the brocade box was opened, the luminescent blue coral inside shone brilliantly. Under the sunlight, it was exceptionally eye-catching and beautiful. Dawn blue coral. Shu Haid's eyes instantly lit up. Although he didn't know the value of the item, he had seen it in the Archbishop's study. If it was displayed in the Archbishop's room, it was certainly a rare treasure. Now, he was somewhat tempted. It wasn't that he liked the item for himself, but giving it as a gift to the Archbishop seemed like a thoughtful gesture. Though Shu Haid was tempted, he didn't linger over the item. After a brief glance, he shifted his gaze away. He continued to inquire, "Let's hear what brings you here, to see if I am capable of assisting." He wasn't foolish, and his position hadn't come easily. Naturally, he wouldn't rashly accept gifts from others. Mr. Shu Haid misunderstood. We genuinely intend to form a connection with you and have no hidden agendas, Shi Yiming quickly explained. Shu Haid frowned, not quite understanding the other party's intentions. Why would someone bring such valuable gifts out of the blue, merely to foster connections? Had his presence become that commanding? If it hadn't been for his near-death experience a few days ago, he might have believed them. Speak frankly, or I dare not accept this item, Shu Haid spoke again. Shi Yiming maintained his smile. After pondering a moment, he said, "Speaking of business, we indeed may need Mr. Shu Haid's support in the future. Let's hear it. You are aware that our birthplace is on the Sea Tribe's island, a place utterly unsupportive of further development. Should the opportunity arise, we may settle in the Federation, and we would be grateful for Mr. Shu Haid's support," Shi Yiming said softly. The reason he presented the Dawn Blue Coral to Shu Haid was due to his status as a transmigrator's representative. This offer served to establish some valuable contacts for himself. In the future, it could provide beneficial connections. Upon hearing these words, Shu Haid displayed a smile, subtly accepting the brocade box, and said, "Someone, the tea has gotten cold. Let's change it for our guests." Dusty Mud Valley. The air around was hot and dry. If this place weren't a barren rock hill, it might even have ignited a forest fire. Angia and Bayahu took shelter at the back of their group. Demetria, as a lizard man, had shed a thin layer of skin due to the heat and dryness. "My lord, the battlefield has been cleared, here are the spoils," one said. Cart after cart was pushed over, each neatly piled with collected materials. Wriggling Spine, 3211. Demon's Tooth, 572. Hard Hoof, 123. Demon's Essence, 75. Forgotten Soul, 5. Over 3,000 wriggling spines. This haul completely offset the losses from the battle and even produced a surplus. The uses of Demon's Tooth, Hard Hoof, and Demon's Essence were still unclear. But they must be rare materials, given the rarity of demons themselves and their considerable strength. The value of the materials was undoubtedly high. What delighted Fang Hao the most were the 5 forgotten souls. With these 5, it meant he could recruit 505 Nisbets and elevate them to heroes. Soon, he would really have a team composed entirely of heroes. It was truly a bountiful battle. "My lord, here is also a weapon unearthed from a deep pit." Demetria brought over a sinister dark red giant sword. The hilt was covered in protruding scales, and the blade flickered with faint glints of fire. Hatred Tooth, orange. Category: Heavy Sword. Damage: Level 5. Skills: Flame, Hatred. Flame. Each attack carries an additional 150% flame damage. Hatred. Every 10 minutes, the flame effect increases by 5%, reducing the holder's sanity by 5%. Combat stops, gradually recovering. Description: a sword emerged from the hellish forge, bearing malice and hatred, making every one of its bearers lose themselves in battle. It was the giant sword used by a demon hero, who had used it to single-handedly stop the advancing undead. He had quite the stance of a man who held off thousands. This weapon had reached an orange tier. Aside from his own Thunderhawk blade, it was the highest quality weapon he had obtained. With its own level 5 damage and a very aggressive skill attached. The second skill also increased damage, but at the cost of reducing sanity. The loss of sanity could turn one into a beast, blindly seeking combat. That was quite troublesome, even though it gradually recovered after stopping combat. But if not controlled well, like today, if the enemy kept you engaged, it was highly dangerous. Did you find any chests or the like? Fang Hao stored the materials and the orange sword into his storage space. Demetria shook his head. Not yet, it might be inside the caves. Well, then let's wait until the fire dies down a bit. Yes, my lord. Ding. Ma Qianni once again opened the Book of City Lord. Within the Alliance channel, someone was again asking him about the progress of the battle. At Ma Qianni, Alliance Hierarch, how is it on your side? Which side won? Yeah, there are so many mosquitoes here. Are we moving or going back? I've calculated, and Fang Hao should have won by now. It's been such a long time. It's uncertain. We can't be sure until the very end. Ma Qianni took a glance at the large fire in front of him. He said, let's head back. Fang Hao has already won. He's doing the final wrap-up work. Don't spread word about the combat here to avoid any special circumstances. Damn, he really won. Really? Don't kid us, Alliance Hierarch. Has Fang Hao become this fearsome now? Ma Qianni deliberately avoided the undead soldiers below and took a photo of the collapsed demon camp, sending it over. Although it looked different from what they had seen before, they could still recognize it as Dusty Mud Valley at a glance. It's Dusty Mud Valley. He really cleared out the demons. So powerful, so domineering. Yay, we can go home now, no need to walk anymore. Ma Qianni also sent a message saying, Deputy Hierarch, lead the team back and take everyone back to their respective cities. Received. The fire continued to burn until the afternoon. Only then did it slightly subside. After all, in the belly of the mountain, once the bodies were burned, there were hardly any flammable materials left. The fire died down quickly then. But the residual heat left in the whole valley felt like standing on a mountain of flames, oppressively hot and uncomfortable. Fang Hao controlled the demon doll, directing the undead in their final task. He stood in front of the stone gate. After peering inside, he stepped in with his soldiers. The inside of the cave was burnt pitch black. The corpses, the fleshly tentacles, had all disappeared. They had been burnt to a crisp. Leading the soldiers to the end of the cave, what remained of the embryo was just a dried-up clump, hanging there like cured meat. But the message notifications had disappeared, indicating it was dead. Such a big fire, and yet it hadn't burned it completely. It was quite durable. Chop this into mincemeat, Fang Hao ordered. The skeleton warriors behind him immediately stepped forward and hacked away chaotically. By the looks of it, it was indeed durable, not flesh-like, but they still chopped it into pieces. After confirming there was no danger, Fang Hao continued, okay, search the cave, see if there are any spoils of war, especially pay attention to any treasure chests and such. Receiving a new command, the skeletons dispersed again, beginning their search anew. Fang Hao then turned his attention to the stone platform under his feet. The layer of Tai Sui flesh membrane that had covered it was burnt away by the fire, revealing its original appearance. This place really was a huge altar. Even though it was heavily damaged, some remaining symbols could still be discerned. It seems, Ma Qianni and the others had reopened a place that had been sealed by someone else before. Luckily, it hadn't caused too much damage. After looking around inside for a while, Fang Hao walked out to the door, waiting for the skeletons' search results. Soon, the skeletons searching the cave came out one after another. Bang! A muted thud. A gold treasure chest was thrown at his feet. After the entire chest was brought out, a cloud of white smoke instantly rose. This kind of treasure chest must belong to the system. The fire couldn't burn it. Otherwise, it would have been damaged by the heat long ago. Without much hesitation, he directly opened the chest. Regent's Battle Flag Blueprint, Purple Chaos Armor Blueprint, Purple Warfire Coin 182, Demon Stone 23. The variety wasn't much, but the quality was still acceptable. 2 purple blueprints appeared at once. Regent's Battle Flag. Hardwood 1, Leather 5, Linen Cloth 12, Spun Yarn 22, Silk 5, Metal Parts 12. Description: a battle flag that boosts the morale of troops. The blueprint for a battle flag. They had never appeared before. All cities and lands have their own flags. For example, Silver Wing City has a blue background with a silver sword with wings depicted on its flag. The Hall of Justice, Church, they also have flags representing their own forces. It can be said that a flag represents identity and allows one to recognize at a glance which faction's team you belong to. It's very important. With this blueprint, if needed, one could also make a battle flag. But morale isn't very useful for the undead. Unless it is used for living creature troops. Chaos Armor. Thick Leather 15, Cast Iron 12, Fine Iron 5, Metal Parts 22, Demon's Tooth 1. Description: armor representing chaos and disorder. So that's where the Demon's Tooth is used. An item resembling a beast's fang actually is a material for armor. It's hard to understand. But the Chaos Armor is actually not bad. Purple Armor. Just a pity it's not a set. We'll see if size adjusts, could potentially be exported. After stowing the blueprints safely, he was about to call for a retreat. When yet another skeleton warrior squeezed over. It was holding a piece of paper. Page from the Demon Tome. Demon Page. Seeing the demon pages in the skeleton's hand, Fang Hao was startled. Impossible. Was his luck that good? He had come across another page of the demon scriptures here. He remembered the last page, which he had found in a dry well left by demons. After the Book of Lords had absorbed the demon pages, it had unlocked the storage space feature. Although the area wasn't large, it had begun to satisfy some resource storage needs. Now with this second page, he wondered what feature it would unlock. He took the page from the skeleton warrior's hand and, with a wave of his arm, said, "Let's go, back home." Rustle rustle. The skeleton warriors began to retreat outward, leaving the valley. Outside the valley, the undead that Ma Tianyi continued to emerge knew that the war was over. He hesitated a bit but then approached the carriage. He softly said, "Fang Hao, is it over inside? Did we win?" The curtain of the carriage was pulled aside. "Yes, it's over. The demons inside have all been cleaned up. Those scattered on the outskirts, from here on you can clean them up one by one." Hearing his confirmation, Ma Tianyi's expression immediately brightened. "This is really great. Does that mean we can all return to our own cities now?" He had already notified the alliance members to start returning but still asked subconsciously. Fang Hao nodded. "Yes, you can go back now. You are now the subordinate city lord of this territory. It's better to have all those alliance members under your command for easier management. A fragmented alliance system isn't suitable for later development." Ma Tianyi pondered for a moment and then nodded, saying, "Understood. I'll discuss this with everyone once I get back today and get the alliance to join the territory." "Right. I still have some enemies outside. Let's not broadcast this over the channels to avoid alerting the enemy." "Don't worry, boss, I understand that," replied Ma Tianyi. As the two were conversing, the undead soldiers at camp had also all returned. With a shout, the army began their return journey. Inside the carriage, Fang Hao collected several blueprints. His gaze returned to the demon pages. Demon Scripture Page. Category: Scripture Page. Ability: Gate of the Worlds. Gate of the Worlds. An improved version of the interdimensional gate. Technology for teleportation creates spatial links and opens the Gate of the Worlds, transporting targets to one's side. Commonly used in demon summoning spells. Upon opening, allows reinforcements to come through the Gate of the Worlds. Description: Demon Scripture Page. Collecting all pages completes the full demon scriptures. The ability this time was not for storage space. Instead, it was called Gate of the Worlds. The description of the Gate of the Worlds was a bit vague. But there was a simple explanation later, a gateway for summoning reinforcements. To put it plainly, it was a teleportation array that could summon troops through the Gate of the Worlds. It indeed was a remarkable ability. Not only did it enhance his own safety, but it also facilitated future offenses. Using the Book of Lords, he absorbed the page, thereby also creating an additional blueprint. Gate of the Worlds. Meticulous stone bricks 150, metal parts 22, demon stones 6, essence of magic 3. Description. Initial Gate of the Worlds can construct barracks, troop hiding caves, and other military structures, facilitating quick arrival of forces upon the deployment of the Gate of the Worlds. Well, this wasn't like the freely deployable teleportation screens. It required setting up the initial Gate of the Worlds. It seemed more complicated than he had anticipated. He would have to try it out when he got back. Silver Wing City. Commercial Street. After several shouts, some famous opera actors in the city took to the high stage and began their performance. Whether it was the nearby merchants or the surrounding residents, all were drawn by the hustle and bustle and packed the street, watching the performance above. Which store is it, creating such a buzz? Even the most famous people from the opera house have been invited over. Indeed, performers that only those noble lords usually see, we get to watch today at this event. Which store is it, though? I heard the owner doubled the price after initially being refused. Who could they not get with that kind of money? Brother, which store is it? There are too many people, I can't see the sign. Fairy Dream Tower. Why are you so clueless? Isn't this where Fairy Dream Tower used to be? Compared to Winnie's Hot Pot Restaurant, the cosmetics store was simpler to prepare. After the basic cleaning and decoration, through the transmigrator's trade function, various cosmetics were all placed in the store. And it immediately opened for business. But the Hot Pot Restaurant was different. A kitchen, staff, tables, chairs, ingredients all took time to prepare, and it still needed some time before opening. Li Rong, with arms folded, stood at the window on the second floor, watching the gathering crowd and nodded her head. She was quite satisfied with today's popularity. After today, the first thing the city's noblewomen would learn was that Fairy Dream Tower had reopened and had launched an exquisite noble set. As for the opera actors below, Li Rong scoffed. They had previously refused, thinking it disgraceful to perform in such a setting. But after she had doubled the price, they had eagerly agreed. I just asked Fang Hao for money, ostentatiously rich, enough to hire you all. Tap tap tap. At that moment, footsteps came from behind. Then outside, the voice of Sword of Chivalry was heard. My lord, gentlemen from Chinatown have arrived. Li Rong turned around and nodded. Let them come over. The door opened. A group of male and female transmigrators walked in, all with smiles on their faces. Ah, Sister Li's business is booming, truly booming. Sister Li, such prosperous wealth. It's all due to Sister Li's capability. Now this Fairy Dream Tower is completely her shopfront. Not just the Fairy Dream Tower, but the Hot Pot Restaurant across the street that's being renovated is also hers. Sister Li, you must support us more in the future. Everyone's faces were smiling as they clasped their fists in congratulation. After being betrayed by transmigrators last time, Li Rong had become more cautious around these people. But in this city, with heroes for protection, safety could still be guaranteed. Moreover, Xu Hade was now gaining power and was trying to win over Chinatown. She also needed more prestige to have these people stand on her side. She smiled humbly for a few sentences. She said, "Thank you all. Once I stabilize my footing, I won't forget everyone." That's right. Li Rong continued. Tonight, at the Dragon Ascend Swallow Banquet, everyone should come and celebrate with me. From now on, here, we are one family, needing to help each other. Alright, we'll listen to Sister Li. Exactly. Dragon Ascend Swallow. I haven't been there yet. Sister Li is mighty. The communication speed of transmigrators is fast. In Silver Wing City, the bustle continued, with people constantly taking photos and posting them in the regional channel. This Li Rong is something else, to have bought a shop in Silver Wing City so quickly. Did she land some noble old man? It might not necessarily have been a purchase, didn't some say it was rented? Don't guess wildly. Li Rong is more formidable than you think. One of her identities is as a mage from the Mage Association, and the association's president is her teacher. Mage Association. I haven't even seen a mage yet. Given that, Li Rong has already taken root in Silver Wing City, entering the circle of nobles. I heard she's pretty good looking. Does she have a man? I want to try my luck. Try what? With her status now, would she be lacking men? Not lacking, but one man more wouldn't hurt, plus I was also top tier back in the day. Oh, so you're, bro duck, no offense. After leaving Dusty Mud Valley, Fang Hao switched to a skeletal horse and rode alongside Ma Tianyi. Sitting in the carriage during the previous battles mainly benefited him as the quiet and private environment was more suitable for invoking God's presence. It prevented external disturbances. Now that the war had ended, it was also good to get some fresh air. Fang Hao, the other day when I met with the Alliance Hierarch Bai Zhan of the Straw Hat Nautical Group, she mentioned a member who was looking for you. Ma Tianyi brought up something from a few days ago during their casual chat. Straw Hat Nautical Group. He had also enjoyed that anime previously. Unexpectedly, there were pirate fans using such a name for their force. Luckily they called themselves a nautical group. If it were called a pirate group, it might have been eradicated by the local forces. Oh, looking for me, does he know me? Fang Hao was also curious. The nautical group should be by the sea, why would someone from so far away seek him out? I did hear some things from Bai Zhan, actually quite infuriating. Ma Tianyi paused, then continued, there's a member in their alliance named Shu Yuanhang, who took his militia and sailors to trade various items by sea and land. Hearing a story was about to be told, Angia, who was riding a horse beside them, also leaned over. She took out a handful of dried fruit from her crossbody bag, crunching them as she listened. Fang Hao glanced over. Nice going. Those dried fruits from the Red General are now yours. Ma Tianyi continued, then he was discovered by the Sea Tribe and Wakoku transmigrators, who robbed his goods and locked everyone in the ship's cabin to sink and drown them. Only he barely survived, but it seems he suffered a mental shock and has been looking for someone to help him take revenge everywhere. In the sea, who can defeat the Sea Tribe? No one agreed to help him. He took a deep breath and continued, later, he said he would go find you, claiming you would definitely help him, and then he left. This. Fang Hao's eyebrows slightly furrowed. He hadn't expected it to be such a story. Nor did he doubt the authenticity of the story. Since transmigration, without rules restricting them, people's greed was magnified indefinitely. Because of disputes between transmigrators, the channels never stopped showing such incidents. Helping the natives oppress transmigrators under the guise of the Alliance, deceiving transmigrators and then selling them as slaves. Such incidents were not uncommon. Thus, the authenticity of the story was not in question. Even such trivial matters wouldn't concern the coastal native city lords. How come there are Wakoku people involved? From what Bai Zhan said, the Wakoku people are helping the Sea Tribe negotiate with the Federation. Silver Wing City. Across the street from the church. Shu Yuanhang, looking like a beggar, limped and leaned against a garbage heap. As the sky was about to darken, he still hadn't seen the person he was looking for. His stomach started growling. If he didn't see Shu Haid before darkness fell, he would have to return to Chinatown and come back tomorrow. After another hour, Shu Yuanhang stood up, leaning on a wooden stick. The three equally disheveled militia members also stood up with him. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. They saw a carriage slowly stopping in front of the church. A tall figure in a robe with a church emblem emerged. Shu Yuanhang, carefully distinguishing. Black long hair, a high nose bridge, sunken eye sockets, blue eyes. Shu Haid. It must be Shu Haid. While in Chinatown, he had carefully inquired about Shu Haid's appearance. And the person across the street fit all the described features perfectly. Shu Yuanhang felt a surge of joy. Just as he was about to run over, his steps suddenly halted. He saw that two more people descended from the carriage. Those Wakoku men. Shu Yuanhang clenched his fists with gritted teeth, trembling with anger all over. He had never expected that they would find Shuhei even before he did. Their light-hearted conversation further fueled his anger. Why, aren't you a representative of the Federation? How could you be so cozy with these thieving beasts? Shu Yuanhang forcibly suppressed his urge to act and retreated back to the dark alley, silently waiting for the other party to make their move. Now that he had seen them, it was time to end this. Going to Silver Wing City? Fang Hao asked, somewhat surprised. After listening to Ma Tianyi's story, he also inquired about Bai Zhan regarding that Shu Yuanhang. If he really came to Lis City to find him, he could arrange for him an empty city to develop. As for taking revenge on his behalf, it needed to be reconsidered. The tragedy of transmigrators happened every day. It wasn't something he could help with just because he wanted to. He was now a city lord, responsible for the entire territory. Being too kind-hearted would only drag him down, exposing everyone in the territory to danger. But upon asking, he heard that the other party had gone to Silver Wing City again. His own reputation in Lis City was quite significant, so why go to Silver Wing City again? He felt somewhat puzzled. What support did they expect to find in Silver Wing City? Yes, Bai Zhan said, he went to the federal conference in Silver Wing City, to tell them about his issue, hoping that they would help him take revenge, Ma Tianyi continued to explain. That's right, seeking the conference was like seeking the authorities, but the federal conference was like the imperial palace, without a referral, he probably couldn't even get in. What's the situation now? Is anyone taking care of it? Fang Hao continued. Ma Tianyi looked at the Book of City Lord and then shook his head. The person has disappeared, can't be contacted. In this place, even if one dies, there's nowhere to look. Boss, Bai Zhan sent this message for you. Ma Tianyi handed the Book of City Lord over. Fang Hao took it and read the content. Fang Hao boss, Shu Yuanhang just graduated from university and is stubborn with straightforward thinking. He always brings up your name in the alliance, considering you his role model. If boss, you can find him, I hope you could look after him to prevent him from doing something foolish. Looking at the other party's words, Fang Hao's eyebrows were still furrowed. Whether or not he was seen as a role model was hard to say, but it was obvious that Bai Zhan was quite concerned about this person. Disappearing suddenly after coming out. It was indeed easy to make people assume the worst. Fang Hao thought for a moment and then said, tell her I'll have someone over there keep an eye out, but I can't make any promises about the outcome. Ma Tianyi nodded, replying with the message. Bai Zhan says thank you. The alliance won't forget this favor, Ma Tianyi relayed. No need, we're all fellow countrymen out here, Fang Hao said. Yeah, I've sent it, Ma Tianyi replied. No longer paying attention to Ma Tianyi and Bai Zhan's conversation. Fang Hao also took out the Book of Lords and sent a message to Li Rong, asking her to pay attention to Shu Yuanhang, who had gone to petition in Silver Wing City and would definitely go to Chinatown. It would be difficult for him to get in touch anywhere else. As long as he was still alive, he shouldn't be hard to find. Li Rong sent back an okay, indicating she understood. Night fell, and the streets gradually returned to tranquility. Shops closed their doors, and pedestrians hurried to their homes. But tonight, Longtang Yanyan was unusually bustling. The first and second floors had been booked by Li Rong of the Mage Association to entertain guests from the city, as well as the transmigrators. The seats were filled with guests, and the atmosphere was lively. The largest private room upstairs was taken by Shu Haid, a saint of the church. He too was hosting honored guests. Shi Yiming stood by the window, looking down at the lively scene below and asked with a smile, Mr. Shu Haid, who is that woman who can gather so many transmigrators? Even though Shu Haid was a transmigrator representative elected by the conference, it seemed that the woman downstairs had a higher prestige. All the transmigrators were gathered around her. Shu Haid's eyes slightly narrowed, glancing indifferently, and said, from the Mage Association, she opened a shop in the city, today's her grand opening. She's inviting guests and accepting gifts. Today, he was in a rather good mood. The dawn blue coral he gave to the Archbishop indeed earned him praise. It wasn't that the archbishop lacked such an item, but it felt like Shu Haid had been considerate. But coming to the restaurant and seeing Li Rong's high prestige, as if half of Chinatown was present, his good mood instantly disappeared. Upon hearing that it was just a store opening, Shi Yiming lost interest in the matter. In this world, if you don't focus on developing your own strength, but still have time to open a store and socialize, women will be women. Sitting back down at the table, Shi Yiming raised his glass and said, "Haha, let's not worry about them. Mr. Shu Haid, I toast to you, hoping that we can collaborate more in the future. The resources at sea are indeed very rich." Haha, certainly, Shu Haid laughed and drank it down. As they drank and talked, a bit of drunkenness arose. Shu Haid, feeling delighted, called for the women available in the restaurant to join them for drinks and conversation, filling the room with laughter and chatter. On the second floor, a figure dined while occasionally glancing towards the private room on the third floor. After seeing those Wakoku men, Shu Yuanhang hadn't left. He followed them to this restaurant. It was discovered that there was a store opened by a transmigrator, where he held a banquet for other transmigrators. So he changed his clothes and blended in with the crowd. It was also an opportunity to fill his stomach. On the third floor in a private room, numerous holy temple guards stood watch, making a direct assault seem unlikely. Therefore, he waited for the right moment. He was determined to ensure the death of those beasts, even if he couldn't make it out alive. The sound of hurrying the dishes along came from the third floor. Shu Yuanhang stood up, took 3 militiamen with him, and went to the back to change into the clothes of a server. Sister Li, this Shu Yuanhang had indeed been seen at Chinatown these past few days, a beer-bellied man sitting opposite said to Li Rong. Could it be this easy to find? Just a casual question, and there was already a clue. Where is the man? Li Rong asked. The beer-bellied man reminisced for a moment and said, I heard he was seeking revenge for his subordinates, looking for Shu Haid. Shu Haid. Li Rong subconsciously glanced towards the third floor. She also knew who Shu Haid was entertaining on the third floor. The entrance was guarded by holy knights, as if they feared dying a second time. Yes, he said his territory was in the coastal regions and was slaughtered by the Sea tribe and Wakoku people. He came looking for Fang Hao but didn't find him. Then he heard Shu Haid became the representative of the transmigrators, so he went to find Shu Haid. I don't know if he succeeded, the beer-bellied man continued. Damn, how could Shu Haid compare to Fang Hao? Li Rong swore subconsciously. The man looked puzzledly at Li Rong, then agreed, he's indeed far inferior to Fang Hao. Alright, I've heard enough. Notify others for me. If you see Shu Yuanhang again, tell him to come to Fairy Dream Tower and look for me. I will help him out, Li Rong went on. Since Shu Haid appeared here, it also meant Shu Yuanhang hadn't found him yet. Just let him come to her in the next couple of days. She would also be able to accomplish the task Fang Hao had assigned her. Understood. The moment he shows up in Chinatown, I'll personally deliver the message to you, the man promised. Good job. Inside the private room on the third floor, Shi Yiming and his companions were surrounded by a group of women covered in thin veils. Drink after drink poured down. It sure felt great to be among the human clan. In the territory of the Sea tribe, not only was the status of humans low, but even when one wanted to vent, one couldn't find a place to do it with those Sea tribe women. Krika. Just then, the door to the room opened, and a server with drinks stepped in. Belch. Shi Yiming let out a belch, gesturing absent-mindedly, just put them down over there. But the server, as if he hadn't heard, kept pushing forward with the bottle in hand. Shi Yiming was bewildered by the server's behavior and glanced up. His brow furrowed instantly. The face of this man looked somewhat familiar, and those eyes looking back at him were bloodshot. They were filled with rage and hatred. Shi Yiming's heart tightened. This was not the gaze of a server. It looked more like the grudge of one who had lost a father or a wife to murder. Who are you? Shi Yiming bellowed. Shu Yuanhang no longer hid his intent, pulling out a short sword from his sleeve and thrusting straight at Shi Yiming. Shi Yiming, in a panic, quickly pushed the woman in his arms towards the assailant. With that delay, Shi Yiming rolled and crawled away, putting distance between them. Around them, cries of pain erupted, as 3 servers drew swords and stabbed several of their companions. In the ensuing chaos, everyone's drunkenness cleared instantly. Shi Yiming also immediately recognized who was attacking them. "It's you. You beasts, I'll kill you," he said, rushing forward with his sword once again. Shi Yiming ran around the dining table, shouting loudly, "Mr. Shuhade, save me." Shuhade had just been startled himself. He had thought the attacker had come for him and had almost jumped out the window to escape. But now, looking at the situation, it wasn't about him but was an attempt to kill Shi Yiming and the others. With the Holy Temple guards coming in to protect him, he felt considerably safer. Hearing the cry for help, he knew it was his time to act. Puffing out his chest, he directly commanded, "Seize these assassins." The Holy Temple guards charged at the attackers. Instantly, they subdued the few militiamen in disguise. At the same time, Shu Yuanhang, who had charged at Shi Yiming, was kicked in the abdomen by a holy knight. The immense force sent him flying out of the room, tumbling down the staircase all the way to the ground floor. He rolled clumsily into the middle of the busy lobby. In an instant, the lively lobby fell silent, all eyes turning to the rather disheveled figure on the floor. Shuhade stepped out of the private room with Shi Yiming and the others, glanced at the crowd below, and said, "This man committed murder in the private room, seize him." The Holy Temple guards immediately rushed down the stairs to apprehend the badly injured Shu Yuanhang. Meanwhile, the beer-bellied man drew closer and whispered, "Sister Li, that's Shu Yuanhang." "What?" Li Rong turned around. "That's Shu Yuanhang." Li Rong's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked down again. Shu Yuanhang. Wasn't he looking for Shuhade's help? Why was he attempting to assassinate Shuhade then? Shit, a kindred spirit. Bang. Just as Shu Yuanhang thought he was to be captured and then inexplicably dealt with, a loud explosion suddenly resounded. Everyone turned to see Li Rong conjuring up another fire magic in her hand. "Don't touch him, or the next fireball will blow your head off," she threatened. Li Rong's intervention caused the descending temple guards to halt in their tracks. Here, it wasn't only the church's temple guards, there were also many protectors from the Mage Association arranged to guard Li Rong. If both sides really started fighting, it was still uncertain who would have the advantage. "Li Rong, are you defending him? Could it be that you ordered him to assassinate?" Shuhade roared furiously upon seeing Li Rong's obstruction. He had suspected her of murder before. Now that she was defending this man, the first thing that came to his mind was this possibility. "Defend my ass, you say assassination just like that. Besides, I didn't see him assassinating you, I only saw me holding a banquet here, and you beating someone up," Li Rong retorted with no less force. "Don't talk nonsense. I was entertaining guests in the private room when he and several others disguised themselves to sneak in with the intent to murder. I ordered the guards to capture them to prevent the situation from worsening. Are you going to make trouble out of this too?" Shuhade said coldly. The church's guards and the Mage Association's protectors stood at opposite ends. They looked as if they were on the verge of drawing weapons against each other. In the midst of them, the assassin, who had tumbled down the stairs, also staggered to his feet. Despite his numerous injuries, he still appeared capable of holding out for a while. Soon, people in the crowd recognized Shu Yuanhang, as he had been going to Chinatown these past few days, leaving an impression on many. They began to whisper among themselves. "Shu Yuanhang, wasn't it said that he came to seek Shuhade's help? How did he become an assassin? Yeah, I heard he had it tough too, coming all the way to seek assistance from the council. What's going on? He arrives in Silver Wing City and attempts an assassination. That's some serious grudge." Murmurs and discussions rose up in the hall. The transmigrators were quietly guessing, wondering how things had turned out this way. Shu Yuanhang, staggering to his feet, was overwhelmed with a surge of rage and sorrow. He had intended to seek Shuhade's help, but never expected that these people had already conspired together. His attempted assassination had failed because Shuhade had played the protector, saving those beasts. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Those people are from Wakoku, they hijacked my ship at sea, locked me and dozens of citizens on board, and left us to drown alive. I was lucky to survive and came to Silver Wing City looking for Shuhei's help, only to find them here, drinking and chatting. Today, I, Shu Yuanhang, admit defeat, but I will not rest as a ghost. I won't let you get away with this, and you, Shuhei, how dare you claim to be a transmigrator representative, you double dealer. Whoosh. As these words were spoken, the transmigrators present erupted into an uproar. That explains it. Shu Yuanhang had been around for several days, first approaching the council and then Shuhei. Now, with the assassination attempt failed, it turns out that the people by Shuhei's side were the very murderers he had been searching for. Just having become the transmigrator representative, he was already sheltering outsiders and bullying his own kind. How could this be? What do you mean by this, Shuhei? You're acting quite mighty as a representative, collaborating with outsiders, huh? I thought you could achieve something noteworthy, PSH. One after another, questions rang out in the hall. There were 40 to 50 people here, and they all directed their hostility towards Shuhei, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. He didn't know there was such a mess. He couldn't out-argue so many people on his own. He could only frown, as his gaze fell on Shi Himing and the others behind him. Under the watchful eyes of all, Shi Himing's heart also leapt in an instant. He had never imagined that Shu Yuanhang would survive. And that he had come to Silver Wing City to confront him. But at this moment, there was no way he could admit to this matter. Not to mention his own safety, the negotiation between the Sea Tribe and the Federation hadn't been finalized. If he bungled it, the Sea Tribe could very well execute him upon his return. Coughing lightly, he spoke in less than perfect Chinese. This man is lying. His own ship was that of pirates, preying on nearby vessels. It happened to be encountered by us, and during the battle, we sunk it. Now you actually chase us here and say we took your things, how ridiculous. You're the pirates, Shu Yuanhang retorted angrily. We represent the Sea Tribe in negotiations with the Federation, and we sail on the ships of the Sea Tribe. The Sea Tribe can vouch for us, whether we robbed you or the pirate, Shi Himing shouted back with no less force. The Wakoku people chimed in, seeking revenge for your subordinates. Don't you know it was your own actions that killed them? Anxiety surged in Shu Yuanhang's heart, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood. His demeanor became even more listless. Hearing Shi Himing's words, Shuhei also relaxed quite a bit. Having a reason was good. Even if there were conflicts between the two nations, as long as there was a legitimate reason, it was easier for him to deal with. Both parties have their own arguments, but this person has committed assault before our eyes. I'll take him back for interrogation to find out what really happened, Shuhei proposed. His words were logical and well-founded. If the truth couldn't be discerned, it made sense to take the person away for further investigation. But Li Rong still refused to back down. You can't take him away. Once he's gone, things won't be clear anymore. Li Rong, what are you trying to imply? How long do you intend to persist here? Shuhei exclaimed in anger. What am I implying? Everyone is well aware of how your church operates. Once you take him away, will he still be alive to return? Damn, is Sister Li that fierce, practically accusing the church to their face? Yeah, so fierce. Isn't she afraid of the church's retaliation? The Mage Association should protect her, right? If I had Sister Li's strength, I'd also reprimand them. The church has always been domineering. They truly deserve to be scolded. As the tension on both sides continued to escalate, there was a flurry of footsteps outside. A large number of Hall of Justice guards rushed in and surrounded the entire scene. Then, a leader with a green parrot perched on his shoulder strode in. Guard Commander, Baccarat, what's going on? What's all this commotion about? Baccarat scanned both parties and asked coldly. Upon entering, he saw the church and the Mage Association confronting each other with swords drawn and crossbows aimed. Commander Baccarat, this person attempted assassination in the tavern. I wanted to arrest him, but was obstructed by Li Rong, Shuhei said. Li Rong also said, Captain Baccarat, those people are from the Sea Tribe, and this injured person accuses them of raiding and brutally murdering fishermen at sea. He came to Silver Wing City specifically to report this matter to the council. Li Rong quickly recounted the events. Shu Yuanhang also knew that the newcomer must be an official. Thump. He knelt down on the ground and said loudly, "Esteemed commander, please seek justice for me. My ship was a merchant vessel, nearby cities can vouch for me. They plundered the cargo and drowned every single person alive, the youngest just 14 years old. Nonsense. They are the pirates, we only sank their ship. Please, Your Honor, administer justice," Shi Himing also shouted loudly. At that moment, a man with a beer belly in the crowd murmured, "Doesn't the church have interrogation skills? Just question them and it'll be settled, won't it?" At these words, everyone looked towards Shu Haid. "Your church people are all here, so question them." Shu Haid coughed lightly and said, "Interrogation requires the presence of a bishop or higher-ranking clergy to perform. Besides, it might be difficult to summon a bishop for such a trivial matter. Damn, it still requires someone of bishop rank or higher to perform, what a useless skill. Besides, what use are you as a representative? Incapable of handling anything, only knowing how to capture people. Interrogation. Huh, I seem to remember having a few magic scrolls left over from last time." Li Rong took out several magic scrolls from her bag, one of which was an interrogation scroll. Without waiting for anyone to speak up, she directly tore open the scroll, and a ray of light enveloped Shi Himing, who was trying to walk away. Shi Himing, devoutly kneeling, muttered prayers. Li Rong asked, "At sea, did you raid the ships of transmigrators, and what did you do to them?" Shi Himing struggled but finally spoke up. "We did raid, took their supplies, locked the crew in the cabin, and then scuttled the ship's hull." "How many Federation ships have you plundered?" "I don't remember exactly, roughly 3 or 4. Swoosh. Hearing this, Li Rong decisively ended the interrogation. The two bland dialogues detonated like a bombshell in the tavern. The people present were filled with ire, wishing they could tear these men to pieces. In an instant, Shi Himing woke up from his devout kneeling. Seeing the hateful looks around and the pale faces of his companions, he tensed up. Could that interrogation scroll have really made him reveal everything? He tried to speak up in his own defense, only to hear the commander from the Hall of Justice say, "Seize these men, lock them up in the dungeon to await tomorrow's council judgment. Those who resist, kill. Catch the thieves, catch the thieves." The parrot echoed. Clamor. The guards promptly stepped forward and apprehended Shi Himing and his group. Shi Himing's eyes were full of terror. He didn't forget to look back and say, "Mr. Shu Haid, save me, Mr. Shu Haid." Shu Haid no longer looked at these people. Today was a difficult day for him too. He was sure to be implicated by this ordeal. "Ms. Li Rong, this person and his few subordinates, I need to take them as well. But rest assured, I will ensure their safety," Baccarat said, pointing at Shu Yuanhang and his group. Li Rong also knew that this was not something she could stop. She nodded and said, "All right, I hope their injuries can be treated." "Yes, well, it's getting late, best end your banquet," Baccarat continued. Yes. The guards of the Hall of Justice departed. And in the streets echoed the unbridled laughter of Shu Yuanhang. Ha 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 ha. Inside the tavern, there was silence. They had never seen anyone as crazed or as foolish as Shu Yuanhang. But it seemed rather admirable somehow. "We can't continue the feast. Take some food home for your families, let's head back," Li Rong said. "You got it, Sister Li." "Thank you, Sister Li." After a chorus of thanks, everyone departed. No one bothered to pay any attention to Shu Haid, who stood there like a statue. The next day, Chinatown. Shu Yuanhang, when he was dragged away, his laughter echoed down the entire street. It was a breath of relief, a release indeed. The news about the transmigrator spread incredibly fast. This morning, the hot topic in Chinatown was the incident of Shu Yuanhang attempting to assassinate the Japanese. From Shu Yuanhang's disguise to his attempted assassination, to Li Rong's intervention to save him. It was described in detail. Only, the story had been twisted into numerous versions in the telling, making it impossible to discern the truth. But the people listened with relish still. It's also thanks to Li Rong being there. Otherwise, Those Japanese and Shuhei would have killed Shu Yuanhang. Spit. What a good-for-nothing Shuhei, a sorry excuse of a man. Backquote. Speaking of Shuhei's identity. Although everyone didn't have a high opinion of the church, they didn't have a negative impression of Shuhei. After all, he rarely appeared in Chinatown. Even when he became the transmigrator representative, some people were not very convinced, but it was just that, and no one opposed these matters. Taking care of one's own life was the real business at hand. But last night's events gave everyone a new perspective. You distorted right and wrong, helping the little devils harm your own people. Who could still tolerate you? If he weren't a saint of the church, I'm afraid everyone would have gotten together to drag him through the streets for a beating. Similarly, the person Shu Yuanhang in the story also left a deep impression. Youthful spirit. He did what many people wanted to do but didn't dare to do. The disguise and assassination attempts were scenes that one would normally only see in novels. The story spread rapidly through the city. And people started realizing an issue with each other. Whether Shuhei being the representative for the transmigrators is a good thing or a bad thing for them, the ordinary transmigrators. What exactly did he represent? Inside the regional channel. This Shuhei, still a damn representative, he's nothing but a traitor's dog. To think I even thought he would help the transmigrators change their predicament. Change my ass, he's just the council's dog, keeping an eye on us. Our alliance hierarch was discussing this matter the other day, debating whether or not to join Shuhei's administration. If the alliance joins, I'm quitting. Could there be some hidden truth behind this? Hidden truth my ass, that little devil confessed on the spot, what else is there to hide? In the regional channel, there was also a chorus of scolding. All the talk about selling blueprint equipment and seeking marriage partners disappeared. There were only swear words, and without any screen control, the curses got nastier and nastier. Main city. Fang Hao hung up the chat with Li Rong and took another look at the regional channel. Upon opening it, he was met with a flood of curses. Shu Yuanhang actually had good fortune. Fortunately, Li Rong was present at the time and recognized him immediately. Otherwise, he might have been taken away by Shuhei. If he had entered the church, it would not have been so easy to get him out again. What followed would depend on how the Federation handled it. He also asked Li Rong to pay special attention to it. After closing the Book of Lords, he sat up in bed. Ever since the maids had all begun intense training, he had become the one who got up the latest. After washing up, he found Demetria and walked straight out of the city. Headed to the troop hiding cave. Following the stone steps into the troop hiding cave, a dry, cold breath hit his face. Several nightstones were scattered inside the cave, emitting a faint glow. Inside the troop hiding cave, rows upon rows of skeleton soldiers stood motionless like terracotta warriors. Neat and orderly, they did not move an inch. Inside the main city, Fang Hao had stationed nearly 3 million troops. Primarily for the security of the main city. Whether it was anyone attacking the main city in various ways, they could ensure a sufficient military force to respond. My lord, are you planning to rearrange the troop deployment? Demetria asked softly. The troop hiding cave had undergone several adjustments. Normally, these matters were handled by Demetria, and Fang Hao seldom came down personally. No, I acquired the ability to a gate of the worlds last night and want to set it up in the troop hiding cave. I'm going to test it out, Fang Hao explained. It was too late the previous night when he got back. He had not immediately tested the new ability. This time, he planned to fully understand this gate of the worlds. Demetria stopped talking, and Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords to check the construction requirements for the Gate of the Worlds. Gate of the Worlds. Fine stone bricks 150, metal components 22, demon stones 6, essence of magic 3. The materials were satisfactory. But how should this thing be constructed? After touching the Gate of the Worlds option, a holographic light screen appeared in front of him. With a prompt also being displayed. Can be set up at the entrance of buildings such as barracks or troop hiding caves. Fang Hao moved the holographic light screen to the entrance of the troop hiding cave. displaying that the construction conditions were met. After confirming the construction, a square light screen enveloped the entrance. The construction was swift. As the light dissipated, a doorway identical to the original, yet covered in complex patterns, appeared before his eyes. At the same time, the Book of Lords now had a Gate of the Worlds skills option. Seeing that the construction was complete, he quickly exited the troop hiding cave and went to a location some distance away. He released the Gate of the Worlds directly. The next second, a massive light screen materialized conspicuously, and through the rear of the light screen, he could see the just visited troop hiding cave and the standing skeleton soldiers inside. As he used the skill, he also felt his magic power being rapidly depleted with the continued existence of the Gate of the Worlds. "You, come out," Fang Hao tried, pointing at the undead at the forefront inside the light screen. The skeleton trembled slightly and stepped out of the light screen, coming to stand in front of Fang Hao. "Damn, it's so convenient. Backquote. So that's how it's done." Fang Hao was overjoyed in his heart. From now on, in any battle, there would be no need to convert cities first before recruiting troops. Just open the magical screen, and a large number of soldiers would come out. Return, the skeleton walked back along the screen. "You five, come out together," Fang Hao pointed to 5 others. The 5 skeletons stepped forward, walking out of the screen once again. Ma Tianyi's territory. The previously emptied city lord's mansion. Now, it had been mostly restored. Inside the hall, dozens of people gathered, their eyes filled with confusion as they looked up at Ma Tianyi at the top. Alliance Hierarch, is Fang Hao really that brutal? He took down the demons overnight. Could it be that Fang Hao is also from the dragon clan like that second-ranked one? Yeah, what's inside the demon encampment? Ma Tianyi listened and didn't know how to explain. The dust in the dusty mud valley was so thick that one could only vaguely see the walls that had been built. As for what's inside the demon encampment, brother, I didn't even get in there, okay. And with that dangerous battle between the undead and demons, the fact that I didn't pee my pants already proves my body is in good shape, let alone see what's inside. What a joke. Hearing everyone's questions, Ma Tianyi smiled and pressed his hand down for quiet. When things settled down, he continued, the strength of Lord Fang Hao is much more terrifying than you can imagine. That foreigner from the Dragon Clan doesn't even compare to Fang Hao. Really? Stronger than the Dragon Clan? Stronger than the Dragon Clan? What kind of troops are those? I know, deities, aren't there gods? Enough. Stop guessing. I gathered you all here because I have something important to say. Everyone, listen to me. Ma Tianyi raised his voice again, ensuring everyone was paying attention. After everyone was silent, he continued, the important thing is, due to the demon incident this time, my place has become a subsidiary city of Lord Fang Hao. I am considering disbanding the Sea Mountain Alliance and having everyone join Lord Fang Hao's territory. Whoosh. Just as it quieted down, everyone exploded in chatter again. Some couldn't even believe that Ma Tianyi would make such a decision. He valued the alliance more than anyone, after all, it was something he developed bit by bit. Now he's talking about disbanding it. Everyone, listen to me. The development of the alliance has been limited by the region, and this time, you all have seen Fang Hao's power. He could take on our alliance by himself with no problem, right? He glanced below. I want to take this opportunity for us to firmly grasp onto this great thigh, to stand on an equal footing with the natives here, or even surpass them. With that said, it seems like the decision is right. Fang Hao alone can eradicate the demons. So defeating our alliance would definitely be no problem. Rather than sticking to this alliance, it's better to cling to this strong support, and at the very least, pull off a few hairs from that leg. After a brief discussion among the crowd, they made a direct decision, then let's stick to him. Exactly, holding on to Fang Hao will be beneficial for us as well. We'll follow your lead, Alliance Hierarch. Whatever you say, we'll do. Ma Tianyi also breathed a sigh of relief and said, it will be an inconvenience for you all to let me absorb your books of lords. In return, I will issue you books of City Lord. After everyone handed over their books of lords for absorption, Ma Qianni stood up again. Come, I'll take you to see the troops Lord Fang Hao has left for us. Everyone was stunned. He had left troops for them. At the door, he did not forget to remind them. Get mentally prepared. Girls, especially Di Ning Ning, don't cry out of fear. Di Ning Ning pouted her little face. There's no big scene I haven't seen. ... Trade Alliance, Succubus Cottage. In a room on the 3rd floor. A wisp of smoke gracefully rose from the carved incense burner, filling the room with fragrance. Behind pink gauze curtains, a voluptuous and exceptionally beautiful woman lay on her side. Her looks seemed both young and flirtatiously mature. Light gauze covered the two crucial areas of her body, while the rest of her fair, smooth skin was completely exposed to the air. Behind her was a demon tail, wagging gently. On either side of the bed, several succubi clad in leather knelt and massaged her softly. Speak, what news do you bring? Asked the stunning succubus with a yawn, her voice soft. Below, a little succubus in leather armor began to speak. Lord Succubus, there's news. Speak. By the time I reached the valley, it had already been cleared out, leaving only scattered demon soldiers wandering in the wilderness, said the little succubus. The demon monarch frowned. Sitting up, the light gauze fell from her body, revealing a perfect figure and pale pink skin. How can you be sure they were annihilated? There were traces of battle at the scene, with huge pits all over the ground, clearly the result of a large-scale battle, the little succubus continued to report. Ha ha. The demon monarch suddenly laughed, patting her chest causing her flesh to ripple, cleared out, huh. I thought those guys were going to come after me to settle scores. You almost scared me to death. The little succubus thought for a moment, then said, shall we investigate who did it? There are quite a few transmigrators nearby. The demon monarch's eyes shimmered. Smiling, she said, no need, someone will come looking for us in due time. Hall of Justice. Clang clang. Heavy shackles dragged across the ground, leaving white streaks behind. Doherty looked down at the people below, his face dark with displeasure. You are the envoys sent by the Sea Tribe. HMPH, daring to plunder and kill humans on the way, you're seeking death. Bang. Upon hearing the words brought by Shi Himing and the others, Doherty, in a rage, smashed the table with his palm. What peace talks about borders? It was merely the Sea Tribe exploiting the fact that the human forces were depleted and mostly stationed at the Undead borders after the great battle with the Undead. They planned to use the threat of war to extort the Federation. The Federation already owed the Blood Clan a huge compensation, and now with the Sea Tribe causing trouble, how could he not be furious? In his anger, he smashed the table in front of him with a palm. The people below, including Shi Himing, had their legs buckle and knelt down together, their foreheads touching the ground. They knew they were truly finished this time, and feared they might not leave the Federation's territory alive. Doherty took a deep breath and, looking to the side, said, inform the Sea Tribe about this matter, ask them to send people through the Trade Alliance to discuss this, and forbid any Sea Tribe from crossing the Federation borders. Yes. The aide by his side nodded in response. Then, Doherty looked down at the few people kneeling and begging loudly. He said coldly, lock them in the prison. No one is allowed near them. That transmigrator who attempted assassination, investigate it, and if there's nothing amiss, just let him go. Yes, Chief. Shi Himing and the others were taken away. They were once again imprisoned in the dark, damp dungeon. Wow. In the empty troop hiding cave, a loud cry suddenly erupted. This made Ma Qianni and others leading the way stumble slightly, nearly falling over. Turning around abruptly, it was indeed Di Ning Ning and a few girls, huddled together crying. Ma Qianni sighed, it was just as he had expected. The troop hiding cave was already dim, and the neatly arranged rows of skeletons added to the oppressive atmosphere. The impact was indeed significant. Even the men walking in front felt quite frightened upon seeing the scene before them. Several people's legs were shaking, barely standing upright. Cough. Stop crying. These are Fang Hao's troops. You wanted to see them, and now you're scared, Ma Qianni said to those behind him. The first time he saw such undead, he wasn't much better. But after getting familiar and adapting, it got easier. Damn, Fang Hao really is part of the Undead faction. The regional channel said it's true. No wonder, special factions are really powerful. I wish I was in a special faction too. What kind of recruitment system do the Undead have? How can they recruit so many troops? I used to play games where the Undead grew stronger through combat, the more they fought. After getting used to it, the crowd began to discuss. The group, including Di Ning Ning, seeing no one coming to console them, gradually lowered their crying. They also came over to listen to the discussion. Now, the doubts in their hearts were finally resolved. The boss's troops were undead, no wonder. Although they did not know what was so formidable about these skeleton soldiers. But a hidden troop type. Overall, it must be competent. Those who are brave can go in and have a look. Later, we can rely on these troops to clear the demons on the periphery, Ma Tianyi continued to speak. Immediately, some members went down and began feeling around the skeletons. On the outskirts, more people began to inquire about other details. How old is Fang Hao, and is he handsome? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Is he overwhelmingly powerful? Now that they knew about the troop type, this led to new questions. Damn! Suddenly, another exclamation came from inside. These skeletons, they're all wearing blue outfits, all of them. The mages over here, they all have purple weapons, that's too extravagant. Really? Everyone immediately surrounded them, taking a closer look. Ma Tianyi just smiled and said nothing more. He thought to himself, this was nothing. In another closed-off troop hiding cave, there were over 10-meter-tall bone giants and batches of skeleton riflemen, all armed with rifles. It was just they were not allowed to use them. The reason the skeleton riflemen were not permitted to use them was not because Fang Hao was stingy, but because of the current uniqueness of the rifles. Rifles were easy to disassemble and re-engrave from blueprints. Once they leaked out, it wouldn't be long before rifles entered the market. If other forces, or even transmigrators from other countries got them, they could directly engrave blueprints and mass-produce them. Even if others would eventually make them, it was still essential to slow down their emergence as much as possible. The rifles that Fang Hao sent out were also only to a few people he trusted thoroughly. And they were strictly controlled. Others, even if given artillery, were not given the right to use rifles. Alright, have a look, but don't strip off the equipment. Available to receive. Level 3 Bone Manipulation Technique. God's Presence. 214 hours 32 minutes. The Bone Manipulation Technique, in the Sorcery Sanctum, had been upgraded. God's Presence was still nearly 5 days away. Receiving the Bone Manipulation Technique turned into a beam of light that entered his body. At the same time, the Bone Manipulation Technique was enhanced. Bone Manipulation Technique Level 2 upgraded to Level 3, Maneuverability of Skeleton Undead plus 10%, all attributes plus 8%. The level of the Bone Manipulation Technique had once again been upgraded. Simultaneously, the Bone Manipulation Technique skill in the building could still be improved further. Bone Manipulation Technique. Shadowstone 15, Essence of Magic 6, Skeleton Troop Type 30, Warfire Coin 800. There was nothing to hesitate about. Skeleton Undead was his main troop type. Bone Manipulation Technique was also a crucial skill that could directly enhance the combat power of all troop types. No matter how expensive, the upgrade had to be carried out. After choosing the Skeleton Warrior as the consumed troop type, he confirmed the upgrade directly. The building once more surged with a burst of light and a countdown appeared. Bone Manipulation Technique Level 3, 359 hours and 59 minutes. He roughly calculated in his mind. The next upgrade would be in 15 days. He could only wait, as these day-by-day upgrades were truly inconvenient. After finishing the skill upgrade, Fang Hao continued towards the barracks area. Primordial Burial Pit. Category: Special Building. Recruitable: Nisbet. Wriggling Spine 10, Death Trace 7, Star Silver 5, Forgotten Soul 1. Description: The eternal undead of the ancients, guarding the majestic tombs, so-called death is merely evidence of decay. In yesterday's battle with the demons, if one were to mention what Fang Hao found most satisfactory, Apart from the demon's remains, it was the forgotten soul. The other uses of forgotten soul, he was not quite sure about. But here, it was an important item for recruiting Nisbet. Now, all 101 Nisbets in his domain had advanced to heroes, forming the Lord's trusted aides. Even the Lizardmen Queen was surprised by how much Fang Hao feared death. No other power had the luxury of forming a guard unit with more than 100 heroes. It was simply incomprehensible. Arriving in front of the building, Fang Hao opened it and looked at the recruitment option. Set the number to recruit to 5. Would you like to consume the corresponding materials to recruit Nisbet? Recruit. Hundredfold amplification triggered, recruiting 505 Nisbets. The stone door before him opened, and 5 tall figures slowly walked out. At the same time, a vast array of lights flickered around. 500 tall figures appeared, filling the surroundings. The Nisbets curiously surveyed their surroundings, then uniformly looked towards Fang Hao. They saluted and said, "Greetings, immortal king. Yes, come with me to the central square. I'll make equipment for you and get you acquainted with the city," continued Fang Hao. He turned and led them towards the center. In the square, Fang Hao introduced them to the situation in the territory and also made the corresponding number of equipment and armor. But when it was time to assign missions, Fang Hao hesitated again. Advancing the Nisbets into heroes was the goal. But before promotion, they still needed a phase of power enhancement. The skill of Nisbet, in fact, was somewhat special. Soul Devouring, a skill where after slaying an enemy, they devour the enemy's soul and also enhance their own strength. The previous Nisbets had not had an easy time in their hero advancement either. But relying on this skill, after accumulating enough strength, advancing to heroes became much easier. Eventually, all the Nisbets had advanced into heroes. Now, the surrounding of the territory was relatively calm. The need for battle was twofold. One was Amanda, reclaiming some scattered edge cities, where no battles occurred. The other was Ma Tianyi clearing the remaining demons. Fang Hao immediately opened the Book of Lords, contacted Ma Tianyi, and told him he would send people to help them clear the demons on the periphery. Upon hearing there was help coming, Ma Tianyi readily and happily agreed. Silver Wing City. Dusk fell. As expected, the business at Fairy Dream Tower was booming. Those exquisitely carved gift boxes became the items that ladies and noblewomen competed to purchase. In conversation, they also boasted about having bought the boxes exclusively supplied to nobles. When it came to capturing the female market, Li Rong certainly had extensive experience. Practicality could be slightly lower, but it was essential to capture the market and provoke comparison. Phew. Li Rong stood by the window on the second floor, exhaled a puff of smoke, and smiled slightly. My business is picking up again. Thud thud. A soft knock on the door sounded, and the guard outside said, "Ma'am, Shu Yuanhang is here." Li Rong extinguished her cigarette, turned around, let him in. The door opened, and a slightly disheveled Shu Yuanhang walked in, clearly just released. Before Li Rong could speak, Shu Yuanhang immediately bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, Sister Li, for your help." Li Rong slightly furrowed her brows. She glanced at Morse, who was idly reading a paperback novel nearby. She spoke softly, "Stand up. Bai Zan entrusted Fang Hao to take care of you, and Fang Hao found me. And yesterday, I happened to meet you." Shu Yuanhang was startled, wondering how so many people got involved. Bai Zan, Fang Hao, Li Rong. The favors he owed were not just to one person. Me, our alliance hierarch contacted Fang Hao. Otherwise. Then, Sister Li, you know Fang Hao too. Of course. Next time you see him, remember to call him brother-in-law. This. Shu Yuanhang felt as though he had stumbled upon some earth-shattering secret. The impressive Sister Li of Silver Wing City was actually in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with the magnate Fang Hao. Ah, that's not right. Wasn't it said that the magnate Fang Hao was being kept by some city lord? Oh man, what a messy circle this is. Keep this matter to yourself, okay? Pretend you don't know anything. Oh, I understand, Sister Li. Li Rong smiled, what are your plans now? I heard you lost your city. Do you want to stay and help me out? As for the young Shu Yuanhang, people say he acts recklessly on impulse. But most still admire him quite a bit. How many still have such courage? To come this far just to take revenge on the enemy. Shu Yuanhang fell silent for a moment but eventually shook his head and said, Sister Li, I will repay you and my brother-in-law's kindness, but I still want to go back and help our alliance hierarch. The alliance hierarch is Bai Zan. She's been quite good to him. This decision isn't surprising. Li Rong nodded. All right, you can leave with me before the city gates close. I'll take you through the Trade Alliance teleportation array to send you back. Thank you, Sister Li. Shu Yuanhang thanked her once more. Wait outside for a while, and I'll take you back shortly. Shu Yuanhang nodded and left the room to wait. On the streets. Look, what's that in the sky? A flying ship, is it the enemy attacking us? How can a ship fly in the sky? What in the world is that? It's not the enemy. That's the Federation flag on it, and there's the flag of Lis City. Is it Lis City's ship? Above the clouds, a fleet of enormous aerial ships broke through the clouds, appearing in the skies over Silver Wing City. Their vast shadows drew the attention of the city's residents, sparking a wave of discussion. Ordinary residents had never even seen a goblin, let alone such early goblin technology, which could only make them wonder why a ship could fly in the sky. The original hulls were marked at the bottom edges with the Federation flag, Parliament symbol, and flag of Lis City, to help identify the affiliation of the ships. At the same time that the residents spotted the aerial ships, a number of large Thunder Eagles took to the skies. They soared high and patrolled around the aerial ships. But they didn't stop them, allowing the aerial ships to enter the city. The residents below followed the direction of the aerial ships, running toward the city to see. Eager to find out what this flying ship really was. They saw the aerial ships landing in the city. Crate after crate of goods were being moved out. What are they unloading? Goods transported from Lis City. Using such a thing as a transport fleet. That's so cool. People were gossiping, and some quickly returned to their families to report what they had seen. Rebecca was going crazy. Using these aerial ships, she'd assembled a transport fleet. Not even the Federation had a single one. She put out so many just to transport goods. The news also spread through the Transmigrator channel. Even pictures were attached. Silver Wing City, sights of Kirav airships, picture. Whoa, are we about to conquer the skies again? The Human Federation is so fierce, but didn't I just hear that they were defeated by the Undead a while ago? It's not the Federation's, I just went to ask. It's Lis City's aerial ships, they don't belong to the Federation. Lis City. That sounds familiar. Isn't that the city where Magnate Fang Hao married Inta? Talk of marrying Inta, wait till the Magnate skins you. Lis City has them, Magnate Fang Hao just needs to work hard tonight, and if the female city lord is happy, she might just give him 2 ships. Main city, courtyard. Under the oak tree, Fang Hao continued to delve into the magic book. By his side, the Red General was chasing after flying bugs in the flowers. In the afternoon, Fang Hao sent all the new recruits, Nisbet, over to Ma Tianyi, starting a campaign to encircle the spread-out demons. After finishing the encirclement, they would return for the advancement of the heroes. Not only could it increase their strength, but it could also improve their chances of advancing. Ma Tianyi, for one, agreed with the decision. After all, battle is not a joke. Having others take their place would leave them with more free time. Seeing that it was about time, he informed Aira and the others before heading straight to Lis City. The channel was abuzz with the news of the aerial ships of Lis City, which meant the goods must have arrived in the cities. He activated the teleportation screen and stepped right through. As night fell, Rebecca leaned casually on the soft couch. Gazing out the window at the rising moon, she held in her hands the report that had just been delivered. Her mind drifted momentarily as she recalled the secretive conversations of the noblewomen at the banquet. And a vague unrest began to stir in her heart again. Fang Hao, This guy only comes to see me if you look for him first. Squeak. The door was pushed open directly, and Rebecca turned back in surprise, only to see the man she had just been thinking about standing at the doorway. He was smiling softly at her. Rebecca, somewhat disbelieving, rubbed her eyes and then widened them a bit more. What's wrong? Fang Hao walked in and sat down close beside her. Nothing much. What brings you here today? Rebecca asked softly. Do I need a reason to see my wife? You come so seldom, and you still don't need a reason. Hee hee. Be nice, don't be angry. He picked up her plump body and resettled it in his lap. Rebecca glared at him, wrapped one arm around him, and casually set aside the item she had been holding. Did you come for the school? Asked Rebecca. No, mainly because I missed you. Go deceive those little bunnies around you. Rebecca continued, the recruitment of teachers is almost done. Now we're arranging staff to persuade the children of common families to attend school. This is even more difficult than hiring teachers. The ordinary residents didn't place much value on education. Especially the farmers in the surrounding villages preferred their children to help work the fields rather than send them off to study. Don't rush. We can take it slow. After comforting her, Fang Hao continued, how do you feel about the orcs coming here to study? Rebecca frowned and gave it some serious thought. Hard to manage. Some of the milder orcs, such as the Rabbitman clan, the Blackfoot Cat tribe. We could try it, but not with too many. Fang Hao nodded and made a note of it. Actually, the Tauren were quite willing to arrange for their people to learn. Last time, speaking of learning accounting, they insisted on sending Taurens to learn. They even boasted of their people's intelligence. Now that there weren't many students, it was also good to take a tally of the nearby orcs' children and send them to study. After briefly discussing the school matters, Fang Hao asked, I heard the aerial ship has arrived at Silver Wing City without any trouble, right? How did you know? Rebecca turned her head and stared at him directly. As if she thought Fang Hao was spying on her. Oh, the Transmigrator channel is full of photos of the aerial ship. Now all the Transmigrators know you have an aerial ship here. Fang Hao teased her. Yes, the ship is carrying equipment for sale to the Hall of Justice. Nothing could go wrong with that. Everything went smoothly. Soon we'll bring back special products from Silver Wing City and the potions provided by the Alchemical Association, Rebecca said. Good, that's good to hear. Fang Hao nodded as well. To be honest, Rebecca had really been managing the place very well. Her political maneuvering was no less than Amanda's, and what mattered most was Rebecca's loyalty to him. It's just a pity that she wasn't a hero yet. Thinking of this, Fang Hao tightened his embrace and said, once the potions are transported here, you should add training to your daily schedule. If not, I'll arrange a hero to teach you, so you can improve faster. All right, I get it. I'll start training hard once the potions are back, she said. ... The two whispered to each other for a while. Then they stopped talking. In the soft glow of the night, the smooth white jade glistened as it was toyed with. Rebecca sat in the man's embrace, her clothing half undone, one arm wrapped around his neck. Suddenly, Fang Hao caught something fluffy in the corner of his eye on the soft couch. Rebecca also looked down and her face changed. She was about to kick it away with her leg. But Fang Hao was quicker. He scooped it up in his hand. A rabbit's tail. A small fluffy ball topped with a white jade bead. One could tell it was man-made. A real rabbit's tail wouldn't look like this. But it was quite similar. Confused, he looked at Rebecca, only to find her entire face burning red. Stammering, she said, I received it at a banquet, given by those noblewomen. They said if a man is reluctant to come home, then try this and. She couldn't finish her sentence. Even Fang Hao, sitting beside her, could feel the heat radiating from her face. Ah, this. Fang Hao too was full of surprise. This kind of attachment had been sold on the regional channels for a while now. But it seemed to have no market. How did it catch on in noble circles? You must look very good with it on, Fang Hao whispered in her ear. Rebecca was a bit reserved, her arm still hooked around his neck, but she quietly said, if you want to see, I'm willing to wear it. It's just that I don't really know how. I'll help you, you're too tense. Relax a little first, he said. Hey, it's not supposed to go there. Don't mess around. ... They played with the faux rabbit tail all night long. And early in the morning, he rushed back home. For some reason, even though the rabbits at home were more realistic, all real, they still weren't as fun as the fake one. Listening to the sounds of master around him, Fang Hao nodded and responded, patting their ears. Ah, yeah, why were there no ears last night? He really hadn't noticed at the time. Next time, he should still mention to Rebecca not to be careless in her actions. Upon returning to the Lord's mansion, he saw at the entrance 2 funeral priests, with a burly skeleton hero, standing motionless there. When he walked closer, the hero's information appeared before his eyes. Puremain Lion King Orange Level 2 Hero. So the skeleton hero had been completed. Only, all the fur of the Puremain Lion King had been thoroughly removed. It no longer had any of its previous characteristics. Fang Hao walked over. 2 funeral priests took the lead in saluting. Lord, this is the hero, Puremain Lion King. Yes, I know. You may go now, Fang Hao said. The funeral priests saluted again and silently left. The Lion King, who had turned into an undead hero, also knelt on one knee and respectfully said, I have seen the Lord. Fang Hao carefully examined him. Due to Nelson unlocking new technology, corpses that reached the status of orange heroes could generally be made into living dead heroes. The body retained its flesh. This not only increased the toughness of the body but also better preserved the strength from before death. Even though the Lion King had become an undead now, he still retained very distinct characteristics. For example, his dense mane like that of a lion with exploded fur. Well, I'll call you Lion King then. Yes, my lord. Lion King, go to the warehouse and pick out equipment suitable for yourself. If you need anything, tell me later, Fang Hao continued. Yes, my lord. The Puremain Lion King stood up and walked toward the direction of the warehouse. Fang Hao then began to check his attributes. Puremain Lion King Orange Level 2 Hero. Camp. Undead, Living Dead. Template. Gold. Racial traits. Living Dead, organ replacement, weakness to light. Legion talent. Furious Lion Hero, Land Commander, Defender. Skills. Instructor, 100 Strike Fist, Beast King's Palm, Red Tooth, Power Surge, God's Presence in Beast. Innate skills. Mastery of combat within territory, mastery of fighting within territory. Furious Lion Hero, this unit leads Furious Lion Clan. Troops, all attributes plus 15%, physical defense plus 10%. Land Commander, this unit leads land units, movement speed plus 25%, combat skills plus 25%, attack power plus 5%. Defender, this unit leads the Legion, physical resistance plus 18%, ranged evasion plus 10%. Instructor passive possesses powerful teaching capabilities, training of apprentices plus 10%, 5% chance to pass on own skills. 100 Strike Fist passive quickly masters punching, smashing, landslide, whirlwind, splitting stones, and other physical techniques. Beast King's Palm active, the palm force is like Tiger's Roar and Lion's Roar, attack power increased by 200%, lasts 120 seconds. Red Tooth active elbow strike, causing 200% striking damage. Power Surge passive each kill increases attack by 5%, can stack up to 50 layers, after exiting battle for 50 seconds, the state disappears. God's Presence in Beast active stimulates the bloodline, all attributes increased by 200%, lasts 120 seconds. Description. A product of the immortal corpse which, not recognized by the god of undead, this hero cannot be promoted or advanced. The skills of the Puremain Lion King are indeed quite impressive. He belongs to the heroes who charge into battle and engage in close combat. The Legion skills are just additions for land troops. Defender increases physical resistance and ranged evasion. It can be said to greatly increase the survival chances of the troops. Well, for undead troops, survival might not be quite the right word, it should be preserving combat capability. The first skill in the list is Instructor. This skill was quite surprising to Fang Hao. It can train troop units, 10% training enhancement, and a 5% chance to pass down skills. It suits the current situation within the territory. Acting as an instructor who trains the apprentices is quite fitting. 100 Strike Fist, Beast King's Palm, Red Tooth all belong to close combat skills. They enhance the hero's combat capabilities. 100 Strike Fist and Red Tooth are also skills that Angia knows. According to Angia, she learned them from the Furious Lion clan as well. The following skill, Power Surge, which increases attack by 5% with each kill, stacking up to 50 layers, is quite powerful. This kind of ramping up in battle, becoming stronger as one fights, is actually difficult to deal with. The last skill, God's Presence in Beast, which upon activation increases all attributes by 200%, is considered a direct burst, also a powerful move. Overall, the capabilities of the Lion King are indeed strong. He focuses all his skills on specific expertise. All close combat skills, even the passive ones, are about enhancing close combat capabilities. Soon, the Lion King came back, wearing a suit of armor and carrying a pair of tiger's claws at his waist. They must be the equipment that the Puremane Lion King used before. Fang Hao thought for a moment and then said, "Lion King. My lord. For now, stay in the city and train everyone. After some time, I will arrange a new task for you," Fang Hao said. "I will follow the lord's arrangements." Having said that, he led him toward the direction of Blackstone Training Ground. On the way, Fang Hao also introduced him to the situation inside the city and what each area was for. Approaching the training ground, they could hear the training sounds of the women, heaving and hoeing. A group of bunny girls, with turbulent punches and kicks. The spectacle was spectacular. Carrying her hands behind her back, like a coach, Angia noticed the two men approaching. She instructed to continue training and then jogged over. "Came to see me," Angia said cheerfully. Lately, she had figured out quite a few new tricks from the novel's text. Angia, always a bit braver, the two of them had fun messing around. After greeting, her eyes fell on the Puremane Lion King standing beside them. "Tempsta, you're alive," she said. As a former enemy, Angia recognized him instantly. "Miss Angia." The Lion King saluted. Being made into an undead, he had retained the memories from before, only the undesirable parts had been modified. "Angia, from now on, the Lion King will be in charge of training everyone," Fang Hao said. Angia's face instantly swelled, and she asked pitifully, "Did I do something wrong?" Seeing this, Fang Hao quickly said, "Of course not, Angia has done very well. The Lion King has the instructor skill, which makes him more suitable for training everyone, and he also has a chance to pass on combat skills." Angia pondered for a moment, then asked, "What should I do?" "You are the assistant instructor and will also train with us, learning all the skills of the Puremane Lion King," Fang Hao said directly. The Puremane Lion King nodded. "I am willing to teach Miss Angia." Angia thought about it and felt it was not a bad deal. At least she could follow Fang Hao everywhere from now on and not just stick around training the maids every day. And learning the skills of the Furious Lion clan seemed like a beneficial arrangement no matter how she thought about it. "Alright, then I'll leave this place in your hands," Angia said, stepping forward and patting the shoulder of the Puremane Lion King. "Yes, Miss Angia." Fang Hao also smiled and said, "Okay, Angia, introduce the Puremane Lion King to everyone and then discuss the future training plans." "Sure." Angia nodded, leading the Puremane Lion King inside. She introduced the new instructor to the maids, who had already been curiously peeping this way. The maids inside the city were quite bold. Skeletons, wandering spirits, and living dead, none scared them. In the city, the accountant, He Yue, had her children raised by skeletons. The undead had already become a part of everyone's life. Fang Hao glanced around and then turned to leave. He returned to his residence and continued reading his magic book. 2 days later. Silver Wing City, Chinatown. Pitui. What is this nonsense? Just a poser trying to act tough. The nerve to show up. As Shu Haid walked through Chinatown, All around him were jeers and insults. One or two were manageable, given the identity of a church saint might intimidate others. But when every alley and street jeered at you, it indeed became tricky to handle. What could he do? Arrest everyone. Silver Wing City wasn't yet under the church's control. Shuhei cursed those few rascals in his heart, blaming them for coming to him after committing misdeeds as if he were their accomplice. Yesterday, due to his tarnished reputation among the transmigrators, the representative from List City proposed to re-elect the transmigrator representative. To remove him and re-vote for someone else. This not only panicked Shuhei but also the church. The church had not spared its efforts to secure this position for him, and just as he had barely sat down for 2 days, it was all messed up by Shuhei. The archbishop scolded him all night and went to Doherty to barely suppress the matter. But he still had to turn his reputation around among the transmigrators. Otherwise, if the transmigrators didn't listen to him, the position of representative was meaningless. He went out in the morning, taking some church resources to Chinatown to boost his reputation. But he hadn't anticipated that, several days later, people still resisted him strongly. Amid the curses, he could only leave with his head hung low. Inside a tavern by the road. Shuhei's reputation has really hit rock bottom. No one will believe anything he says now, Wei Yangwei said softly from a window seat, a transmigrator nurtured by the Hall of Justice. Opposite him was Li Rong from the Mage Association. He got what he deserved. When things go wrong, one must face the consequences, Li Rong said. Wei Yangwei smiled and asked, do you think the council will re-elect the representative, Sister Li? Hard to say. Haven't you tried probing Doherty? Li Rong asked curiously. Where would I get a chance to see him? I can only follow the military for training. Wei Yangwei took a sip of his drink, glanced at the gradually disappearing church carriage, and continued to ask, if there's a re-election, would you consider it, Sister Li? Li Rong paused in her action of picking up food. Why, are you interested? I am, but if you aren't interested, I hope you can support me. So he was interested too. Li Rong shook her head. Hard to say, it still depends on the attitude of the Mage Association, my promise won't be of much use. Her tone shifted as she added, but we can reach a consensus, whoever becomes the representative, we should support each other as much as possible. Wei Yangwei nodded, it was good for both of them. Deal. They clinked their glasses and drank up. Whether it was the council or the Sea Tribe matters. In the lives of the locals, it didn't stir much disturbance. The most it might evoke was, the transmigrators are causing trouble again, and then it wouldn't garner much attention. Today was a special day among the locals. The week of the toad. Starting from today and for the following week, every unmarried girl, dressed carefully, would walk down the streets carrying a wooden fence. Inside the fence, they took out a frog tied with a red silk ribbon and gently kissed it. Then they let the frogs run in all directions, hoping to find their true love and get married within the year. Meanwhile, the young men not far away would approach the girls they liked after releasing the frogs, getting to know them. Releasing the frogs was just one step. The essential part was that the unmarried men and women had a chance to meet here. After all, it was spring, the season for reproduction. Elsewhere. Fu Lei emerged from the bushes with a few others, each holding a basket in their arms. The baskets echoed with croaks. How many did you catch? About 20 or more. How about you? I got more, over 50. This should be enough for the hot pot restaurant. Let's catch some more while we have the chance. All right. List City, City Lord's Hall. Mr. Fang Hao and Rebecca sat on one side. On the opposite side, several familiar faces were seated. Doherty, the leader of the Hall of Justice, and several members of the council. He didn't know what had happened. Anyway, Rebecca suddenly called him over, saying Doherty had something to discuss. Leader Doherty, we can start talking now, can't we? What brings you here? The attendants served tea, and Rebecca spoke coldly. Her tone did not conceal her unwelcoming attitude towards Doherty's sudden visit. Doherty seemed not to notice and said, the matter of the Sea Tribe, you must have heard about it, right? Yes, we heard. The Sea Tribe sees that the Federation has moved most of its forces to the Blood Clan's borders and doesn't have enough troops to guard the coastal areas. Using this as an excuse, they demand compensation from the Federation, Doherty explained. Well, now, Rebecca and Fang Hao finally understood what the Sea Tribe had planned for this meeting. They were exploiting the situation. They assumed the Federation and the Blood Clan were in a standoff and planned to use the threat of war to extort benefits from the Federation. Are people of this age also pragmatic? Robbery in broad daylight. Without any pretext at all. Rebecca glanced at Fang Hao from the corner of her eye, still speaking indifferently. That should be something for you, the leader, to consider. We don't have much of a solution. Doherty continued, I plan to deploy troops to the coastal areas. The aerial ships of Lis City will be lent to me temporarily for transporting troops, and Mr. Fang Hao's organ cannons, could you also provide them to the Hall of Justice first? Smack. The moment he finished speaking, Rebecca slammed her hand on the table. Anger was written all over her beautiful face. Doherty, are you a robber? You come here demanding ships and cannons, wanting to take the best things. Rebecca, Lis City is also a member of the Upper Senate. It naturally has to set an example in major matters, said a counselor who accompanied him. Another person chimed in, exactly. As a member of the Upper Senate, you must bear more burdens while enjoying the privileges. Rebecca's expression grew colder. When it's time for the Upper Senate to meet, you don't include us, but now you remember I am a member when you need cooperation. Even the matter about the Sea Tribe, they only knew because Doherty had just mentioned it. This member of the Upper Senatia significant matters really did not involve Lis City. Rebecca, please sit down. I am just here to discuss things with you, let's talk this out slowly, Doherty said. He really had no way to handle Rebecca's character. If he talked about forcibly requisitioning, Rebecca would dare to blow up the ships rather than let the Federation use them. After all, with this woman, one cannot be too forceful. Rebecca took a deep breath and sat down beside him. Speak, what do you want to discuss? Doherty said, naturally, we won't let Lis City contribute for nothing. After the affair is concluded, the aerial ships will be returned to you, and I plan to recommend you to the Hall of Justice for the position of banner officer. Rebecca furrowed her brows. Fang Hao was also startled, unfamiliar with this newly mentioned official post. The banner officer is a title of honor granted by the regional leaders to knights or special honorees who have fought bravely, typically awarded to their direct vassals or even their own sons and grandsons. Similarly, becoming a banner officer also equates to having the identity of a member of the Hall of Justice. This brings with it the backing of one of the largest official powers in the human alliance. Among the human factions, becoming a banner officer brings both fame and fortune and is considered a great honor. Similarly, Doherty seemed to think that the terms he had offered were very tempting. Not interested, Rebecca responded. It wasn't really about lack of interest, but the fear of being more bound by joining the Hall of Justice. Then she'd be led by the nose by others, which was worse than being a responsible city lord's wife. Ahem. Doherty nearly choked, clearly surprised at Rebecca's reply. Then he continued, Rebecca, don't rush to refuse. A banner officer in the Hall of Justice also holds a very high status, and apart from the regular subsidies, there is also one opportunity to enter the Hall Sanctuary. At the mention of the Hall Sanctuary, Rebecca's hand under the table couldn't help but grasp Fang Hao's thigh. Fang Hao was startled. Clearly, this Hall Sanctuary was very important. He carefully moved her hand from the base of his thigh to the side. Getting it wrong might render it unusable for days. You can go yourself or give the opportunity to your husband. Doherty glanced at the two. Rebecca, you know I have no ill intentions towards you and your husband. This is the most authority I can offer. Rebecca's gaze turned to Fang Hao, her eyes already showing her interest. You decide, Fang Hao said. Rebecca frowned in thought for a long time. She gently pinched his thigh again and then said to Doherty, all right, I accept your terms. The 4 organ cannons will be given to you through the transmigrator, and the aerial ships stationed in Silver Wing City are available for your use as well. Good, I will submit the banner officer's matter once I return. Prepare to head to the sanctuary in half a month, Doherty said. All right, Rebecca nodded. With the matter concluded, Doherty stood up again, saying, "Well, since our discussion is finished, we'll be heading back now." The two nodded, and the mage beside them tore up the scroll. They vanished from the spot. Once they had left and their figures disappeared. Mr. Fang Hao asked, "What is Hall of Sanctified Grounds? It doesn't sound like a nice place." Rebecca had a servant bring some hot tea and explained, "The Hall of Sanctified Grounds is a special location controlled by the Hall of Justice. It contains the legacies left by past leaders. Those who enter have a high chance of becoming heroes once they come out, at worst they'll be orange tier heroes. It's an important method for the Hall of Justice to cultivate talent." Damn. Fang Hao almost spit out his drink, "At worst orange tier. This is so unreasonable. Although humans are one of the most populous races on the continent, they are definitely not powerful. Go in and come out, at worst orange tier. How could they still be so weak now? What's wrong?" Rebecca didn't understand why he had such a big reaction. Fang Hao said, "It doesn't make sense. Just by entering and exiting, one becomes an orange tier hero. Why are humans still so weak? There must be some restrictions. I'm not very clear on the specifics, but the stuff about the sanctified grounds is definitely true. The Hall of Justice relies on it to cultivate talents every year." Rebecca calmly took a sip of her tea. "By the way, trading it for 4 organ cannons, is it worth it? The use of the aerial ship would eventually be returned, but the organ cannons that were sent out would permanently belong to Doherty then." Fang Hao shook his head. "It's not a loss. Trading for an orange tier hero is definitely worth it. I'd trade more if there's a quota. 4 cannons for a hero. He could take out everything in the warehouse and trade it all for heroes." "Yeah, you go then. When you come back, you'll be a hero," Rebecca continued. Fang Hao shook his head. "I have my own way to advance. You go and make yourself stronger. You go. You don't seem like your old self anymore. You go. You always look exhausted. You need to improve your stamina." As the two spoke, a nearby maid blushed at their conversation. Capital of Lizardmen. Zareth Ceylon. Inside the palace. Lizard Queen. Anastasia lay back lazily on a lounge chair. She took a fruit passed by an attendant and chewed it slowly. To successfully mate during the pilgrimage period, she needed to consume a lot of nutrients. This also made her originally slender figure slightly plumper. But her elegance remained undiminished. Below, the priests of the temple, the court officials, and the military generals. Hundreds of them sat around the long tables on either side, passing around a list, confirming the final selection of the queen's husband. The queen sat above, seeming calm but intermittently glancing below, hoping that the person she favored would be selected. Does what the queen likes matter? Perhaps it's very important, but in terms of the future of the ancient saints and the Holy Empire, preference is just an additional factor. If not selected, there's nothing that can be done. The officials discussed quietly, and after the discussion, finally, 2 portraits were brought out. Priest Tictata took them, respectfully walked to the center of the grand hall, and unfolded both, presenting them before the queen. "Your Majesty, there are 2 candidates. One is the young general of the Holy Empire, Senji Bali, who is not only handsome but also a rare talent of the Holy Empire." The queen nodded slightly. "The second is Mr. Demetria, who is stronger, but he belongs to an external power and refuses to join the Holy Empire, which might cause disputes over the lineage of offspring." Seeing Demetria selected, the queen's eyes clearly brightened. Yet she quickly regained her composure and asked softly, regarding bloodline, who is more suitable? "Mr. Demetria. He is closer to the bloodline of the ancient saints," Tictata said. The queen nodded and said, "Let's finalize these 2 for now. In a couple of days, Tictata, you accompany me to Fang Hao's place to see how this issue can be resolved. If possible, prioritize the bloodline." "Yes, Your Majesty." Tictata nodded, and tucked away the portraits. "All right, you may all leave now. I'm tired, I need to rest." The officials stood up, bowed, and exited the room. Back from Lis City, Fang Hao also received a message from Li Rong. In recent days, Shu Hade had become like a rat crossing the street among transmigrators. Every time he went out, if transmigrators saw him, they would whisper curses at him. Of course, given his status as a saint, they didn't dare do anything too extreme. But that was limited to not being beaten up. The cursing never stopped. I heard the council is considering reappointing Transmigrator council members, is that true? Li Rong asked. Fang Hao replied, the upper council doesn't bother with List City's side, I can't get any news. Damn, then isn't it pointless to be in the upper council? Not really, the upper council still has its power. If there's a re-election, I'll have someone nominate you, Fang Hao replied. Okay, that's exactly what I meant, Li Rong said happily. You greedy woman. I've taken a couple of photos recently, want to see them? I'll critique them. With Fang Hao's arrangement, the trade caravans within the territory began to mobilize. Throughout the major city's airspace, the traces of aerial ships could be seen, transporting goods between them. This fostered an internal cycle, where local commercial specialties could be distributed to other races. It improved the quality of life for the residents in various areas, while also increasing local revenue. Whoosh! A massive aerial ship descended, kicking up a cloud of dust. Fang Hao stepped back a few paces, fanning away the dirt that came his way. After the aerial ship stabilized, a tall troll leapt down from it. He landed with a thud and then knelt on one knee, Lord. This person was the troll merchant, Neum, specifically in charge of the troll caravans in the Bloody Mountain range. How's the caravan doing? The results have been satisfactory. Fang Hao inquired. He was unclear about Neum's purpose for visiting. Yes, the goods we brought this time were all sold, bringing good income for us. Neum's face showed an unmistakable joy. Life hadn't been going too well for the trolls after the Great War. Earning a living in this way was indeed a decent path for development. Good, that's good. Do you have any business with me? Fang Hao continued. Neum nodded and said, Lord, the city lord of List City, Rebecca, has placed an order at the foot of the Bloody Mountain range, planning to purchase speckled mushrooms and other crops in bulk. We're arranging to plant them on a large scale. Speckled mushrooms. Fang Hao immediately understood Rebecca's intent. The trolls had no use for these types of fungal plants, but they were important alchemy materials for the Humans Alchemy Association. As long as they were transported to List City, Rebecca could resell them to Silver Wing City. Lucky her. She gets all the cash. Yes, you can cooperate with them, and I will ensure Rebecca gives you a fair price, Fang Hao said directly, aware of Neum's intentions. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Anything else? Neum pondered for a moment, then continued, Lord, I see the city is still under construction. Since we trolls are physically stronger, we're wondering if we could help out and be of some use. Fang Hao was taken aback. This was a proposal to have the trolls move out of the Bloody Mountain range. On a ship drifting with the waves. Two opposing factions sat in the fairly spacious cabin. The Human Federation and the Sea Tribe. Representing the Human Federation was the Hall of Justice's coastal commander, Brule, a burly middle-aged man with a scar at the corner of his mouth. He glared at the Sea Tribe representatives opposite him and said coldly, Out with it, what does the Sea Tribe want to talk about? Leading the Sea Tribe was the Naga, Lord of Giant Claw Island, Hirosh. After obtaining transmigrators like Shi Himing, who were captured and jailed by the Federation without negotiations, he came personally. Where are my people? Release them first. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss, and be prepared for the Sea Tribe's army, Hirosh said, his voice just as icy. Ha! You think just a word from you will have me release those transmigrators that plundered and killed Federation citizens? Brule scoffed. If you say they killed, did they really kill? I could also say those citizens were fools who drowned themselves by jumping into the sea, Hirosh retorted. The church has the capability to interrogate, and they have confessed. What's left for you to argue about? Who knows what tricks you've played? I haven't even seen the prisoners, and now whatever the Federation says is just how it is. Hirosh stood his ground. He genuinely didn't want to care about the other transmigrators. Whether they lived or died didn't matter to him. But Shi Himing possessed high-level forging skills, critical for the Sea Tribe's weapon improvements. Having him executed would be a loss to the Sea Tribe, so he had to be saved. You want to discuss this matter? Then we have nothing more to talk about, Brule said sternly. Hirosh sneered. Release them, and the Federation provides 50 million in resources to the pirates, or don't blame the Sea Tribe for being uncivil. Uncivil? When has the Sea Tribe ever been civil? What's the difference between you and wild beasts? Brule, watch your tone, or don't blame me for keeping you here, Hirosh warned. Brule laughed mockingly. Hirosh, do you, a minor island lord, really dare provoke a war between us? You think I don't dare? If you dare, do it now. Come on, if you don't act, you're a coward, Brule challenged. The two negotiation representatives both stood up from their seats and glared at each other, eyes ablaze with fury. Their accompanying members also placed their hands on their sword hilts, ready to act at any moment. After a tense standoff, Brule finally said coldly, those transmigrators will be executed for murder in the capital. If the Sea Tribe wants to wage war, just try us. The Federation isn't scared. On the sea, humans had no way to deal with the Sea Tribe. But defending the land, plus the Federation reinforcements arriving shortly, they weren't afraid of the Sea Tribe. He didn't wait for the Sea Tribe's response and turned, leading his men away. Taken aback, Hirosh realized the Federation was surprisingly tough. He immediately said, wait. Brule turned back, what is it now? I don't care about the others, but there's a transmigrator named Shi Ming. I'm willing to pay a ransom for him, Hirosh said hastily. Brule looked at him. I'll pass the message to Silver Wing City, and await their decision on how to proceed. After saying this, he left. The remaining Sea Tribe members were left somewhat baffled by the situation. Wasn't it said that humans lacked both financial and military strength? How could they be so bold? Did it mean there had been no battle with the undead? Or could there be some mistake in the intelligence? Trade Alliance, Residence No. 011. Spring Auction. Goblin, Kuketer, was sitting in a private room on the second floor, his gaze fixed on the scene below, poised and ready to strike. At that moment, the door opened, and another goblin came in. In a low voice, he said, Mr. Kuketer, I just inquired with the residence manager. Among the items for sale, there are 3 orange pieces of equipment, 12 purple pieces, and various other gadgets and tools of different qualities. There are also many transmigrators' estates. I heard that transmigrators have been controlled, and as long as you win the bid, you can inherit these estates, which are also quite popular auction items. Kuketer furrowed his brows. This Residence No. 011 is really quite aggressive, auctioning off transmigrators' estates. Isn't this encouraging more people to fight for these lands? His follower replied, as you know, Residence No. 011 is mainly orc territory. Fighting has never ceased there, whether there are transmigrators or not. These matters are of no concern to us. Have you found out about the blueprint I need? I have. It is also among the auction items. Then let's wait and see. All right, the next item for auction is a blueprint for a dense wood processing factory, which mainly produces ironized wood materials. The uses of ironized wood must be familiar to you all, not only as a material for numerous pieces of equipment but also as one of the main building materials required for a level 15 city. Whether used by oneself or for sale to others, it holds long-term value, and the blueprint is the first step in generating that value. The starting price is 570,000 Warfire coins, and each bid must be at least 10,000 Warfire coins higher. No sooner had the auctioneer finished speaking than the crowd below began to bid. Blueprints at an auction are rare for sale. Whenever one is available, it is usually a type that sells well. And it was for this reason that Kuketer had come to purchase the ironized wood blueprint for Fang Hao. After all, he had promised him. Soon, the price had soared to 720,000. The bidding paused briefly. Kuketer then said out loud, 730,000. The goblin following him immediately flipped the bidding sign, displaying 730,000. 800,000, someone shouted from below. 810,000, Kuketer added another 10,000. 900,000. 910,000. The guests below felt a surge of nameless anger and stood up to look toward the private booth on the second floor, shouting, damn it, are you actually rich or not? Why always add just 10,000 at a time? The cursing, however, received no response. After his outburst of anger, the guest realized that those in the upper floor booths held high status. He had been too impulsive. Seeing that there was no reply from the other party, he did not dare to bid any further. After the auctioneer called out 3 times and still no one else bid, the gavel fell. The processing factory blueprint was won by Kuketer. Similarly, the next auction item was swiftly presented. The auctioneer announced, "Coming up next is the blueprint for a fine stone brick processing factory. The starting price is 750,000 A." Inside the private room, Kuketer was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. Unexpectedly, the 2 blueprints that Fang Hao had asked him to buy were appearing one after another. This would save him a great deal of trouble. Mr. Kuketer. Just as Kuketer was feeling pleased, his attendant suddenly spoke up. "What is it?" Kuketer asked. "The money we've brought may not be enough to acquire these blueprints." "What? Hurry back and get it. Go now. Bring all the money I can move, hurry." Kuketer urged in haste. The money for these 2 items would eventually be paid by Fang Hao. He was merely fronting it, so there was nothing to fear. "Oh, all right, sir." The attendant immediately ran out to fetch the money. After dinner, aromatic tea and pastries were served on the table. Fang Hao looked across at Kuketer, patting his belly and said with a smile, "Have some tea, or you might feel uncomfortable later in the night." The timing was quite coincidental. Era had just finished preparing dinner. Kuketer had hurried over just in time. Since he was here, he also stayed for dinner. "It's no trouble, I'll be fine shortly," Kuketer said, but he picked up the teacup and took a sip nonetheless. He then exhaled comfortably. After a brief exchange, Fang Hao continued, "Mr. Kuketer, did you come here because you need something from me?" Kuketer, with a sudden realization, bent over to pick up his small briefcase and pulled out 2 blueprints. "Today, Residence number 011 held a spring auction. I happened to pass by and managed to acquire these 2 blueprints for you." Fang Hao took them and, seeing the ironized wood and fine stone brick processing factory blueprints, still showed a look of surprise and delight. This goblin really got things done. He had taken care of it swiftly. "Thank you so much, Mr. Kuketer. This is exactly what I need," Fang Hao immediately said. "Ah, when a friend asks, of course, I must take it seriously. It's nothing, really, just happened to pass by." "Right, you're covering the auction costs. I don't have that much money," he said, pulling out the Trade Alliance's purchase receipt. "Of course, I should be the one to pay." After sending Kuketer away, Fang Hao headed straight for the outskirts of the city. In a spacious area outside the city, he planned to build a processing factory for ironized wood. Previously, the factories had always been built inside the city. Because during that period, the area outside the city had not been safe. With the development and expansion of his territory, the surrounding powers had become subordinate cities. Thus, the area outside the city became safe. No one would come to cause trouble at the factory. At the vacant site, Fang Hao opened the blueprint. Dense woodworking factory. Wood 3,100, hardwood 1,500, stone 1,200, fine stone bricks 800, thick leather 350, metal parts 120, rich essence 1. Apart from the increase in materials, a rare material, rich essence, was also needed. He confirmed the construction. The light gradually rose, and the construction time was 30 minutes. It wasn't short. After taking a walk outside and chatting with some frolicking deer, the time had already passed. Dense woodworking factory. Location. Workers 0/30. Materials. Wood, wood enhancer, hardwood, bone glue, resin, charcoal. Production. Hardwood, ironized wood. Description. Through synthetic treatment, the mined wood can be processed into advanced ironized wood. The dense processing factory, apart from producing ironized wood, could also produce hardwood. It could replace the regular factories. It was considered an upgrade in terms of architecture. Currently, hardwood was still the mainstream material, and the original factories still needed to produce it. In the later stages, it might be possible to dismantle the regular factories and just keep this kind of dense factory. The required materials were not overly special. They were either already available in the territory or could be manufactured. They could be produced directly. After inspecting the building's attributes, Fang Hao had people round up a large number of laborer skeletons. Meanwhile, he continued constructing processing factories on a large scale. The laborer skeletons that came operated the buildings, beginning production that very night. If the materials for constructing a level 15 building were ready a day sooner, the Lord's mansion could be upgraded a day earlier too. After finishing building the wood processing factory, he glanced at the time, and it was already 9 p.m. He considered it for a moment, then took 2 Nisbet heroes with him, activated a teleportation screen, and went to the Bloody Mountains. Under Stella's guidance, a factory for fine stone bricks was constructed in the mountains. The next day, the Viscera Museum. Fang Hao looked at Nelson, somewhat surprised that he could come out. Usually, once there was any work, Nelson would work continuously until the end. In severe cases, he wouldn't come out for over a month. Fortunately, the undead wouldn't die suddenly, otherwise, he feared that he'd be worked to pieces. A scholar needs to balance work and leisure. Don't just stay in there working all the time, Fang Hao said, sitting on a bench. Nelson sat beside him, holding a wooden staff in his hands. He said, in the middle, some tasks can be handled by the funeral priests. Moreover, after becoming an immortal undead, one will no longer feel fatigue or pain. When you, Lord, also transform, you'll understand the benefits of immortality. Ah, so that's why Nelson could come out. There are steps that can be performed by the funeral priests as well. Hearing Nelson mention turning himself into an undead again, Fang Hao quickly changed the topic. Scholar, recently I cleared out a demon camp and got some materials, but I don't know their uses. Saying this, he took out all the materials he had obtained. Demon's Tooth, Hard Hoof, Demon's Essence. Nelson took them and started scrutinizing them closely. After acquiring the 3 items, Fang Hao had specifically gone to Lis City's library to check the records. Not to mention the 3 materials, even the records about demons were scarce. Even Fang Hao felt that he knew more than what was recorded in the books. Now he could only hope that Nelson knew something. After a while, Nelson nodded and said, these are indeed materials from a demon. Fang Hao was relieved that they could be recognized, which was a good start. Scholar, do you know what they are used for? I remember seeing records about these teeth and hooves. They can be used to forge equipment and as alchemical potions, but I can't exactly recall what they make, Nelson said, looking at the materials. Nelson's knowledge came from previous memories. Currently, there were no available records in the territory, let alone something to check these records against. Moreover, Fang Hao already knew one of the uses for the Demon's Tooth, which could be used to forge Chaos Armor, a type of purple armor. Then I'll ask the alchemist, probably that's all I need to know. That should work, as the first task of an alchemist is to familiarize themselves with many complex materials. Identifying these 2 should not be a problem, Nelson continued. Fang Hao nodded. Then what about this, Demon's Essence? If it were called Demon's Core, Fang Hao could be sure it was a rare material, but being called Essence made it less certain. I can feel that it's full of corrupt energy, and I've never seen it recorded in any books. Perhaps only demons themselves know the uses of this substance, Nelson said. Ah, but the demons had all been killed by him. Even if he encountered them, it would result in fighting and killing, leaving no chance to inquire about the material's uses. For now, it'll just have to be kept. It might come in handy someday. The 2 had a quiet chat until Angia excitedly ran over. Nelson, you're out. Want to play a few rounds of dominoes? I've learned a couple of new tricks recently. Angia suggested. Nelson rarely took time to rest, so Fang Hao felt it was not appropriate to bother him about the demon materials. So, he stepped aside to let the pair play cards. The game they were playing was actually dominoes, though it was more similar to the game of Stratego. It was indeed quite brain-consuming. And while Angia's skills were no match for Nelson, it was still good enough to kill some time. Silver Wing City. Li Rong and Wei Yangwei, surrounded by heroes and guards, stood near a corner, observing the crowd gathering in front of them. Is the Hall of Justice acting so quickly that they're already executing them? Li Rong asked. No sooner had Li Rong spoken than, from the gallows on the wooden platform ahead, dispirited transmigrators with heavy shackles clanging on their wrists and ankles were led out. Those few men from the Wakoku of the Sea tribe. It had only been a few days, and the Hall of Justice had already announced their execution. Aside from the Hall of Justice wanting to handle it quickly, the church also demanded it. Shu Haid will carry out the execution to try to regain some reputation, Wei Yangwei whispered in response. As he finished speaking, Shu Haid, dressed in the holy robe of the church, holding a book in his hands, walked up slowly with an erect posture. A demeanor of composure and correctness, he began loudly reading the charges of these people. Charging them with pirating Federation residents at sea and trying to forge relationships all over Silver Wing City. He subtly mentioned that he himself had been unaware and almost deceived by these people. PSH. As if anyone would believe that, Li Rong scoffed. It doesn't matter if they believe him or not. As long as people are somewhat skeptical, unsure, it's sufficient. In time, this matter will mostly blow over, Wei Yangwei said. So, the matter of selecting a new transmigrator representative is not going forward. Most likely not, Wei Yangwei said with some disappointment. Both of them had their eyes on that position. Soon, the charges against these people were read completely. One by one, nooses were placed around the necks of several. With a bang, the trapdoors opened, their bodies dropped, and the ropes tightened suddenly around their necks. In violent struggles, the transmigrators' faces twisted grotesquely. As the convicted stopped struggling, a chorus of cheers arose from the crowd below. Aside from the transmigrators, there were also many accompanying militia. These militia would become slaves sent to mine camps and other labor forces. Boring. What's there to cheer about in death? I'm going back. You can keep watching. Li Rong turned around, leaving with the hero and guards. After returning to the shop, she shared the news of these deaths with Shu Yuanhang. It counted as his finally getting his revenge. Trade Alliance headquarters. There were no executions here, nor were fights commonly seen. The streets were still bustling and busy. In front of the shops, people were inviting customers inside. Even if members of opposing races saw each other, they merely turned their heads coldly and moved on. Fang Hao, accompanied by Demetria, visited several shops in succession. They bought several spell scrolls produced by different shops. Then, they went to the lizardmen's shop. Upon opening the door, the lizardmen clerks all looked towards them simultaneously. Since this was not their first visit, the clerks all recognized them already. Welcome, they greeted. Is Her Majesty not here? Fang Hao asked. Her Majesty is not present, sir. Do you need anything? The clerk asked respectfully. After thinking for a moment, Fang Hao continued, I saw a blueprint in the Sea Tribe's shop that I would like Her Majesty to help me purchase. The clerk nodded. Please wait a moment, sir. I will inquire with Her Majesty. Fang Hao nodded, then sat down with Demetria. What Fang Hao wanted to buy from the Sea Tribe was a blueprint of a ship. With the Silver Wing City Hotpot restaurant about to open, Fang Hao was considering whether to support a city near the sea to supply seafood. After all, relying solely on the lake managed by Fu Lei was proving difficult. Soon, the clerk came back and respectfully said, Sir, Her Majesty has agreed. Please follow me, I will help you purchase the needed item from the Sea Tribe's shop. Oh, thanks. Let's go then. Things remained as they were. The lizardmen's queen really was quite decent. East of the lizardmen's shop, a shop named Firehammer. This was the official shop of the Dwarf Kingdom, not only selling various weapons forged by dwarves but also arranging dwarf forging masters to undertake specific forging tasks here. However, dwarves were notoriously temperamental. Master forging was not about whether you showed up, it depended on whether the materials you brought satisfied the dwarves. A refusal could be based on dissatisfaction, mismatch of temperaments, or simply not liking someone's face. Perhaps this was why dwarves had always had few friends throughout history. Currently, In front of Firehammer shop, people of all races had already gathered, crowding in front of the door and incessantly peering inside. Which dwarf is it today that has attracted such a large crowd? A human asked amid the crowd. I heard it's Master Brinston. He has reached a bottleneck in his forging skills and needs rare materials to make a breakthrough, so he's here to try his luck, another person by his side answered. Do you think any of the materials today will catch the master's eye? Hard to say. What high-grade material has he not seen? It's practically impossible to impress the master, came the reply. Fang Hao emerged from the Sea Tribe store and stood among the crowd, listening to the surrounding chatter. He listened here a little, there a little. He soon understood what everyone was gathered for. It turned out that a very famous dwarf forging master was in town. If the materials you brought gained his interest, you could then commission this master to craft equipment for you. If not, there was no loss to either party. This kind of forging was beneficial for both sides. The client would receive tailor-made equipment, while the master could enhance his own skills through the crafting process. Indeed, the headquarters of the Trade Alliance was never short of activities. There was always some competition or event happening at various stores. Standing among the crowd, Fang Hao was reminded of the Demon's Tooth and Hard Hoof he had acquired. These should be regarded as rare materials. Maybe he could have the dwarf master take a look, not to mention whether they would catch his fancy. At that time, he might also learn about their specific uses. The area was abuzz with noise. Suddenly, the door of the store opened, and a dwarf with a red beard came out. Please be quiet. Master Brinston has indeed arrived at the store and will select materials today to forge equipment for clients who meet his standards, the dwarf said in a rough voice, his beard bristling as he spoke. The surrounding area instantly fell silent, with many people showing expressions of joy on their faces. It seemed that they too had prepared some materials. The dwarf continued, however, before that, there is a preliminary selection step. Saying so, 5 other dwarves, each with various styles of beards, came out and stood in front of the store. These 5 are also renowned craftsmen among the dwarves. If your materials are of high quality but do not meet Master Brinston's criteria for forging, you can choose one of these 5 craftsmen for the job, the dwarf announced loudly. Essentially, this place was a custom equipment shop. Just like those custom clothing stores, it provided equipment customization based on individual requirements using provided materials. And a master was merely a term used for a highly skilled craftsman. Normally speaking, renowned craftsmen were level 4 craftsmen, while Brinston was a level 5 craftsman, with the title of Grandmaster Craftsman. If Brinston could advance further, his title would then be Taoist. Although his power was not equivalent, relatively speaking, it was akin to a demigod among heroes. A demigod craftsman was even more rare. Having a renowned craftsman is good enough, I don't need a master. Exactly, even if Master Brinston crafted it, I wouldn't dare to wear it. Who knows how many people would covet it, and I might die without knowing how. You're right, having the work of a renowned craftsman suits us just fine. Being chosen by a master might not necessarily be a good thing. You're overthinking it, the master won't be interested in yours. The people below also began to whisper among themselves. Even if they couldn't get the master's recognition, these several renowned craftsmen were actually sufficient. Moreover, where would so many rare and excellent materials come from? Purple equipment was just forged from fine iron anyway. While everyone was quietly discussing, the dwarves had already moved several tables to the doorway. The 5 renowned dwarf craftsmen were seated at the tables, ready to begin. Alright, folks, if you are fairly confident in your materials, you can start presenting them now. Only after the approval of a renowned craftsman can you meet Master Brinston, the dwarf continued to speak. I'll go first. A burly orc took a seat at one of the tables. He took out a palm-sized crystal stone from the backpack behind him and placed it on the table. It's a totem origin stone. This orc has no ordinary status. Indeed, it's a rare material. It could fetch a sky-high price on the market. Although Fang Hao was far away, he learned from what others said that it was called totem origin stone, a crystal condensed from an orc totem. Used in equipment, it could forge blessings and protective abilities. While the orc verified the material, others at different tables also began to present various materials one after another. The main ingredient for equipment forging was still metal, like iron and fine iron. The items brought out were materials that could add special powers rather than completely replacing the main material. Fang Hao gave Demetria a glance and then squeezed through the crowd. He sat down at a table. "What materials do you have? Bring them out," the dwarf across the table said. This dwarf was clearly young. His beard was short and his face was less wrinkled. Fang Hao promptly took out Demon's Tooth and Hard Hoof, placing them on the table. The dwarf furrowed his brow slightly. The dwarf carefully picked them up, beginning to inspect them with various tools. The rest of the people behind also became attracted to this side. They whispered among themselves. "What is this thing? Such a huge cow's hoof. Can this even be used as material? It must have been picked up somewhere to dupe people. No, it must be from some ferocious warcraft." As the people whispered, they did not arrive at any conclusions. The era when demons appeared was too long ago, and even if there were long-lived species here who had seen a demon, they would probably not think in terms of demons. The dwarf looked for a while before putting down his tools. The rest immediately held their breath, waiting for the dwarf's response. "I can confirm these materials are indeed suitable for forging, but I have never seen them," the dwarf spoke. Wow! The people behind were even more surprised. A renowned dwarf craftsman had never seen them. Guessing where this young human had dug up such materials. The speculation erupted, even questioning the background of this young man. Fang Hao smiled. Before answering, "I would like to ask if these two materials meet Master Brinston's standards." The dwarf paused for a moment, then asked, "How much of this material do you have?" "There are over 100 teeth and dozens of hooves. I can let you in, but whether you can meet the Master's requirements still depends on the Master's own selection." "Thank you. These are materials from a demon," Fang Hao said in a lowered voice. The dwarf furrowed his brows but said nothing. He just nodded and let him in. After the first round of selection, quite a few rare materials were picked out. However, most only reached the level of ordinary craftsmen, with master craftsmen being few. Not to mention meeting the master afterwards. Fang Hao entered the shop while Demetria did not follow him in. In the Trade Alliance residence, it was acceptable for Fang Hao alone, but if two stood together, the target was clear. Other than Fang Hao, a tall, golden-haired, sharp-eared elf also successfully entered the shop. The elf was clad in a blue, form-fitting robe. Adorned with various gold ornaments, he shone brilliantly like an elf prince. Fang Hao carefully looked at his Adam's apple and chest before discerning that he was male. This attire was truly quite androgynous. The elf across from him, equally curious, assessed Fang Hao from top to bottom. A transmigrator making it inside was just as surprising to him. The two exchanged a glance, smiled and nodded at each other as a form of greeting. At that moment, a dwarf entered the room and spoke softly, "Both of you, please follow me." They arrived at a room in the backyard, where they met the master, Brinston, who looked somewhat old but peculiarly robust, giving his not-so-tall stature an exaggerated sense of breadth. Without waiting for either to speak, Brinston spoke first. "All right, bring out your items. If you need confidentiality, let me know." Fang Hao directly took out the Demon's Tooth and Hard Hoof. The elf beside him also brought out two items. A branch still rich with green and a shiny piece of metal. Eternal Branch, glowing water crystal, the names alone indicated they were no ordinary materials. Master Brinston first examined the elf's materials and then nodded, asking, "What would you like to make?" "A melee-grade magic wand would suffice." Brinston nodded, indicating that it was fine. Then he came to Fang Hao, picked up the two items, and furrowed his brows slightly. After a close examination, he declared, "Demons." "Ah, a man of understanding." "Yes," Fang Hao confirmed. "Materials from a demon are rare, but of little assistance to me, the craftsman in the shop can manage," Master Brinston continued. The meaning was simple. The materials were rare, but not of a high grade. There was no need for him to craft. The master craftsman could forge the desired equipment. Master, what about this? Fang Hao then took out the demon's essence and handed it to the dwarf. The dwarf took it and examined it closely. It contains the power of a demon, but it's not for forging, the master answered. Rumors had said the master was capricious, but he seemed quite amiable now. All right, you may leave and find someone outside to help you forge, said the master and then continued towards the elf. It seemed he was planning to choose the elf. Thinking quickly, Fang Hao, realizing encounters with a master were rare, said, Master, I have another type of material. The retreating Brinston stopped in his tracks, his expression slightly displeased. What is it? Bring it here, he demanded. This material is a bit special. It requires confidentiality, Fang Hao replied. Brinston frowned and casually grabbed a piece of dense black cloth, covering the entire table with it. Such a simple way of ensuring confidentiality. Under the black cloth, Fang Hao presented the material, handing it to the dwarf. When the master touched the material, his pupils sharply constricted, a flash of surprise, then wariness crossing his face. He then carefully felt it back and forth. Yours. Mine. Quite bold. Not too bad, Fang Hao responded with a slight smile. How much do you have? The master continued to inquire. There are many sizes, varying greatly, several thousand pieces, Fang Hao calmly replied. Brinston's expression grew increasingly astonished, seemingly underestimating the young man before him. After a moment of thought, he seemed to guess the identity of the young human. Pulling his hand from beneath the cloth, he spoke to the elf beside him, your materials aren't bad either. If you trust me, I'll introduce you to another Grand Master craftsman to help you forge. The elf appeared surprised as well. His top-tier materials were still surpassed. But here, it was necessary to follow the other's rules. The elf nodded and said, all right, then I'll trouble Master Brinston. Brinston nodded, called another dwarf, and had the elf escorted away. Once back in the room, Brinston then continued, you must be the one the Dragon Clan is looking for, quite audacious to not fear my informing the Dragon Clan. Master is a man of principles. I believe he wouldn't do such detrimental things, Fang Hao casually replied. Haha, interesting. I like bold young people. Tell me then, what do you want to do? Armor, I suppose.